HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know. News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
Snap to Murray, four-man Seattle rush. Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown. What a catch by Harrison. A huge score for the Cardinals. Harrison down on one knee in prayer. Snap to Murray, drops straight back, looks left, short throw to the left, caught DiMercado 5, breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown with 28 seconds left. The Cardinals a point away from tying the game.
Michael Dixon puts it down. Jason Myers, the kick is on the way, and the kick is up, and the kick is good, and the Seahawks win the game. They beat NFC West foe, the Arizona Cardinals, on the final play of the game.
It was just, all right, here we go. I'm going to, get ready for 2 minute, warm up, and just treat it like practice. I think that's, at the end of the day, like when you get in those 2 minute situations, we run through those situations so much in practice. So, at the end of the day, that's all I can do is just, be me. Our guys go out there and not do too much and just do whatever the play is called. And then if we got to make an adjustment from there, we go from there.
Sam Darnold, after leading the game-winning drive, was really a penalty, one big pass play, and a 52-yard field goal from Jason Myers. And Seattle beats Arizona 23-20. They're off to a 3-1 start in a division where everybody got to 2-1. That one went right down to the wire. Nice rally from the Cardinals, PK. They were down late, got a couple of touchdowns to tie it up, but ultimately lose it anyway.
Yeah, you can't let the other team start on the 40-yard line. I mean, that was what did them in. Them starting from the 40-yard line, you basically maybe need 2 plays.
Yeah.
With NFL kickers these days. 50-yarders are extra points practically. There's no big deal. We see it all the time. Yeah. And once they started on the 40, I thought, they're going to make a couple plays and they'll be fine.
Myers had missed a kick on the previous possession from 53, and they're so automatic, I just don't think someone's going to miss 2 of those in a row. I guess it could get in their head and it could happen, but giving them a second shot there seemed like they were doomed.
Yeah, I turned that game on. Now, this is boring. I turned it off. Then I looked at the score. I said, Arizona's within 1. I'll turn it back on.
Let me get back over to that.
That's exactly what I did, yeah.
Darnold, 18-26, 242 yards, a touchdown, an interception. Not all that flashy, but effective. A lot of what we saw from him last year. And he switches teams and slides right into it.
I don't think Seattle's ever had a flashy quarterback.
Ooh, Jim Zorn? Running around like crazy?
I don't remember Jim Zorn. No clue.
Well, they're 3-1 now. Big games coming up this weekend. Pittsburgh and Minnesota will kick off the Sunday action. You've got an NFL quadruple header thanks to football in Europe. Minnesota's over there for back-to-back games in Ireland and then in London. So they'll hang out for a while. It feels like they're test driving, okay, can we put a team over there and can we leave them over there for a while and can they handle it? How hard is that? So
they're guinea pigs? The Minnesota Vikings are guinea pigs, huh?
Volunteered to be guinea pigs. I saw the owners very excited about it. They've got some deal, I don't know, but the owner's making money off it. They get to,
I'd be excited if I was a young man and I'm getting a free trip over there and get to stay over there. Yeah, that would be great. I would love it. Ever been to Europe?
Got a battle of unbeaten teams, 3-0 Philly, 3-0 Tampa Bay. So that's one of the big games to look forward to this week. See how that plays out. A couple of unbeaten squaring off. Vikings and Steelers are both up to 2-1 starts. You got your lock of the week figured out? We got that show?
No.
You don't?
No.
Still mulling it over.
Yes.
Taking it right down to the wire.
Is.
Winless Jets and winless Dolphins. If you know who's truly pathetic, you could go there.
Yeah, I'd probably go Dolphins winning that one.
Yeah. Undefeated Chargers, winless Giants. So you got that one. So we will figure that out later in the show. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Swing and a drive, deep to right field. There it is, number 60, the modern-day Bambino.
has just tied Babe Ruth's record of 60 home runs for third all-time in American League history. 59 and the first number 60. The magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues here in 2025.
There we go. Here's the drive to right center field. He is going to do it. Giddy up, baby. Goodbye. Home run for the captain is second tonight. Number 51. That's 4 RBIs tonight. And the Yankees have an 8-1 lead.
Ohtani swings, hits a drive deep to right center. This ball heading back to the pool. It is gone. Splashdown for Ohtani in Phoenix. Home run number 54. He ties his own home run record. He ties the Dodgers single season home run record. It's a 2-run shot, and the Dodgers lead it 6-0.
And the Dodgers win 8-0. The Dodgers have nothing to play for this weekend, do they, PK? Division is clinched?
Not really, no.
Going to be the 3 seed. Get your pitching in order now. They beat the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
And they're all set. Win the division for the 12th time in 13 years.
I would approach this as a sort of a late spring training game.
Yeah.
Maybe mid to late spring training for the guys. I'm not looking for the pitchers to extend themselves, but I also don't want the hitters to take 3 days off.
Absolutely not.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
Hitting is much like golf. If you let it go 2 or 3 days, forget it. It's like starting over.
Well, and the teams that get buys, they've got to do some kind of simulated games, don't they?
Well, you have that issue too. Yeah, that's for sure. They will do that.
And the Dodgers aren't going to get a buy. That's going to go to the other division.
Right.
Champs.
I mean, they're not in that situation here. The ones who get the bye, yeah, absolutely. They'll bring up some guys from the minors and stuff and let them pitch and hit and do all that. But if you clinch and you still have 3 games to go, which a number of teams have, obviously, that you got to make sure that those guys continue to get a few at bats.
Phillies and Brewers winning their respective divisions, and they will get the buys in the National League. Is the most dramatic series that you're looking forward here in the final weekend, with the Red Sox losing to the Blue Jays 6-1. The Red Sox, there's 3 teams for 2 spots in the last 2 wild cards in the American League, and the Red Sox and the Tigers are playing.
Yeah.
And right now they have the spots. The Red Sox are a game in front of the Tigers, and the Tigers another game in front of Houston. But Houston's playing the Angels. They either got to make up 1 game on Detroit or 2 on Boston. They keep beating the Angels. The other 2 are going to beat each other up. We're going to. So
well, unless they tie.
That's not happening. As you well know,
they can end up in a tie when it's done.
They will go to extra innings, and they will put a runner at second base.
Well, I would say for my favorite preferences, I would want Houston out and let the others get in.
And why would that be?
Because Houston's been there. I want to see Detroit.
Yeah.
And Boston and New York. Teams I've followed literally my whole life.
Detroit and Houston have both been going through terrible stretches here, 5 and 8 game losing streaks, and it's even worse if you look over a bigger period of time. So they've really blown it here. And Houston and Detroit have both had the misfortune of being in the same divisions with Seattle and Cleveland. Have gotten red hot and sprinted to the finish.
No.
14-1 and 15-2 stretches. I mean,
there's no misfortune there. You had 162 games. It's up to you.
Yep. Detroit could still win the division. They are tied with Cleveland, identical records, 86 and 73. After Detroit beat Cleveland to tie the division up. So Detroit isn't necessarily going to finish with the wild card. They still might win the AL Central. It does look like the buys will go to Seattle, and then whoever wins between Toronto and New York, because they have identical records, 91 and 68, going into the final weekend. And Toronto has got Tampa Bay. And I think the Yankees have the Orioles. They do, yeah. So they can do a little scoreboard watching as they sort out who wins the division and gets a bye and who plays in the wild card round. So there's your Major League Baseball, DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Big 12 football tonight. TCU, now ranked 24th. They've broken into the top 25, undefeated. They're playing the defending champs from Arizona State. 7 o'clock, Big Fox over the air. Look at that. That's usually a Big Ten time slot, but the Big 12 getting the big time exposure tonight. The whole country will be able to see that game, and we'll see how they perform. Also, Houston's at Oregon State, 8:30 on ESPN. Now, Houston's undefeated. Oregon State is winless, and Oregon State is not only winless, they've been getting blown out. The Pac-12 dissolving, the transfer portal, it's been a bad combo for Oregon State. So 8:30 on ESPN, we ought to see Houston pick up a win. What do you think about TCU ASU? You want to pick a winner there, or is that toss-up category in your mind?
I think it's toss-up. I think two teams still trying to prove themselves here. The Devils, if they had a winning pattern, they would get far more respect. I mean, they lost, and they lost by one play, literally right at the end of the game against Mississippi State. They get bounced from the rankings. Illinois loses by 55 points and stays in the rankings. And I think that's an indictment on the West, and it's an indictment on the Sun Devil program. And as you like to say, an indictment on the Big 12.
Yep.
And
all those things I think are true.
Yeah. If they had any level of proficiency in recent years, I think they would gain more respect. I like that, though. I like that. And Dillingham is still a guy who's going to feed off of that, a young guy with emotion. It's clearly they're disrespected. You lose one game to the SEC on the road.
Yep.
And that team that brings in a bunch of transfers and is markedly different than last year. But doesn't matter. You lost. You're out. And TCU has beaten nobody, and nobody. But they have a little bit of respect because they were in the playoff a couple years back. So you got that going on. Yeah, and it's crazy because it's supposed to rain in the afternoon. Now, that's a 6 o'clock start local, 7 o'clock our time. And it's only going to be about 80 degrees this time of year. That is highly, highly unusual. It'll be humid because of the storms.
At least 10 degrees cooler? Maybe 15 or 20?
Yeah.
I didn't know what normal's this time of year. I mean, it's got to be 90, but it might be 100. I don't know.
Yes, yesterday was 102 at 7 o'clock.
All right. Yeah, so they're catching a 20
yeah,
degree break.
September is a summer
month.
Yeah, weather-wise. I mean, it really doesn't – if you want any level of, wow, this is more comfortable, you usually have to wait till Halloween. And even at that, you're still in shorts.
TCU blew out North Carolina, but no one's convinced that means anything, and they're coming off a 35-24 win over SMU. TCU, we've seen a lot of ability to make big plays, so we'll see if ASU can keep the game in front of them, so to speak, or if TCU gets to go make those 40, 50, 60-yard plays we've seen them make in the first three wins. And then Big 12 football tomorrow. Any of the other games
all of them
thrill you? All of them. Circle every last one.
Yeah. It's conference time, man. They all matter the same. Everyone counts. And there's implications because you're going to play that team or you're going to play the other team. And so how are they doing? Yeah, this is the exciting part of the season now. We're done with the non-conference games, right? I don't think anybody has anyone left. And so now,
Houston, Oregon State tonight.
Well,
yeah.
I meant tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's conference games up and down the schedule here.
Right.
3-0 Arizona, 4-0 Iowa State.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's a conference opener for Arizona. Iowa State's already got one conference win.
Yeah, a month ago.
Yeah. So, and then does it feel like an elimination game for Utah and West Virginia? You're both 0-1.
Well, if the Utes lose this one, then we got issues. Man, this has been crazy. I had another 6 people yesterday ask me about that, and we'll get to Utah here in a bit. But, man, it's like, what's wrong with the Utes? They lost a football game. Jeez. Can we not bury them because they lost a football game? A lot of Ute fans down on the team.
Baylor's up and down, 2-2. They're going to Oklahoma State, so they get the first game after the coach is gone. So I'm curious about the emotional reaction to this. Did Gundy wear on them all, and now they're going to play great because he was a big old negativity cloud? Or the season's toast, they're all going to go their own directions?
You think Gundy changed when he turned 58?
This is a gift. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 58.
They were winning 10 games regularly. I think they won 10 games, 3 seasons in a row. Now all of a sudden he's a corrosion, and he's the word of the generation is toxic. I mean, let's just dump on Gundy. It's dump on Gundy time. I don't buy it.
Or they don't have any talent, and they're just going to struggle to the finish line now, and Baylor's getting a gift win.
And I don't think Baylor up and down. They lost 2 games by one possession.
Yep.
That's up and down?
Well, they're 2-2. I mean, you win, you lose, you win, you lose. Yeah, that feels like up and down to me.
But it's not.
It's not. They went loss, win, loss.
Right. Somebody's got to win and somebody's got to lose every game. Literally, on the last play of the game last week, and then who was it? Auburn. That was right down to the end too. I wouldn't say they're up and down.
Okay.
They're a solid team, capable of beating anybody in this league.
They beat SMU in a wild game. That's their
another game.
Win. Yeah, 48-45.
Right. So all their games are close against good competition.
And then there's the national football picture. I mean, now we're watching a Big 12 in almost every TV window, so I feel like I have less time to watch all these other games. Channel surf.
That's what my left hand is for with the remote, and just boom, boom, boom. And I got a phone, I got a computer. Well, you got a big TV, so you probably have picture, and picture.
I don't.
I think you do. You just don't know how to use it. Man, that plane is small.
That plane is tiny.
SUV's bigger.
We're at the Spanish Fork Airport. We'll tell you more about that. More about that in a minute. Oregon, Penn State, big game of the day. Oregon's got to go cross country to play at Penn State.
I think Alabama, Georgia's also a big
Alabama, Georgia's another big one.
Yeah.
Bama's coming in with a loss. Georgia's 3-0.
LSU and Ole Miss. The big boys got a bunch of big games.
Yeah. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
Hashtag BYU.
Yeah, just control what we control. Stay humble, work hard, and don't talk. Just keep working. We're not here campaigning for things, you know. We got to control what we control, and that's the things that I got to do as a head coach. And, I mean, there's a lot of momentum and a lot of buzz going on, but you got to play football, and we got to be humble. We got to work hard, and the only statements that we can make have to be on the field.
Kalani Sitake looking forward to the conference opener at Colorado. Late game, 8:15, ESPN. Colorado has struggled to stop the run, giving up 195 yards per game. Rotate the backs through there, give L.J. Martin most of the carries, but if you're going to run it, Bear gets some carries.
But, yeah, I don't know who they're going to put in with Moa being back.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
So, we'll, I mean, I know they're guys, but I'm not sure who's going to be featured.
Right.
Because I haven't seen them have enough opportunities, so we'll see who's featured, who can claim that second spot. I have no idea how long Moa is going to be out. But that control what you control, that bugs me. Because if you can't control it, well, then it's not what you can control. So it doesn't make any sense. Control what we can control. Well, that's a given. You can control it. If you can't control it, then you couldn't control it. So how do you control what you can't control if you didn't control it?
I think implied in there is don't waste energy on stuff you can't control.
But if you can't control it, then you don't control it. So how do you control it?
So don't waste energy on it, is the implied part that he didn't say.
No, that's over here. Okay. You want to control what you can control. Well, if you don't control it, how can you control it?
DJ?
No, I'm not done.
Oh.
If you control what you can't control, how do you control it in the first place?
DJ.
Think about it.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah.
I'm very confident that this team is not going to allow that to happen. You know, just their attitude, their competitiveness. Now, last year's team was competitive too and had a great attitude, but we've got a lot of things going for us. We just had an off day offensively. We've got really good leadership on this team, and we just got to keep people healthy. And that was really the situation last year. And I'm assuming that we won't have a run of bad luck like we did then, but we'll be back on a Saturday, and 200 teams play, or however many there are, and half of them lose, and you got to be able to handle it and bounce back. And so that's the situation we're in now.
Kyle Whittingham saying his team will not spiral out of control after one loss. It's Utah at West Virginia tomorrow, 1:30, Big Fox.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. As I was saying, we all talk to fans, and largely to BYU and Utah fans, and many people in this week, because we're now at the end of the week, right? I don't remember as many people talking to me, Ute fans, with a negative slant. And I know they're scarred. But this is not, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is not here we go again. I really don't believe that, but yet that's the sentiment I've been getting, and it's completely anecdotal. This is not a researched survey here by any stretch. I'm just talking like the conversations that we have at the golf course, yesterday walking a dog, those types of things, right?
Yeah, no, I get it. And I don't know what percentage of the fan base it is, because like you say, it's anecdotal. I don't know if 30% of the fans are worked up or 80% of the fans are worked up, but there is a portion that's doom and gloom. And there's multiple factors here. It is scarred from last year, and it's
last 2 years with the quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah. It is expectations set by 2018, 19, 2021, and 2022.
And that's fine. That's good.
And so there's that. And there is a portion of the fan base that's always preparing itself for the next negative disaster that's right around the corner. So
it's not
there's
tomorrow.
all those things.
Maybe after the bye week.
Yeah, after the bye week.
But not tomorrow. Not now. Not today.
Not
tomorrow. There's just – I would be stunned if they lost to Virginia. I was not stunned that they lost to Texas
Tech.
Right? And maybe the complexion of the game if you want to go there. But the winning and losing, I think they win. I think they win comfortably. They come back. September will then be done. They got a bye week to regroup. They'll be 4-1, 1-1 in the conference. That is not a fatal position to be in.
Utah's a 12.5-point favorite going into this game.
As they should be.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah State.
Oh, man, what an amazing transformation that's happened at Vanderbilt. Their head coach is a good friend of mine. It's been really fun to see a program maybe consistently over time that's been viewed as maybe not capable to now becoming a top 20 program, a favorite, really a dynamic team, and plays in a league that's exceptional and really has, through strategy, through quarterback play, through coaching, and through culture, emerged as one of the favorites. And at one time, would never even be considered to have a chance to compete and maybe didn't belong in the league.
There's Bronco Mendenhall on Vanderbilt. Utah State, a second SEC payday game here. And this is not the Vanderbilt team that scuffled along, occasionally winning a game or two, once a decade struggling to get to 6-6 and maybe getting bowl eligible.
Well, they got a ninth-year quarterback whose 401k has exploded since he's been in college. So you got that going on there. But, yeah, they're a formidable team here. I want to see USU compete. And not you had the opportunity to watch the Texas A&M game where you could tell right from the start, and we knew they probably weren't going to win, but we were looking for them to compete. Now, they did rally a little bit, but they were getting smoked, and Barnes was sacked. They sacked him 3 consecutive plays by the same player. So I want to see that. I want to see some more competition in that way. And they get out of there with a loss, probably expected, but still find some way to build momentum as then you head in to you've already played 1 conference game, but then you've got, 7 more? Mountain West, they play 8, right? They don't play 9, do they?
They play 8 in the Mountain West.
And so from that perspective, be in a position to show well and stay healthy, hopefully, and then it's on with them in the season. Because ultimately, they're going to be rated on how they do in the Mountain West.
Vanderbilt has won their money games. They played 2 of them by 40-plus points. But a 44-20 win at Virginia Tech and a 31-7 win at South Carolina definitely opening eyes.
Well, the South Carolina one for sure. Virginia Tech, they fired a football coach. But South Carolina was a big one.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
RSL back in action. They are at home against Austin. Austin has, like RSL, was struggling to get in the playoff picture, but Austin's gone out and won 4 of their last 5, so they are now clearly above the playoff line and just fighting for seeding and positioning. They are playing great right now, coming off a 2-1 win at home over Seattle and a 2-1 win at Minnesota, 2 of the better teams in the West, so they're playing great. RSL, meanwhile, back-to-back 4-1 losses to LAFC. They got to turn things around. Kurt Schmid is going to join us, Chief Soccer Officer for RSL, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll talk to him then. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
The Ryder Cup, PK. Beth Page Black. Are you ready for 3 days of golf?
Go, Rory.
They're playing right now. Europe's off to a great start, although it's early. They're all out there, and Europe is leading 3 matches and tied in the 4th. Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantley are tied with Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland through 7 holes. Rory is with Tommy Fleetwood, and they are 5 up after 8 holes, just destroying Colin Morikawa and Harris English.
Good.
Ludwig Oberg and Matt Fitzpatrick. Your guy, Matt Fitzpatrick. Your U.S. Open champion.
Was 4 or 5 years ago now?
Yeah. 4 up through 9. They're destroying Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley.
Scheffler's a bum.
ASU's John Rahm and Tyrell Hatton are 1 up through 10 on Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas. So still hope for the United States.
It's funny. All these these Europeans who live in the U.S.
Yeah, they do. Well, they're going to play here 15 or 20 times. They might as well have a house.
And they married Americans. Rory married an American. Rahm married a Sun Devil, I think. He belongs to the same club as Finau over there in Scottsdale. But go Europe.
DJ and PK.
#NHL.
J.J. Peterka gathers this in and steps in across the blue line. Gunther flying it down the wing. Save made. No, it's in and they score. Gunther has his second of the preseason, and it's another beauty. Now it's Hayden right in. Pass across. Gunther shoots and scores. It's the Dylan Gunther show. This one was set up by Barrett Hayden and J.J. Peterka. Schmid trying to sift a pass through the Barrett Hayden. Now it's a breakaway. Theodore on the backhand scores. Vegas wins it in overtime.
Mammoth lose their preseason game at Las Vegas 3-2. Dylan Gunther had the goals. They are back in action against the LA Kings in Boise on Tuesday, September 30th. And that is what is trending, and it is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. Shamrock Plumbing, there's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. DJ and PK, we are broadcasting live from Spanish Fork Airport. Are you ready for some classic World War II planes? We got one parked right in front of us.
This is really cool.
Do we know exactly? Do you know anything about that plane, PK?
I believe it flew in World War II.
Right here.
And and then you got everything you need to know right there. The history of the flies. We're literally broadcasting from the tarmac of the Spanish Fork Airport here, and you can see these little planes go by. And we've got these World War II ones right in front of us, and then there's a trailer, and it has all the history. I've been looking forward to this since I found out, a few weeks back that we're going to be out here, because this is history, and it's also right here before your eyes. It's literal history that you can see. You don't have to read it.
Christian's with us now. And Christian, you're the airport manager here at Spanish Fork?
Yep, that's correct.
So this event this weekend, what can the public do? What can the public see with all these old planes?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of different facets of this event. The pinnacle and kind of focus of the event is definitely our warbird aircraft. We love getting the public out here to just get hands-on with these incredible World War II and other older aircraft.
So do you know what we're looking at as far as these planes?
Yeah, so the 2 planes that we have here this morning are with a group called the Commemorative Air Force. It's a group dedicated to preserving the history of aviation from World War II and other wars throughout history. So we have a B-25 bomber in front of us. A lot of these old planes have nicknames. So this B-25 is nicknamed Made in the Shade. And it flew, I think, 15 bombing missions in the Mediterranean era of the war in World War II.
It's and there's the painting, and the name is right underneath the pilot's window. It's stuff. I mean, somebody like me, I only know that from the movies.
Yeah.
But it was cool when you said that. I'm like, there it is, straight out of some World War II movie.
Yeah.
So are these other planes here part of the exhibit?
Yes. Yep. This other larger plane that's kind of brown and tan next to us is a C-47. This plane will probably be the most extensively used plane that saw service in World War II. It flew, probably 20-plus missions, dropping troops and supplies in World War II.
So when can the public come down and see these planes?
Our gates for the event will open at 9 a.m. Saturday, September 27th, and will be open all day from 9 to 5 at the event.
Okay, so 9 to 5 tomorrow.
Yep.
There it is. Excellent. Will there be people to explain what's going on and talk you through this?
Yep. Each aircraft will have its crew with it, and they'll be able to answer questions, walk you through the different parts of the plane. A lot of the larger aircraft will allow walkthroughs of the aircraft so you can get an inside look of the aircraft.
Oh, now you're talking.
Yeah.
People want to get up and get up in the plane and crawl around. Interesting. Cool. How many people do you expect out for this?
Last year we had just over 17,000. We've
Okay.
grown, 15 to 20% the last 3 years with our events, so we're expecting at least a crowd of 20,000.
What are the other facets of the event?
We've got a classic car show, and then we've got some exotic and supercar racing down our taxiway. So we'll have a lot of, McLarens, Lamborghinis, Valkyries, like high-end exotic cars that will race side by side down our taxiway. And then we'll have an aerobatic air show, which consists of a lot of smaller aircraft with smoke, things like that, trailing behind them, and they'll be doing flips and tricks and aerobatics in the air.
This is BYU country, so there's no excuse not to get out here because the game doesn't start till 8:15.
Christian, you set that up personally, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Called the TV networks and said, okay, we got the classic old planes coming in from World War II. Let's show a little respect. We need a primetime kickoff.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You can do whatever you want with the Utes and the Aggies. They're a long way away. But here in the backyard, because you're not a demanding guy.
Yeah.
Exactly. I like the way you roll. What does it cost to get in?
Admission is $20 for adults 18 and older. Teens are 13 to 15 years old, and that's a $10 ticket. Kids 12 and under are free. Okay. That's our online ticket pricing. If you show up and purchase a ticket at the gate, you can add $5 to the ticket price.
So where do they go online to save themselves some money?
Yeah, visit sfcitytix.com to save yourself $5.
SF City. Man, there's a time I would have assumed that was San Francisco, but I've lived in Utah long enough. I know better now. There you go, SF City. Okay. Will there be refreshments, drinks, that kind of stuff, or do people need to pack in some water when they're standing out here on the blacktop?
Yeah, we allow coolers and food in, but we will have a great lineup of food trucks at the event, and we'll also have complimentary water throughout the event, so you won't be left stranded.
Not your first rodeo. You've got this thing covered. Well done, Christian. All right, 9 to 5 tomorrow, and get those tickets online at
sfcitytix.com.
Boom, there it is. Christian, thank you so much.
Thank you.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic is still lighter this morning than normal compared to Monday through Thursday commute. However, a crash on northbound US 40 in Wasatch County is causing delays leaving Heber City to the south end of Jordanelle Reservoir. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-boring insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29.
A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
25th ranked BYU at Colorado this week to start Big 12 play. Aaron Roderick on the team, staying humble.
That's all we talk about every week is 1 week at a time, be humble, and we're trying to learn from everything we can do better each week. We have tons of respect for these guys. We know they're a good team, and we got to go play at their place. It's going to be hostile, and crowd noise is going to be a factor, so we have our work cut out for us for sure.
Kickoff is at 8:15 Saturday night on ESPN. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbarbecue.com.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies kick off conference play as they welcome Air Force to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. It is time for Hot Takes or Toast, the question of the day. And, of course, PK, on a Football Friday, the question has to be BYU, Utah, Utah State. What's it going to be for these teams on Saturday? Where does this go?
Where does it go? Yeah, I mean, obviously, every Saturday from here on out. I don't know that you can look at it and say, wow, this is a guaranteed loss, this is a guaranteed win. It may, it'll change as the complexion of the season goes along. There's no way at this point last year we were looking at Utah beginning a 7-game losing streak. That was shocking, but I also think that's an anomaly. And I want the Utes to play well, look good offensively, regain some mojo, go into the bye week, and set yourself up for a couple of games that you have in-state here, at home against the Devils, and then Provo against BYU, and then see where you're at that point. Obviously, each week it will give you more information relative to the conference race. BYU, to me now that I've researched this and thought about it this whole week, I'm expecting them to win. And maybe not super comfortably, but comfortable enough. Yeah.
Okay. Comfortable enough.
Yeah.
If they win this by 10-14, that feels about right. I think the 6.5, the spread is 6.5. That seems a little on the low end to me. You never know with a late score and all that kind of stuff. You got a 2-score lead. Maybe the defense. Jay Hill would probably freak out of here. But with the defense, hey, play soft, keep the game in front of you. If we give up a score, so what? That really hasn't been the way BYU's approached things defensively.
Well, I know
They've
Jay's listening right now because they're going to practice and then head over.
Okay.
And right now, the whole thing that they're going to do is they want the pilot to control what he can control
100%
when they fly over there.
100% on that.
So, I expect them to win. But it's a conference game, and I don't expect Colorado to lay down. They're in a desperate situation already having lost a conference game. It's the first conference game at home, right, because they played Houston over there in Texas. and late night kids will be there. The crowd ought to be lathered up. So I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk by any stretch.
Colorado's got the second worst run defense in the conference. I assume that one thing that will keep this game a little closer is that I expect BYU to run the ball a lot and to have success doing it and to keep doing it, and that'll shorten the game and maybe have a couple less possessions than you might have in a different game.
Yeah, but they're going to have to throw the ball.
Of course they will. I mean you can't go 90-10, and we're going to have more balance than that. But I still think there's going to be a big dose of the run game.
And I think for BYU, well, there's always going to be that doesn't change any opponent. I want Bachmeier to progress, and I don't want them to just simply hand the ball off a ton of times. They need to put him in positions where he's learning. This is a game, and you can approach it individually, and because coaching manuals say you got to take it one at a time. You just have to say that. Because the first coach who doesn't say that, we all want a coach to say it, but the media then is going to pounce on it and rip he or she whenever they say it.
As soon as they lose.
Right.
Well, you were looking ahead.
Right, but Bachmeier's progression is also a storyline. Can he continue the turnover-free streak? Does he look more comfortable than he did the prior game? And then a week from tonight, does he look more comfortable than he will tomorrow night? All that type of stuff. Because this is an unusual situation with this young man. And maybe he's just an unusual player. And when we look back, we're going to see in 2 years when he's a junior running out of the tunnel and the Cougars are picked along with Texas Tech to win the thing. So we'll see when we get to there. But right now we want to see him look good. That's important for him and his progression relative to the team this very season.
Utes are favored by 12.5. Doesn't that sound about right? I mean, honestly, I think BYU and Utah should both win 10 to 14 points in this game.
Well, I think for the Utes, regardless of what happened last week, we were looking at this one as a W because we know that Rich Rod's taking over, bringing in over 70 new players. That's not a recipe for winning. For them, it's to show some life and start building and laying a foundation. That's where they're at this season. Now, they just got destroyed last week by Kansas, right? I believe that was a home game, too, if I remember. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was in Kansas. But they got worked. And so now can they show some form of respectability? And for the Utes, man, hey, the world is doubting you. Your own fan base. If I talk to 10 people and 10 people doubted them, that means there's 20. And if I talk to 20, that means there's 40. Right, at least, and just I'm making a point here, and so everybody's down on you. You lost a game, you lost a home game. You haven't won a Big 12 home game, and you came in and you fired up the Pac-12, and you were one of the better teams when the thing dissolved, and people thought that okay, this is going to be something. There's no big dog here. We're going to be the big dog. Well, you're not. You're not right now. In fact, you are 2-8 in Big 12 play after 10 games. Go put some money on that. If you would have had the Utes at 2-8, the odds would have been astronomical. And if you laid down $500, you'd have a whole lot of money right now because that would have come back in big-time bushels full. Well, here you are. So this is what are you going to do about it? Go get a win. You're on the road across the country. You're already there. You left yesterday. How do you respond, right? That's what we're all looking for. I think they'll respond well.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. More college football next right here on The Zone. At the top of the hour, it's Football Friday with Kevin Graham. Stay with us.
Look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A few areas of congestion in typical areas, but no huge delays. The earlier crash on northbound Redwood Road at I-215 in Taylorsville has been cleared. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. AdvancedWindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution. But if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOCAL to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hansen and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah's at West Virginia tomorrow. The offense really struggling, only 10 points last week. Quarterback Devin Dampier on where the Ute offense can improve this week.
Yeah, always just being more efficient, throwing the ball, and just the decisions I make on the field. Being efficient is what makes our offense so good. So just me handling, touching the ball every play and doing what's best for our team. That's something I can always get better at.
Kickoffs at 1:30 on Big Fox. Kenny J's Catering bringing you this Ute update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone, and the band of the day today is the Beatles. The group released their final recorded album, Abbey Road, on this day in 1969. It is brought to you by Live Nation for all the live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com.
What was it called?
Abbey Road.
Who's she?
Why you got to be like that?
They're so overrated. Even though they hold every record at the time. Still many do.
You can talk to Jake about that later.
I know.
All right, PK, college football Saturday. We got poll questions up. What is going to happen Saturday morning when the Aggies play? What's going to happen Saturday afternoon when the Utes play? And what's going to happen Saturday night when the Cougars play? Optimism friggin' abounds here.
You're big on predicting results.
Yes. Call your shot, people. Let's go.
Unless you got money on it, I don't really want to care. I don't care. I really don't care what you think. It's just the words. It doesn't.
But don't you care that the Ute fans were so despondent and down that they were all? I mean, those are predictions. They're expecting a loss.
Oh no, they're not.
You don't think so?
No, I don't, because it's not an individual game.
What are they down for?
The season, that they're not going to contend. It's about the season. It's not any one game. They're thinking, wait, if Texas Tech is a competitor or a team that is expected to get there, look how far away we are from them. Not can we beat West Virginia, because if you can't beat West Virginia, then it's irrelevant what the rest of the games are, because you're going to have a whole pile of losses and you're just going to be fighting for bowl eligibility. So no, I don't think predicting the West Virginia game is why they're down or up, and mostly down. It's about contending and getting into the conference title game in December. That's where they're at. They're not worried about, are we going to beat Virginia or West Virginia or Southern Virginia, whatever Virginia
Southern Virginia.
That's not what they're thinking. They're thinking, can we contend this year? That's the reason for them being down. Not, oh my gosh, I'm so fretting this West Virginia game.
So the fourth quarter gets away, and that's where they didn't compete. I mean, it was 13-10 with 10 minutes to go. They were competing fine. They scored that touchdown. We all wondered, all right, can they get a stop back and do it again?
The game doesn't stop at 10 minutes to go. I mean, so who cares? So if they would have scored a bunch of touchdowns in the first quarter and then played strong in the fourth, that somehow would be different? That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
If they'd gotten blown out in the first half, that would have mattered.
Oh, but not if they had to come back and with whatever to go, it's just reverse. No. They lost the game. It's 60 minutes. Seattle won the game last night. That's all that matters. When you're trying to contend for something big, did you win? Did you lose? That's what matters.
Well, no hope goes away. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. I wouldn't think hope would go away when you lose a game on a field goal right at the end. There have been plenty of examples of NFL teams playing twice in the division. They split the games. Just because you lose the first one doesn't mean you lose the second one.
Great, and that has no comparison to what Utah's going
Well,
through.
Except now in this, it could. Just they could run
They don't
into
play Texas Tech again.
In the Big 12 title game, is it going to go the same way?
Control what you can control. You can't control whether Texas Tech is going to make it. So that's ridiculous to even think about that. Go ahead.
DJ PK, we're joined by Christian. We're at the Spanish Fork Airport, and it is a big show. So you're thinking 20,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely the biggest air show in the state.
You had 17,000 last year.
Yeah.
So 20,000, you just keep going. How many years have you done this now?
We've been doing this for probably almost 20 years. It's really only grown the last 3 or 4 years, though. Previous to the last 3 years ago is maybe 1,000 or 2,000 a year, but we've increased those numbers every year.
And you're the airport manager.
That's correct.
Part of your job is putting this together.
Yes.
So how long does it take to put this together, to get all these classic – because I assume these classic planes go around the country and do this in other places?
Yeah, we are planning our 2026 and 2027 events already. So
really?
Multi-years, each event.
Okay. So is this a rare event at the Spanish Fork Airport, or are you doing this stuff intermittently around the year? I mean, not this exact event, but other big events.
To bring in all these big aircraft and close the airport down to get the public onto our premises, we close the whole airport down. So this is a once-a-year event for us.
Oh, this is it? Okay.
Yep.
So for people who want to see these, how many World War II era vintage planes are you going to have here?
We'll have 15-plus World War II vintage aircraft.
And they actually flew missions?
Yes.
All of them?
Yep. Some of them have bullet holes in them still.
Wow. And you're getting to let people get up in these craft.
Yeah, yep. Get in them, touch them, walk through, take photos. It's a great, hands-on experience.
Yeah. Because we're talking for generations of people now, like we've seen the movies, you watch, Band of Brothers or whatever, Saving Private Ryan, I don't know, whatever your favorite movie is. So you see this, but you don't really ever get this opportunity.
Yeah, really rare. Yeah, it's an opportunity that's disappearing fast, too. It takes a lot to maintain these aircraft, to keep them flying. So for us to be able to bring in 15-plus of these aircraft is really unique.
If people want to get tickets and they want to be out here, what time are you open tomorrow?
Gates open at 9 a.m. The event's held at Spanish Fork Airport. Tickets are for sale at sfcitytix.com.
And you save money by doing it online in advance, right?
Correct, yep. Save $5 per ticket purchasing those online.
Okay. But if you want to show up last second at the gate, you're not sure your day and your plans, you can do that.
Yeah, you could also still buy them on your phone as you're walking up to the event and save that $5.
Okay. And you're going to have food trucks here?
Yep, plenty of food trucks. We'll have, 20 to 30 food trucks. They're coming well-stocked, ready to sell a lot of food.
All right, there you go. Anything else people need to know?
You're welcome to bring in a wagon or cooler, your own food, your own water, things like that. We will have complimentary water throughout the event. Carpool if you can. Parking's tight, but we will have a professional parking staff to help get you parked. And it's going to be a hot day, so come prepared.
Bring a hat.
Yep.
Bring some water. All right. Christian, he's the airport manager here at Spanish Fork Airport. World War II vintage planes tomorrow. Some of them are parked right in front of us now. If you want to come down, walk around, look at them, climb into the plane, take a look around. You can do it tomorrow, 9 to 5 here at the Spanish Fork Airport. Christian, thanks a lot.
Yep, we'll see you then.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Kevin Graham's talking football with us next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open, now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I spoke with the hiring manager who told me that 3 of the 10 resumes that he had in the top listed pile were almost identical. Same wording, same experiences, same interests, but different names. The candidates had used the same AI program to modify their resume to fit the job description. It was no surprise that the AI-based hiring program labeled them as one of the top candidates. But it got worse. Other candidates had almost identical answers in the phone interviews because AI told them what they thought the employer wanted to hear. Much as we would like the computer to tell us who to hire, successful managers will still need to use the basic interpersonal skills to make the right hiring decision. If you want to know more about how to make good hiring decisions, consider an MBA at Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. Coming up on Win Ticket Wednesday, win Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 2 haunted attractions, Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. Listen to Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ PK, we're joined now by Kevin Graham to talk a little football. Kevin, good morning. Kevin, you will never guess where we are.
I heard Spanish Fork at a beautiful air show that apparently is happening. Did I hear that properly? Yeah. I listen to you guys,
Yes.
but, I want to make sure what I want to see what's going on in your world. So,
Streaming around the globe. We can't keep any secrets from Kevin Graham.
No.
We're literally
that's good.
on the tarmac.
Yeah, well, are you really? That's cool.
Here comes a plane right now. Yeah, we're on the tarmac.
That's fun. Yeah, I got to fly a plane once
Yeah,
when
it
I
is.
was in Utah. I remember I think it was a client thing, where people can go up in a plane, and they actually I was flying around the Wasatch Mountains. I could not believe they actually let me do that. That was really weird, to be honest. So yeah, but that's good. Don't get hit by a plane. That won't be fun. So it's good. Try to avoid that.
It's always been a general rule of mine.
Life goals: don't get hit by a plane.
Yeah.
Try to avoid planes when you're broadcasting on a tarmac. Yes, that would be good. So, well, good. I twist and shout is good, guys, because I was definitely twisting and shouting last week when I missed our weekly appointment because I had a kidney stone, and I will say I was not shouting words that I could say on the radio. So yeah, that was fun. So it's painful enough to go on the air with you guys every week, but delivering a kidney stone is definitely more painful. All right, I will put that out there. That was not a pleasurable experience. So they compare it to childbirth.
So you didn't get
by the way.
You didn't get an opportunity to watch Utah Texas Tech?
Oh no, I watched that. Yeah, that was painful too. Yes, I mean that did not help help the situation for Ute fans. But yeah, I did watch that. Now, of course, I watched it not knowing Dampier was hurt. Of course, Kyle, scooting past the rules there and not letting anybody know until after the fact. But yeah, and by the way, I get what Whittingham was doing on Monday. I think he was trying to protect Dampier, but I think probably ticked off a lot of Ute fans. It also then kind of laid out an excuse of why they lost to Texas Tech, but it wasn't just Dampier. I mean, Texas Tech's tough, man. I mean, they have the best team money can buy, and and these Texas teams, man. They, and I know, everybody was kind of surprised with the domination of the line, but I'm telling you, man, you're throwing money at some of these guys, and especially Texas teams. And I spent 5 years in Texas. They're big boys. They're gonna bring it to you, especially when they're each making $1 billion a year. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised Utah lost. I was surprised of how they lost. I thought it would be a better game, a closer game. So that one kind of caught me off guard a little bit. And and it's, I hate to say this, it was kind of the Whittingham way too, and it was kind of more conservative than I wanted to see, and that was a tough loss. But you're in a good spot still. Just run the table, hope for the best, get some help, and you could still be in the Big 12 title game, with a shot to get into the playoffs.
You got any expectations of any upsets this week, or Utah and BYU win and Utah State loses at Vanderbilt, and you can see it clear as day on Friday?
Yeah, I mean, I think Utah should beat West Virginia. Obviously, that's my home state. Don't take a shot at it with Southern. There is no Southern Virginia PK in West Virginia. It's just West Virginia, all right? We have West Virginia and we have Marshall. Those are the only two D1 programs we have in my home state. So West Virginia, they're playing at home. That's a raucous environment. Rich Rod, I mean, they played great against Pitt, but that was the backyard brawl, and obviously Rich Rodriguez had a lot to play for because the last time he coached West Virginia, it was a game against Pitt, and all they had to do was beat Pitt to go to the national championship, and they blew it, and then he skated out of town in the middle of the night to go to Michigan, and the whole state hated him for it. But so it's not a gimme just because of that atmosphere. And West Virginia, though, it's got, 70-some new players or something? I mean, it's just – but yeah. Utah should win. They should win that game. And BYU definitely should win, too, although this is really the first road test. East Carolina is only a couple hours away. If I didn't have the kidney stone, I actually was thinking of going up and watching that game from where I'm at now, living in the Charlotte area. So now they're actually having a real road environment. So we'll see how Bachmeier, Grizzly Bear, whatever you guys are calling him, can play in that game. So they should win those two. I mean, both those teams should win. I think TCU Arizona is going to be an interesting one tonight. Both teams.
Arizona State, not Arizona.
Oh,
West South Virginia, dude.
I'm sorry.
Hey, there's Arizona State, and Northern State. Arizona. There's only 3 schools in that state.
Oh, now you goodness.
I know you got me on that one. So
right now.
All right, TCU Arizona State's going to be an interesting one tonight.
Yeah.
But
I just hope the Arizona State
State
Wildcats show up.
Then you got Arizona Iowa State tomorrow is what I meant, and that's that one. I don't know. Iowa State should win that at home. Arizona State at home. TCU's tough though. So. And then, the big ones tomorrow. The late window tomorrow is going to be really fun for college football. There's 4 really good games going on, and that's 3:30 Eastern, 1:30 your guys' time. So I don't know. Is that a plane in the background? Am I hearing?
Yep.
Helicopter.
Oh, it is a chopper. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We've been doing this almost 25 years, and I've never once we've never once done the show on the pavement of a runway, and here we are.
Really good for sound quality, when you're doing a radio show to have
there's a first for everything,
and
man.
planes buzzing by.
That real life.
Awesome. I know, man. That's pretty awesome, actually. I'll give you guys credit for that. So to answer your question, DJ, I think Oregon will beat Penn State, even though they're playing at Penn State. I think they're the better team.
Ooh, you do, huh?
Ole Miss, watch for Ole Miss at home against LSU. But, man, Ole Miss never wins the big game, it seems like. So that one's going to be interesting. I do think Georgia's going to hold against Alabama. Those are the biggies, in my opinion, for tomorrow. But it should be a great weekend. I mean, we're finally getting some really good, I think, national headline ranked teams playing each other.
Yeah, right.
So I'm excited for that.
Starting to get in the heart of the season. Yeah,
yep, exactly.
Yeah.
4 games in.
You know what's funny?
Let's bring it.
Right, and here we are the rest of the way. And this is the last week of the month, and then we're into October and all that stuff, and it's time to go. I like what you said about Utah, about how win, beat, whatever directional Virginia it is. They got a bunch of them in Louisiana.
The
apparently
state thing, West Virginia, by the way. It's a state, all right? I mean, we were on the good side of the Civil War, all right? I mean, we were basically annexed to help the Northerners back in the day. But, yes, we are a state.
Yeah. So that directional Virginia, that we expect them to win. And I like what you said, that they'll be 4-1, 1-1. But we've been, we do it just like kind of a informal man on the street. You can't help. I go golfing. I get people, find out what I do. They ask. The neighbor walking his dog last night. And a lot of Ute fans in the neighborhood too. BYU fans too, obviously. And there does seem to be an air of negativity surrounding Utah. And I guess I'm not really sure why, because nobody goes undefeated these days in leagues. It's so very difficult, and you're playing 9 games. And I get that you did get blown off a little bit, but you also played probably the worst game you've played in a long time, excluding last year, when you had your presumptive starting quarterback in. Let's put it that way. But I still think there's enough for this team to compete at the level that gives them a shot. Now, I didn't have them going to the title game. I have Iowa State and Texas Tech, so I guess for me it's easier. I don't have that emotional investment. But I wasn't completely surprised. But on the flip side, I don't think the season is far from over.
No, and I think you got to be used to that, and I'm surprised Ute fans aren't used to that after coming from the Pac-12 and playing in the in a quote unquote big boy conference. I mean, one loss doesn't put you out, and especially now when you got the playoffs, you just got to win. You got to win out now. I mean, now you have no room for error. That's your biggest problem. But now just win, and I get it. I mean, last year was a terrible year. There was high expectations last year before all the injuries derailed everything, and things went south. But no, you have a chance still. You just got to win out and get a little help. And then, if Dampier's fully healthy and if things go your way, maybe you face Texas Tech again in the Big 12 championship and you get a chance to redeem yourself. So it's not over. I just think, recent history is probably Ute fans, and I mean, Ute fans can say it for themselves, but just as I watch, I just think there's probably a lot of disappointment because that was a very hyped game. 10 a.m. start, which, by the way, is still ridiculous. Yeah. But, I mean, and national exposure and all that, and everybody was just ready to roll and ready to go, and all these national pundits were picking Utah to win. So, I get the disappointment. But to your point, PK, you're exactly right. Take the fandom out of it. Sit back, look at it. You have a chance. And you just got to win now. You have no room for error. You have to win the rest of your games.
I think there's a lot of hangover going on, and I don't think it's just last year. You fans got used to winning at a pretty good clip, 4 conference title games in 5 years, and the one you weren't at was a bizarro 2020 season. They only played 5 games anyway. That thing was a mess. So they're used to winning all the time. Do you know what the Utes' record is in the last 30 games, Kevin Graham?
Under 500.
I do.
Yes, under 500. Am I right?
No, 16-14.
Conference.
Just barely above.
Oh, 16-14. Okay, barely. Yeah. Wow, just 2 games over 500.
16-14 over 30 games. that goes back. That streak starts with the Rose. That starts with the Rose Bowl loss to Ohio State. So that's definitely cherry picking some numbers there. If you leave that out, just over the last 2+ seasons, okay, so it's 16-13.
Yeah,
and they're used to. They remember the good times.
Yep. No, and I 100% agree with you, DJ. And like when you and I, we were talking earlier this week conspiring against PK, you brought up a good point, and you're exactly right. Kidding, PK. We would never conspire against you. I'd be on your side. So, but I would say that Ute fans, and you brought this point up, DJ, and I 100% agree with you. You are in a different conference now. When you were in the Pac-12, you were the brute. You were the bully. You could line up and you can punch those teams in the mouth, and those little Pac-12 West Coast pansy schools couldn't handle it. Now you're in the Big 12. All right. So in the Big 12, you got Texas schools like Texas State, who, by the way, recruit Texas, and they have a lot of money now to spend. TCU. You got West Virginia, who will be very physical as Rich Rod builds his program back. You got teams. Iowa State, Midwest schools that are in there that you can't punch them in the mouth anymore. They're going to punch back, and we saw that in the Texas Tech game. So Ute fans who thought, we're rolling in the Pac-12 and we're doing great, well, sorry, you're now in a conference that maybe doesn't have as many high glamour schools as the Pac-12 have. There's obviously no Oregon in the Big 12. but you have schools that will fight back. They're not going to be intimidated by the fact that you have a great offensive line and a great defensive line. So you're going to have to make some changes, meaning you're still going to have to be tough, and you will be good defensively. You always will as long as Whittingham's there, and then the assumption is Morgan Scalley will carry that on. But you also need to put a damn offense on the field that's going to score points. And the hope is that this is the offense. Whether Dampier was hurt or not, I don't know, but facts are facts. Dampier and Beck were offensive coordinator and quarterback at New Mexico last year. That is not the same quality of conference that you're getting in the Big 12. So they got to make the adjustments. Dampier has to be healthy. Whittingham has to get his hands off the offense and take a little more risks and throw the ball down the field and be more aggressive and then still play great defense. You do that, then sure, you can be a Big 12 champion again. Or for a first time.
I think we all had BYU contending up. Yeah, we got you. Contending up until the Retzlaff news broke, right? And then get this, Kevin. This is so crazy. So indicative of college football. The kid who's your starting quarterback was not in your program on May 1st. Was not even on the radar. Not coming home from a mission. Not coming home early from a mission or any of that stuff. Stuff that happens. He was a kid who wasn't even in your program, and now here he is your starter, right? So we're dealing from that perspective. A first-year freshman, we all know that. He had spring ball at Stanford. But my line of thinking is, so with that in mind, I knocked them down a few pegs, right? And I know I had the great season last year, but I'm figuring maybe, in the 5th or 6th range would be a nice season, given that, and I knew all along, or anticipated all along anyway, that they would start a first-year freshman. Now, with that in mind, he goes out tomorrow night and looks really good at Colorado. How much does that raise your expectations for the rest of the season for the Cougars? And then next week they've got that directional Virginia school coming in on a Friday night who they should beat easily, obviously.
Yes, obviously. Being at home, yes, they will be West Virginia. Again, West Virginia. But, almost heaven, West Virginia. Which, by the way, you guys know the story on the John Denver Almost Heaven West Virginia song, right? That when he wrote that song, he was in actually Western Virginia. He wasn't actually in the state of West Virginia, but West Virginia, because we have nothing else, we adopted the song. So anyways, but you know what? Here's where BYU fans, in my opinion, have to kind of keep even keel. Don't be Utah fans and go down in the dumps because you lose. You should beat Colorado. If Grizzly Bear goes out there and has an outstanding game, that's awesome, but it's still Colorado. I mean, what's the old saying? If you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. Well, Colorado has 3 quarterbacks, so I don't know what that means. You must have negative quarterbacks. So you don't get so excited with beating Colorado. Just go out, but if you beat them handily, that's actually what you should do if you're going to be a Big 12 contender. That would be awesome. You should beat West Virginia. You've got games on the horizon that I think will really be the big test. So, BYU can be a major factor. Surprisingly with a freshman quarterback. It's just how is his development going to go, and can he looked good against East Carolina, but it's East Carolina. Can he continue to elevate his game week by week and not make mistakes? I think that's the biggest thing because, freshman quarterbacks and younger players, they're going to invariably make mistakes. Can he limit those mistakes and just continue to get better week by week? And if he does, you never know. You never know what's going to happen by the end of the season.
Yeah.
See,
so you've got them beating Colorado and then beating Western Michigan or Western Virginia next week.
Yes, I do. Yes. So, and who do they got after that? I haven't looked at their schedule.
So you're down on Western Virginia. You got Western Virginia starting 0-2.
I got West Virginia losing on the road.
They already lost to Kansas.
Yes, they got blown out by Kansas.
Well.
I mean, they beat Pitt at home, but then got blown out by Kansas. And Pitt was a big rivalry game and all that. So, and then definitely a letdown against Kansas. But they are playing. I mean, it's not going to be a pushover against – Utah's not going to get a pushover against West Virginia, I think, this week because I do think that they're going to play better at home. But they should win that game. So, but yeah, then BYU will be West Virginia next
week. We got a plane coming by, Kevin! It's 97.5 the zone!
Duck.
Kevin, you could swear right now. We wouldn't have any idea. You and your bad attitude, your filthy mouth, we wouldn't hear a word.
And see, you yelled at me for yelling all these years. I told you it would come in handy one day.
You were training. I didn't understand. I didn't have the vision that one day we'd be sitting on the tarmac while a plane went by.
Oh, it's right over our heads. I got to scoot down.
Very slowly.
I would say this, guys. If you hear a whistling
go
sound.
Faster!
It looks like
If you
some
hear a
wealthy
whistling
BYU
sound,
fans
abort.
flying to Boulder.
No, you know what it is? It's a wealthy UCLA fan going to come in and talk to Kalani.
Ah.
Kalani would be great for
That
that
plane
job,
just
by
spun
the way.
around.
Yep.
The plane was going north. It spun around, faced south, sat there for a minute, spun around, it's headed north again.
Yeah, well,
But as long as it stays within 100 yards of us and makes a huge racket, it will help the show. All right, Kevin, we're going to let you go.
Okay.
No, actually,
you
he's
can't
going
hear
to
me
finish
anyway.
the show. We're going to let us go.
Yeah, we're going to go.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you next week. Have an awesome weekend.
Thank you, Kevin.
Keep
You're
your
the
heads
man.
down. Keep your heads down.
Yeah,
We'll
right.
see ya.
Okay, see ya. It's Kevin Graham. All right, the plane's 250 yards away. I feel better now. Whew, I know. DJ and PK live from the tarmac at the Spanish Fork Airport Air Show. World War II vintage planes. A lot of them are parked. One of them is parked right in front of us right now. Made in the shade. And you could tour these coming up tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And here comes Christian right now to tell us all about it. Christian's the airport manager here in Spanish Fork. So you've been doing this for like 20 years, but you've really been pushing it the last 3 years. And you had 17,000 people out here.
Yeah, yep. So I got hired on just about 3 years ago, and I, kind of took it on myself to grow the event.
What kind of training does it take to be an airport manager? What do you do leading up to that? Or you just walk in one day and I'm going to manage this airport?
Yeah, totally depends on the airport. Typically you'll have a degree in aviation management and then some background, working at airports. But as far as an event goes, you just learn as you go.
That's the best way.
Yeah.
There you go. So what have you learned? What's the most important thing you picked up here? Then why this event will run smoother and people will have a better experience tomorrow than maybe they would have had 3 years ago?
Yeah. So we see a lot of great, unique World War II aircraft come in, and it all comes down to just, building a really good relationship with the warbird operators. So letting them know that we're having this event, that we'd love them here, working with them, coordinating with them, and really just building a good, strong relationship, and then they're all on board.
There's a huge aviation museum in Balboa Park in San Diego, and I grew up with aunts and uncles taking me to it. And some of the planes are older and some of the players aren't. But it was always cool to go there. And then one time I had to go to the Smithsonian, and they've got the Air and Space Museum, and they got all kinds of cool exhibits there. But the thing you said that caught my attention is you're going to let people get in the airplanes. Now, I went to these museums, and they were cool and super interesting. But, as a 9-year-old kid, I want to get in the plane. I was like, look, don't touch. Certainly weren't going to be able to climb up in them. That seems like a rare opportunity.
Yeah, it really is. This is a really great hands-on, family-friendly air show. Mm-hmm. So we really kind of push all of the warbirds and the exhibitors, vendors to make it family-friendly, kid-friendly, hands-on, touch, see, feel, all that.
Mm-hmm. So if people want to bring the kids or the grandkids down here tomorrow, what does it cost?
Yeah, kids 12 and under are free. No ticket needed. They can come right through the gate with a paid adult. Mm-hmm. We have a teen ticket, which is 13 to 17 years old. That's $10. And then adult tickets, 18 and older, are $20. That's our online ticket pricing. If you buy a ticket at the gate, you can add $5 per ticket to the cost.
There's a plane here. It's about 25 yards behind you, and we can still hear ourselves. And a few minutes ago, there was another plane going north on the runway, and we couldn't hear anything. Why is one so much louder than the other?
Yeah, just comes down to a couple different factors, mainly the engine size or engine type. That plane that came by was a turbine engine, so a lot of power, a lot of horsepower, and it puts off a really loud whine. These smaller aircraft that are piston prop propeller aircraft just are lower horsepower and quieter.
There you go. You mentioned something earlier, and people had a plan for this. Parking. You're bringing 20,000 people probably down to this airport. Where do people go when they get here to park? How much extra time should they allow getting in and out of the event based on whatever else they got going on in their life that day?
Yeah, so visit SpanishFork.gov/airshow. We've got our full schedule of events and a parking map and all the details you need to know. When you come down, make sure you follow that parking map. We will have parking staff that help you park and direct you towards the event. And I would say, plan an extra 15 to 20 minutes from when you park to get over to the event.
You got a favorite airplane that's going to be here?
They're all my favorite.
Yeah,
I work in aviation, you know?
Yeah, there you go. Okay. All right. But these were planes that actively fought in air battles.
Yeah.
Either in the Pacific.
Yeah.
You said one was this the one in the Mediterranean right in front of us?
Yeah, both the ones that we have here right now served in the Mediterranean.
Okay.
But they've all got extensive, really storied histories.
Yeah. Cool. Excellent. All right. Tell people one more time where they go for tickets.
Yeah. Tickets, sfcitytix.com.
Thank you very much, Christian. Chris is the airport manager here at Spanish Fork Airport. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. David Locke is talking Jazz next. Making a little news with camp about to open. Players who are staying, players who are not staying, players who are not getting an extension. Maybe, at least for a while. We'll talk with David about that coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a hazmat spill that is affecting drivers exiting I-80 westbound to head southbound on US 40. That is the Silver Creek Junction in Summit County. That causes the right lane of the exit ramp to be closed right now. The left lane is backed up to main flow I-80. And then we've got northbound I-15 still slow, leaving Provo to University Parkway in Orem from an earlier crash. Attention Wasatch Front business and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow service with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
At West Virginia?
West Virginia stinks. They just lost to Kansas by 40 points. Utah's going to beat them by 18 points.
Can Utah score 18 points?
Yes. They scored 35, and they were like the top 15 offense in college football through the first 3 weeks. And they're not playing anyone, but yeah, the Big 12's not good.
Well, listen, I was shocked by a stat over the weekend. I didn't realize this. Do you know how many times Utah scored 30 points in the Big 12?
Not a lot.
None?
Yeah. I mean, they couldn't score last year at all. So
okay, but they've never scored 30 points in a Big 12 game. They've never won a home game in the Big 12.
Yeah, and they were atrocious last year.
I know, but a little shocking. I'm making a joke about them getting to 18 points, but why would we be sure they'd get to 18 points against anybody at this point?
Well, this year's team doesn't reflect anything like last year. I mean, I'm flushing
It did
everything.
on Saturday.
I think Utah's going to be fine. Again, I think Utah is absolutely going to be in the running for the Big 12 at the end of the year.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture. Perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for the game at Colorado Saturday night, 8:15. Kalani Sitake on his relationship with Deion Sanders, a.k.a. Coach Prime.
Well, I'm a big Deion Sanders fan. That's how it came about, and seeing the way he played football and all the things that he did. And then a lot of people that I knew that kind of crossed paths with him, Tom Homo, Brian Mitchell was a great teammate of his. It said all these wonderful things about him. And so being a fan and then being able to meet him and talk with him, we get to know all the competitive parts of an opponent. It's sometimes nice to get to know the human element and see that they're loving people too.
BYU updates brought to you by KJ's Catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can't buy me love, love, can't buy me love. I'll buy you a diamond ring, my friend, if it makes you feel alright. I'll get you
DJ PK and David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
Oh, my gosh. It's my last off-season edition with DJ and PK. Not only do I kick off a Friday, wrapping up a week with two of the greatest of all time, but it's the last time we make up crap that we have no idea about. And we actually get to talk about crap that exists next week.
Well, why don't we start with stuff that we think we know about, even if we don't? Tony Jones at The Athletic reporting Walker Kessler and the Jazz.
Philadelphia-based Tony Jones, sadly.
That is true. That is a true story. We went to his, PK and I both went to his little going-away party.
Sad.
That Kessler and the Jazz are still not that close on a contract extension, and that Tony's reporting he expects him to become a restricted free agent next summer. So I guess we'll start with A, do you think that's true? B, do you think that's a big deal? C, might they come together mid-season? How much of this is because Austin Ainge is now calling the shots and maybe doesn't have the same view as Danny, or was the club headed this way anyway and that has nothing to do with it? I have a million questions, David. Where would you like to jump in?
I'm going to answer your last one first because that's always how it works. I do not think Austin Ainge's leadership in lack of Walker Kessler knowledge is a part of this. It's really a simple math equation. Walker's, let's just use round numbers, Walker's cap hold right now is about $15 million. So if they don't sign him, he takes $15 million of cap space next year. If you sign him, he's going to want probably somewhere between 25 and 30 million. You're probably going to want to pay him 20. And so you're going to have a hard time getting to the right number anyway. But let's say you gave Walker 25 to 30, then you're taking 10 to $15 million of cap space next year, really with limited benefit on your behalf. If you go to free agency next year, restricted free agency, he's A, restricted,
And then first you can sign a free agent to a deal, and with that cap space, then be over the cap, and then sign your own free agent to what you want to. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense from a cap management, asset management standpoint to be able to get a deal done with Walker and then restrict your ability to do anything else you might want to do with really, from a team standpoint, limited benefit to this.
Okay, but you're also dealing with human beings, and what do you think that Kessler and his people are going to think? Because I thought Hayward pouted and held it against him when he had to do it.
Yeah, I mean, so the risk is that Walker, and we end up in a Jonathan Kuminga situation. Now, there feels like there's a lot to the Jonathan Kuminga situation, right, where Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr have had open problems, and he doesn't think he's being used right, and he's not being given opportunity, and yet he's still on the Warriors 3 days before hasn't been good, right? It's been a lot of noise and probably not great health for the Warriors. But he's also still on the Warriors, right? Like, let's not forget that.
Yeah. Sure.
And so I think he'll be on the Warriors on opening day unless they trade him to Sacramento on a deal that they don't seem to have wanted to do. So, they're just, yes, that's your risk, is that Walker's pissed. And that I don't think the Gordon story is that Gordon pouted. I think the Gordon story is Gordon held it against Dennis Lindsey 4 years later.
Which is even worse.
Yeah, right. So that's the worst case scenario, is that you somehow damaged that relationship. But you would like to believe that if you get a deal done next offseason and you've communicated this appropriately, that we still believe in you, we still want you, but this is why, that you would somehow be able to rectify that when there's suddenly a 4-year, $120 million deal on the table next year. I would hope that bygones can be bygones. I don't know if that's the deal next year, by the way. That's what Kessler's camp, I'm sure, would want.
Right.
Yeah, no. You're making a little. I mean, no decision's 100%, 0%, right? So you're analyzing. You've got some risk, and that's the risk involved is that you're dealing with a human, and you somehow have offended Walker in a fashion. I also don't know. Like, if we're being totally honest about Walker, I thought he was great last year. He led the league in offensive rebounds. He blocked some shots. He was way better. He was really a bright spot in a not very good season. He's also like the 23rd ranked center in the NBA right now. Maybe 20th ranked center in the NBA. Now, can he get to 13 or 14 and be as good as Jared Allen? Yeah, maybe. Like, I think he's got a chance to be Jared Allen, and so it's not a huge jump, but maybe I'd also like to see that jump happen before I go pay him $100-some-odd million.
Sure.
I mean, he's
the Utah Jazz signed Mo.
Sorry, I don't think it's his fault, but like, we were the worst defensive team like in the history of the NBA last year.
Oh yeah.
Right. I don't think that was his fault, but I also think it might be a little bit of a comment that maybe he's not having as big an impact defensively as we'd like him to yet. No, maybe he will, but I don't think you could have really, really all-time great all-defensive team players on your roster at that position and be the worst, one of the worst defensive teams ever. I don't think. Maybe. We'll find out.
You don't say.
David, you've done a lot of radio remotes. I don't know if you've ever done one on the tarmac at an active airport before, but we're finding it to be a little bit challenging.
I was wondering what the heck was going on in the background.
We're on the tarmac, David.
Why?
Why not? You're dealing with human beings here, David.
I mean,
there's an air show at the Spanish Fork Airport tomorrow.
I can give you the answer of why. A sales guy, ... or a saleswoman, ... I know why. I've been there. I know.
The answer to all your questions is money.
How many shows have we done in almost a quarter of a century? We'll remember this one forever.
We will. That is true.
Can you give me the whole backstory here? Like, so you're where, why, what?
Spanish Fork Airport has an air show tomorrow, World War II vintage craft, about 15 of them. It drew 17,000 people last year. It's probably going to draw about
it's
20,000
super cool.
people this year.
There's a couple of planes in front of us.
Yeah, and it's like straight out of a. You think Steven Spielberg and Tom Hanks?
What's U.S. history right in front of us?
Yeah. Yeah, the plane in front of us is straight out of Band of Brothers or Saving Private Ryan.
So it's super cool. It's just not maybe ideal for Emmy Award-winning broadcasts.
Every once in a while, there tends to be a little bit of noise. Let's just leave it at that.
Okay,
it's okay. We're fine.
It's hilarious.
I'll just keep talking.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm good at that.
Cool. Yeah. All right, I got to ask you about Mo Bamba, an 8-year NBA veteran signed by the Jazz. The news breaking yesterday. And not so much about him, but they've already got 3 or 4 veterans on the team, so now it's 4 or 5 veterans. And they've got 9 draft picks, and they've got to assess if they want to extend any of these. I mean, the rookies, okay, the extension question's a ways down the line. But for some of these guys, they're going to be coming up on this pretty quickly. They need these guys to play and figure out who they have, because the worst-case scenario, a lot of people would say, is they missed on all these picks. I would argue the worst-case scenario is if they hit on one of the picks, didn't know, let him go, traded him away, whatever, and then the player took off and was awesome after he left. You'd be like, well, what happened there? I think to me that would be the worst case scenario. So I'm a little leery of playing all these veterans when you got to figure out what you've got in all these first, second, and third year players.
So I think Mo Bamba's there because you need 3 to 4 centers in every camp.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I don't think Mo Bamba's getting. But I also don't know who if Mo Bamba's playing center, I don't know who he'd be playing in front of that you're worried about. So. The other thing I think is that Will Hardy wants to be able to just build a basketball team. Like, I'm not sure he's totally been able to do that for the last 18, 24 months, right? I think he wants to build a basketball team. Like, here's how it works. We come to training camp, and if you play better than the guy in front of you, you play. Certainly, let's say Ace Bailey and George Niang are playing the same. Ace Bailey's going to play. Let's not be an idiot about it. But, like, if Kyle Anderson, which he probably is a million times better than Cody Williams, then maybe Kyle Anderson's got to play until Cody Williams is better than Kyle Anderson. But I think the misery of the end of last season, from a coaching standpoint, was that when we were sitting everyone, it just meant that there was nothing Will could do to any player in any way, shape, or form. Like, everyone walked in the gym every night. We're like, well, we're sitting John Collins, Lowry Markin, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I get 32 tonight, no matter what.
Yep.
And I get the vibe that the beauty of this roster from Will Hardy and his coaching staff standpoint is that, hey, Walker, if you're not giving it, Yusuf Nurkic will give it. And if somebody decides that they don't want to give it, George Niang will give it. And Kyle Anderson's really good. And these guys are all viable 20 to 25 minute a night players in the NBA, still have been the last few years. And they've all got deficiencies, and so they're not, they're not stars, or they're not, starters on most teams. But, like, is there a chance George Niang opens the year as a starter? Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but, like, maybe. Like, if Taylor Hendricks isn't ready, which I think is totally fair, and Kyle Filipowski's not stepping up defensively, and you need someone to play power forward, maybe George Niang starts.
Okay,
so I think the bigger picture question of, like, yeah, we better hope our young guys are better than Kyle Anderson, George Niang, Yusuf Nurkic. I don't think Kevin Love's going to play a lot, but Kevin Love. And so they need to be better than them to play. We're not just giving them time.
Well, we understand that, but you spent all this time researching and drafting these guys, and then you bring them on the team, and they're 19, 20, 21 years old, and they're not going to give it their all? I can't imagine that that's a scenario that exists.
Well, you've got to I think there's a level you have to train. I think you have to train effort 82 times a little bit, right? Does that make sense?
Sure.
Right.
It's a learned skill. I get your point.
Yeah.
But you're talking about some of these guys. We're not talking about the rookies. They've been through it a year or two, and now they're not going to give it their all? when they've got a golden opportunity to amass as much playing time as possible, that's a failure in drafting them in the first place then.
Well, yeah, then you've learned what you need to learn about them, right?
We should have learned that beforehand.
I don't know if you can always learn that. This is not an exact science.
I don't know that you can always learn it either. I grant you. That's an extreme. I'm taking it to the extreme to make a point. But if these kids who have a unique opportunity to receive a bunch of playing time before they're essentially juniors in college and don't take advantage of it, then I'm furious at them.
Yeah, and then they get to go on. Then you're furious at them, and then they're vagabonds who play for two teams every year. Like I've said this about Keontae. Yeah. So Keontae has three doors in front of him right now. Okay? Keontae has the Bones Highland door where he gets to go play. He's going to play for 5 teams in the next 3 years for like 20 games, and then they release him and move him to the next spot. Like that's what Bones Highland's doing now. He has the Jared Bayless door, which is where Jared Bayless played 10 years in the NBA, never for more than 2 years with a team. So he's just kind of out there. Or he has the $100 million door. C.J. McCollum probably is the best comp at that point. Like the $100 million door. Yeah, right. Like,
is it
but every
Carey
indicator
or
on Keontae,
Monty Hall?
Right, exactly. Perfect. And the beauty is that every indicator on Keontae right now is that he's doing exactly that he took the tough conversations. He is working his tail off. He's in incredible physical shape. His athleticism is peaking out, and that he's doing everything he possibly can to get through that third door.
Okay.
I'll say this. We think it's all linear. I heard a plane, so I just kept talking. It's all linear. Like, I don't really think that we're going to see dramatically different things from Isaiah Collier and Kyle Filipowski this year. I don't generally believe. Yeah, I don't generally believe players who play a lot in year one and have some productivity in year one get better in year two. If you actually study the NBA, it's pretty rare that a player gets demonstratively better in year two if in fact they have played a lot in year one. The jump happens between year two and year three. That's why this is such a big year for Keontae. I think we saw, Bryce didn't play well in year one, so he got better in year two, certainly. Now we'll hopefully see another step from him. But Kyle and Flip and Isaiah got a lot of time last year. I don't think they're going to be dramatically different this year.
What do you think the expectation is from the Jazz, or maybe the goal? Those two things might be a little different for Bryce Sensabaugh, because he did shoot the ball very well. That is what they give you points for, and that is a very, very important skill to have, and he's got it. But I don't know that you describe him as much more than a C-plus in other areas of the game. What does he do defensively? How does he rebound, assist, anything else you want to go down? Do you think that as a young player he's about to really improve in one of those areas? Because if you can shoot it like that and you got another strength, you start to really have something. If you can shoot it and
you really
you can rebound. If you can shoot it and you can defend. If you can, there's a place in the NBA for a guy who just shoots and does nothing else. But that goes back to, hey, there's multiple doors, and you're not really walking through the best door unless you can do something else. So what do you think as far as goals, expectations for his development, and anything other than shooting?
So 2 things. One is I actually think there is a place in the NBA for the guy who can just shoot it. But actually now that everybody can shoot it, that place is much smaller. If you kind of go look at, like, Locked On, we just did our top 100 players of the NBA, and it was pretty interesting to me, like Herb Jones and Tamari Kamara and all these defensive-minded players are making that list. That used to be where Ryan Anderson was, or the guy who could just shoot the three and that value. But now that everyone's about 32 to 34% as a three-point shooter, if you don't play any defense and you shoot 38% from three, you're not that valuable. Gary Trent is that player. He was a minimum contract a year ago. He literally didn't get a deal. And none of those players are on the top 100 list anymore. So I do think you have to do something more, but you've got to be able to defend a little bit, frankly. Bryce is I'm a huge Bryce Sensabaugh fan because I think offensively he's bona fide. He can shoot it, and I think as he gets a little bit more understanding of the game and how it moves, he's going to be able to actually create for himself in the right opportunities and pick his spots, and I think he's just a bona fide. I think he's actually a scorer as much as a shooter too. Bryce has got to take care of two areas. He just has enough head-scratching or maybe even gray-hairing plays that he just makes that you're just like, come on, dude. Come on, focus, stay on it. Like, he did it even in Summer League a little bit. And I know that, like, he just can be infuriating with some of the mistakes he makes for the coaching staff. And that's both on the offense and on the defensive end. And it's easy to say it's a focus and a maturity thing. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's just a looseness because, frankly, like he played at Ohio State, who didn't win a lot, and he played AAU before that, and probably, he's on a really good team with some great players, and so maybe there wasn't the pressure to every possession. But I would say that, let's phrase it that way, like a focus and an intensity to every possession, not just the ones where he's scoring, I think are the next step for Bryce Sensabaugh, and if he does that, he's going to be really good.
David, we'll leave it right there for now. We appreciate it. Camp will open Monday, and then we'll have even more to talk about as they get rolling. Thanks a lot.
Did I execute appropriately? Was I a good wingman, pun intended?
Wingman, I get it. Yeah,
I'll fly with you anytime, buddy.
Thank you very much. You guys have taken off and soared for years. I'm always impressed.
Thanks, David.
What?
I know. Make sure you land this tease correctly, all right?
All right. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, joining us. And joining us right now, Christian. He's the airport manager here at Spanish Fork. And we were asking you earlier about how you got into this. You were talking about a degree in aviation in that. Where did you get a degree in aviation?
Utah Valley University has an aviation management degree.
We've heard about that before.
Oh, yeah. My cousin actually taught helicopter flying there.
Okay, awesome.
For many years.
Yeah.
I think his company still does it. He literally would fly up from Phoenix to do it. I think he has other people doing it for him now.
Nice. So you are here because you've got a major event this weekend, expecting 20,000 people in your little piece of heaven here in Spanish Fork.
Yeah, that's right.
You had 17,000 for the air show last year. Are some of the planes more popular than others, or for one reason or another, do they all blow people's minds?
They should all blow people's minds, in my opinion. As the event's grown, we've added more aircraft. So we always try and mix it up every year just to get something new in. So this year, new aircraft and more of them.
What are some of the new aircraft?
We'll have a B-17. Its nickname is called Ye Old Pub. It's got a really neat back history and story from World War II. Probably the most iconic bomber of World War II.
Is it here yet?
No, it'll be coming in this morning.
So what's it like when they come in and fly and land? I mean, do people come out? Do all the people here or airplane? I don't know.
Yeah, we try and keep people out, but we'll have some of the airport users that peek their head out of their business or hangar and watch it come in. Yeah.
Where do they come from?
All over the country. We've got airplanes coming from Arizona, California, Oregon, Texas, all over.
So as the military finds out that, or, it evolves and the plane ages, do they just sell them and then do private entrepreneurs, collectors buy? I mean, how does that work?
Yeah, it totally depends. It was pretty common after World War II with all the surplus aircraft to kind of just scrap them or offload them, disarm them and then sell them to firebombing companies or, airlines, things like that. These days, with a lot of the modern military aviation things going on, they won't scrap. They'll just scrap them. They don't want those airplanes in the hands of civilians.
Yeah, I can see that kind of logic. But here with these old craft, harmless enough.
Yeah.
And super interesting.
Yep.
So you're going to let people walk around them, get aboard them, actually go inside them. I think you'll be able to sit in the pilot seat, that kind of stuff, or
depends on the aircraft. Okay. Typically not, but you'll be able to peek your head in and look at the cockpit and the controls, and then you can walk through the back, walk through the bomb bay and some of them. A lot of these aircraft have signatures of World War II veterans who flew the aircraft and were involved in the war inside the aircraft. So just another layer of history added in on these aircraft.
The people that fly them, how much is aviation change? How much is it a special skill set to be able to handle one of these planes?
Yeah, you've got to have the right connections and then be really trusted to have, get the ability to fly one of these aircraft. So typically the pilots for these aircraft are, day-to-day airline pilots that have, tens of thousands of hours. And then they just have the skill and they're in the right place and have the right connections to be trusted with flying these aircraft.
Cool. All right, so the details for tomorrow, where do people get tickets?
Tickets, sfcitytix.com. Save $5 per ticket by buying those online. Kids 12 and under are free.
Excellent. And there'll be food out here.
Yes, plenty of food trucks, so come hungry. You're also welcome to bring in your own food and coolers.
And carpool if possible, because parking's going to be at a premium with 20,000 people showing up.
Yes, absolutely.
How do they find out how to deal with the parking and where to park and how to get here? Because if you haven't been here very often, it might be a little confusing.
Yeah, parking map, event map, airshow schedule, all on SpanishFork.gov/airshow.
You got it all covered. You a little nervous?
It builds throughout the coming weeks, and then you get to the show, and it all just kind of disappears, and it all works out.
There you go. All right. Tomorrow, 9 to 5 here at the Spanish Fork Airport. Thanks so much, Christian.
Thank you.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a new crash northbound I-15 approaching Center Street in Provo, blocking 2 left lanes and the left shoulder, backing traffic into Springville. The right lane of exit ramp from westbound I-80 to US 40 in Summit County remains blocked, still from a hazmat spill earlier on in the morning. From system install to fast fixes to delivery of award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, people, here we are. September is about to get away from us another month. We're in the last weekend of September. October is literally next week. Time goes by, man. Before you know it, it will be the holiday season. And with that in mind, you want to have a nice holiday and spend money on gifts and all that, show your love. Well, you think about it. No matter what you want to do, most of the times, it seems like you need some money, particularly for your retirement, right? Yeah, that's a big one. Well, what do you do as far as planning? You plan all the time. You plan immediately. Plan now. And I'm going to give you some advice. To get advice, my advice is to get advice. So with that in mind, you call Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth has the financial fiduciary experts who understand the financial markets. Obviously, they understand it. This is what they do. This is their job. So call Trajan Wealth. Initial consultation is for free, so you're not going to lose anything and have an opportunity to gain a ton. Call Trajan Wealth and discuss the options for you to achieve that financial peace of mind. Man, how sweet would that be if you had that? So many things go into retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses to maintain the lifestyle that you want through the next stage of life. It is complex, and Trajan Wealth, the folks there, can help you build a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and your circumstances. Got it? Now, get them. Give them a call. 801-899-7600 is the number. 801-899-7600. Give them a call and they can set up a meeting. They got 2 great convenient locations in Farmington and Draper, north and south along the Wasatch Front. Website has a ton of information available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
At Salt Lake Behavioral Health, we understand that seeing a psychiatrist in Utah may take up to a year for an appointment. Attending our full or half-day trauma, mental health, or addiction group treatment ensures seeing a psychiatrist within days. If you or a loved one need mental health treatment right now, please don't wait. Call today, 801-264-6000, to begin your journey towards healing and wellness. Let us help you find the path to a healthier life at Salt Lake Behavioral Health, 801-264-6000.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win, right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com. Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK brought to you in part by Kenny J's Catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbarbecue.com. We're joined now by RSL Chief Soccer Officer Kurt Schmid. Kurt, welcome back to the show.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
I should just let you know we're broadcasting live from the tarmac at Spanish Fork Airport. So if you suddenly hear a helicopter or an airplane taking off here at the airport, just keep talking because we probably can't hear you. Just roll with it. It's an unusual morning. We just had a chopper directly overhead. It's a big air show here tomorrow. As far as your club, I am curious. Everybody, to one degree or another, is a prisoner of the moment, and the most recent moments haven't been a lot of fun with LAFC winning 4-1 Wednesday and then again Sunday in LA. How much do you take from those games? How much are you just on to the next one right now? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, other than taking away any key learnings, you can't dwell on it too much. You do have to move on and focus on the next game. Every game is important right now, obviously, and it's critical. So, we'll take any learnings we can from it and apply it to the next game. But, gotta get the coaches and obviously players, make sure that everyone just refocuses quickly and is ready to take on what comes next. And they're coming every week right now. So we gotta shift our focus quickly.
Yeah. Before we look ahead to Austin, I'm curious in the front office, not only does LA have two really talented attacking players who obviously are scoring goals in bunches against you and against other people as well, but across the league now, I just saw a stat on the number of 15 goal scorers in the league. There are more. When you get to 15 goals, you are a big-time goal scorer. And there are more players doing that this year and last year than in any other years in the history of the league. Is that a sign of just the constant evolution and growth and owners willing to pay big money to bring in top-end talent?
Yeah, it's a sign of the growth. It's always a little bit of a sign of the incentive structure of our league in terms of how rosters are built and how GMs and clubs are incentivized to spend the money they have available, because you can't spend everywhere. And so, obviously historically and even still now frequently that money goes into those attacking players. And so obviously the attack is going to, on a league level, outshine the defense typically. There's more teams now, obviously, which just creates more opportunity for more players to score more goals against differing competition. But yeah, 15 goals is usually a benchmark of a top goal scorer. But you're right, more and more players are hitting that benchmark, which is a sign of of good things and rising quality throughout the league.
To be in the top of the league, and I'm looking at San Diego and Vancouver as well as LA, and they've all gone out and got players, international players, top-end talent, World Cup experience. Is it going to put the pressure on everybody else to keep pace and do that, or is there a counter to that?
I think that there's different strategies and different ways that you can build a roster, that teams can build a roster, and the more the league provides avenues for exploring those different strategies, the better. And obviously the the more attention-grabbing, headline-grabbing strategies are those of, Messi and Son. But there's certainly other strategies that can be pursued successfully as well. And, I think there are plenty of players that can perform at a high level that maybe don't come in with as much hype as those guys. But certainly the level of investment is going to continue to increase, and clubs and ownership, they know that they'll have to continue to improve the investment, not just in the overall roster, because that goes up every year as well when you just look at the cap numbers, but also in terms of what the discretionary spend is, on those special players in the team.
RSL's hosting Austin Saturday night tomorrow night, and Austin has won 4 of the last 5, and that's really gotten them out of the mix where they were battling for a playoff spot, and now they're comfortably in, and they're really more battling for seeding and positioning in that. What has clicked for them in these last 5 games? Because it's not just wins, but they beat Seattle at home, they won at Minnesota. Those are some quality wins.
Yeah, I think they're a team that did invest pretty heavily in their attack in the offseason, and seeing some of those guys click has helped carry them through. I think them, they had a new coach this year as well, and so oftentimes when you bring in a new coach, you're more likely to figure out kind of the coach and the players are likely to figure each other out a little bit later in the season, and so they may have just found a little bit of a groove in terms of how they want to play and which players fit where within their system and their style. And that tends to happen during the stretch run as well later in the season when you hire a new coach. So I think combination of those factors, and then obviously, it's about beating the teams that are put in front of you, and whether those are good teams or teams that you should beat, but you got to take care of your business.
Obviously, you've brought in some players here late in the season, so trying to figure that out on the fly in the middle of the playoff race. And I'm curious what you saw from Cruz, what your expectations were, where you thought he would fit in the club versus what we've seen from him so far. How much of those align? He doesn't appear to be a guy who's in front of goal a lot, getting a lot of shots. He doesn't have a goal or an assist yet. He reminds me a little bit of the way Matt Crooks played, dropping deeper, more of a connecting guy, trying to spring things loose for other people. Is that what you're seeing? Is that what you expected? What are you seeing from him?
Yeah, he's a good footballer. He's a technical player. He can be goal dangerous in the box and around the box. He does actually take a lot of shots. I think we need to get him into more dangerous spots to take those shots. I think he's like over 2 shots per game or 2.5 shots per game, something in that range. So it's more about finding him and creating more dangerous opportunities for him to get those shots off as well. Victor does a good job of occupying the center backs and filling the hole up high, which lets Rowan come underneath and play a little more with the ball at his feet and be a little more of a setup man at times. I think the other thing we're seeing a little bit is, he's like rebounding a little bit off of his time at Botafogo, and he's a talented player. He did very, very well at Ludogorets in Bulgaria, and struggled a bit in Brazil with Botafogo. So he's starting to rehab his form back into how he was playing at Bulgaria, and that's what, we're hoping to get him back to, and certainly hoping to see as we head into next season. But obviously we need the goals now. We need the assists now, and he, as well as every player, knows that. And so, we're hoping to see some of that in the last 4 games here.
For someone in your role, and this is really regardless of sport, just as a sports fan, I've always been of the opinion, and I haven't been a front office executive, so what do I really know? But I've always been of the opinion when you're in a front office type role, there's a point in the season where you're making roster decisions and you have an enormous impact in the direction of club. But there's a point in the season where those decisions are made and you become more of a spectator and you're planning for the next time you get to make decisions. So you're gathering information, I get that. But it's a little bit more like the fans where, yeah, I'm sitting there and watching. We're past the point where I really get to have a massive impact. Let's see how it plays out. Is that accurate? Is that kind of the ride you take over the course of a season?
Yeah, you kind of nailed it. But yes, like beginning, off season, and then obviously the summer window. Those are the moments when when I have sort of the biggest impact on things in terms of the roster moves that we can make, players in, players out, contracts, all that sort of thing. In between then, yes, my impact on, any individual week's result, from week to week, there's minimal that I personally can change. Obviously, I spend a lot of time with Pablo and the coaching staff talking through, lineups and tactics and formations and whatever, opponents and different things, and, weigh in when I can or when I feel necessary. And, we have some really productive discussions. But yeah, at the end of the day, once the players are in the door, it's up to them to perform. It's up to the coaches to put the right game plan out there and to develop the players and get them on the field in the right spots. So, my impact, at that point, I'm more of a, I can more nudge things a little bit this way, a little bit that way, more than I, am making big course corrections like I'd be able to do maybe in the off season or in the summer. At that stage, it's really, it's in the hands of the coaches and the players, and they're the ones that got to go out there and perform every weekend and show why we brought them in.
Well, Kurt, thanks for a few minutes this week. Good luck against Austin, and we will talk to you again down the road as the playoff race continues to narrow down here at the end of the year.
All right, perfect. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, Kurt Schmid joined us, Chief Soccer Officer at Real Salt Lake. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are going to take a break. Coming up, everything you missed in this show, the helicopter's taking off, the helicopter's landing.
I just got
the planes on the flyby.
I just got word from the station that next week we'll be doing it at a demolition site.
Nice. Excellent. Looking forward to that. Let's blow some stuff up.
And then I got my gas at the Costco in the South Valley area, and I-15's right there.
Uh-huh.
I want to do a remote there.
Okay, good. Good. Got to be some factories that want to have us in, don't you think? Maybe a train station or two.
I was thinking next to shooting range.
No, that'd be good. DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Everything you missed in this show. Coming up next, the Slacker headlines are on the way.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "you don't need a warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I spoke with the hiring manager who told me that 3 of the 10 resumes that he had in the top listed pile were almost identical. Same wording, same experiences, same interests, but different names. The candidates had used the same AI program to modify their resume to fit the job description. It was no surprise that the AI-based hiring program labeled them as one of the top candidates. But it got worse. Other candidates had almost identical answers in the phone interviews because AI told them what they thought the employer wanted to hear. Much as we would like the computer to tell us who to hire, successful managers will still need to use the basic interpersonal skills to make the right hiring decision. If you want to know more about how to make good hiring decisions, consider an MBA at Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at Colorado tomorrow night. Kalani Sitake on starting Big 12 play after a strong performance last year.
Yeah, we just control what we control. Stay humble, work hard, and don't talk. Just keep working. We're not here campaigning for things, you know. We got to control what we control, and that's the things that I got to do as a head coach. And I mean, there's a lot of momentum and a lot of buzz going on, but you got to play football, and we got to be humble. We got to work hard, and the only statements that we can make have to be on the field.
BYU Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbarbecue.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week this week is Summit Academy's Liam Larson. He ran for 248 yards and 4 touchdowns while adding another touchdown on a 26-yard reception as the Bears blew out American Leadership Academy 49-10. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as the Timpview Thunderbirds face the Orem Tigers. Catch the action tonight on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week Award is proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
DJ and PK, it's time for the Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. It's a football Friday. Most of the show's been about football. We just had Kurt Schmid on from Real Salt Lake. We had on David Locke talking about the Utah Jazz. Camp opens on Monday. You can get those interviews wherever you get your podcasts. They're all over the place, available everywhere. But it's been a lot of football talk, and PK, the one thing we haven't done, so brand new for the people just joining the show at 9:30, the locks of the week.
Yeah.
So far, you have negotiated the opening 3 weeks with 3 consecutive victories. So have I, and so has Jake. We are a perfect combined 9-0. Good for us.
The David Locke of the week.
It gets more and more difficult as we get deeper in the season because we can't repeat teams.
No.
Are you ready to use one of the big dogs this week?
I'm seriously thinking about it.
You are weighing the possibility, perhaps,
Yeah.
of taking the Bills over the Saints?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Seems like a lock. Buffalo favored by 14.5 points, which in the NFL is enormous. That's about as big a spread as you're going to see, and you don't see that very often.
Correct.
I've already used the Bills, so I can't do it. Game looked tempting and tantalizing. I like the Lions over the Browns. That's one that screams to me, Lions. Browns just used all their good luck and good fortune getting off the mat last week. I don't expect them to do that.
Lions is a good one. I agree.
I think the Packers are going to handle the Cowboys.
I don't know. I don't know.
Packers, you're worried about them after the way they wobbled last week?
Yeah.
So you're good at home, but you go on the road and you're not the same?
Dallas has got to be way desperate.
Yeah.
Sunday night game, all the nation watching you.
I saw a stat when you're 1-3 over the last, however many years, you have a 13% chance of making the playoffs. Now, they just opened up a 7th playoff bid, and for a lot of those years, they only had 6.
Yeah, different.
So it's a little different, but nonetheless, the odds are stacked against you if you're 1-3.
Yeah. There's one other one that I'm feeling good about.
The Vikings over the Steelers.
No.
In Dublin. Vikings,
that's crazy when you go over there.
4-0 all-time internationally. I'm not betting on Carson Wentz. Who you got?
Houston.
Oh, that's a battle of 0-3 teams, the Texans and the Titans.
Yeah.
But Houston's underperforming. The Titans aren't any good. That's the theory there.
Right. Yeah. I think that's what I'll go. If I want to play it safe and live another week, I would go Buffalo.
Yeah, and?
I know, but I keep thinking how to save them.
You're going to save all the top teams. Ultimately, what we have to do over 18 weeks is we have to make the top 18 teams in the league a lock. Now, hopefully with teams 16, 17, 18, when you're picking them, they're playing team 32, team 31.
Yeah, I haven't doped
a team
that out
that's
that
really
far
injured.
ahead.
And I feel like that's my blind spot there, is I feel like I should be doping out every week, although early in the year you don't necessarily know which teams are up and which teams are down.
No, either it's going to be a great strategy or I'm going to lose by 1 with the ball and go home with 2 timeouts.
All the stuff at last week was the league hasn't had a lot of upsets the first 3 weeks, so I think people who are in elimination pools largely have pretty good records. But I read that in some of the bigger national ones, I don't know how it works exactly, but anyway, the people who do it online, some of the bigger national ones, a lot of people apparently did the old face plant with the Packers. That the Packers and the Browns had people thinking, sweet, this is a lock, and then it bit them.
Well, I picked Cincinnati, and the Browns and the PAT miss let me win Cincinnati.
You squeaked that one out.
But Cincinnati's a good pick with Barrow gone now. I could use them later on in terms of, well, I'm going to pick this other team because Cincinnati stinks.
Yep. That is a possibility.
I'll wait. I'll when Dion is right and Shedeur starts.
Okay. The Bengals are at the Broncos this week.
And I thought about picking Denver, too.
Denver's favored by 7.5.
Yeah.
I thought.
But so is Houston.
I thought the Chiefs were ripe to lose the AFC West. I mean, they've won it 9 times in a row, and now they're paying Mahomes big money, and they've lost their top 2 receivers, one to suspension, one to injury. Didn't know that. Didn't know about the injury, obviously, before the season started. And I thought the Chargers are coming off 11 wins and a playoff berth. The Broncos are coming off 10 wins and a playoff berth. I thought either one could win the division. I thought the Broncos, and maybe they still will be, were set to take a big step. A second-year coach, a second-year quarterback. It seems like there'd be room for a lot of upside there.
Uh-huh.
But it hasn't. They've messed up 2 perfectly winnable games here, so they're 1-2 instead of 3-0.
Yeah.
All right, so ultimately, Houston's your pick?
Who are you going with?
Well, I was really going to go Packers-Cowboys until you
go ahead.
Until you started trying to talk me out
No,
of it.
that's me. I didn't try
now
to talk
I wonder
you
if
out
I
of it.
should zig rather than zag.
If you feel strong about it, good, do it.
Well, I just wonder about using the Lions right now. I have used a lot of the big dogs. Do I want to use another one? I mean, the Packers are a big dog too, though. So,
okay. I'm going to go with either Houston or Buffalo.
Wait until you see the final score and then let us know.
No, I'll text you at halftime.
I did think about texting you last night. Man, I'm glad I took the Seahawks. Because we talked about how we weren't going to. But
when they were up 17-3.
Once they kicked the field goal, yeah,
23.
I knew it. I mean, I did think they were going to win, but no way did I think that game was a lock, and obviously came down to the last play. Rather not have to sweat.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a big variance between those two teams. I don't see either of them being a serious threat.
All right, I'm going to take the Packers for a bounce back game on the road at Dallas.
Okay, good.
There it is.
Yeah.
And you are taking?
Yeah, it's just Houston or Buffalo.
Come on, pick one. Let's go. We got stuff to do here.
Well, I'll go with whatever one Yock doesn't choose.
Yock texted me. He's taking the Lions over the Browns.
Okay, I'll go for Houston and Buffalo.
Which one are you picking?
I have until kickoff.
No, you have to. We're doing this for the radio show. Let's go.
Okay, I'll go Houston.
Houston, there it is.
I'm saving Buffalo.
Now we've got 3 games that we can all watch and have a rooting interest in here. Thinking, did we make the right call?
If I change to Buffalo, I'll text you.
Okay, all right. And tweet it out so all our listeners know. I know you're not big on tweeting, but that you could go with.
Hey, I got Buffalo this week.
They want to know.
It's not exactly a bold pick.
I know.
My gosh,
it's
they have the biggest line, don't they?
It's an eliminate. The goal is to get it right. Who cares if it's bold or not? Be right. I mean, you're going to need some bold picks
but
at
I
some
want to
point
have
to get
fun
through
with
it.
bold. I don't go to the racetrack and pick a bunch of favorites.
Well, but if you think the favorite's going to win, you got to pick them. I mean, it's an elimination pool. You're looking for locks.
I know.
We're not
but
picking coin toss games.
That's why I picked Matthew Fitzpatrick. I could have picked Rory. I probably couldn't because you guys had taken him. But it's more fun to win with Ryan Fitzpatrick, don't you admit?
With Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Or Ryan Matthew Fitzpatrick.
Ryan's just ripping his shirt off on TV these days.
He's a Phoenix guy. We all go topless.
You think it's 115
degrees? Yeah, it's hot
at
all the time. What do you want from us?
No matter where you are. All right, any other NFL storylines you want to share with the people?
A bunch of games, man. I'm interested in. I'm going to turn on Sunday morning. I will watch that game. I'm not going to necessarily be sitting in front of the TV at 7:30, but I will watch a good portion of that game. I love more sports, and I love this idea, especially back east where they don't get it that much. And 9:30 is not really super early, but they're used to having to wait until 1 o'clock.
I grew up in games in California that kicked off at 10.
I know,
so
but that's
people in the East are going 9:30 is early. I'm like, it's only
no, they're
half
not.
an hour.
I think it's a treat, whereas for you it was commonplace.
Yeah.
There, it's a treat. I think it's a brilliant idea by the NFL on more ways than one.
I think it's going to become commonplace because I think 2/3 or 3/4 of their foreign games are going to be in Europe. So this is going to become, if not a weekly thing, almost.
And I disagree with Kevin Graham, who said that it was dumb to start that game at 10 o'clock. I don't think it was, man. I think everybody was roaring to go.
If they'd won, everyone would have thought it was great.
Yeah, but Kevin, I don't think he necessarily cares whether they win or lose.
No, I know, but
he's talking about the 10 a.m. start
I didn't hear a
time.
lot of complaints to the anecdotal people wandering around. I didn't hear a lot of complaints about that. People, I think, either like it and embrace it because they're done and they got the rest of the day to do whatever, or they don't care. It's the biggest thing in their day, and it just
I thought it
matter
was
to them
cool
when.
to be home after my work, be home by 3.
I like the way this week works out, where the 3 windows are all split.
Oh, I absolutely love it.
And you can actually watch the games. I'm sitting there every time I'm watching a game and the games are overlapping. I'm like, I wonder if I should be, and put up the second screen and all that kind of stuff. But
I don't have. I do it if BYU and Utah are overlapping.
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely doing it. Yeah, I feel it's a requirement. I don't like watching reruns or taped games.
No, it's not as fun.
No,
You lose the drama.
I want to watch it now.
As it happens.
Yeah. I rarely watch sports taped. What I would do with the Pac-12 network is I'd go back and watch
60
those
and
games.
60.
Yeah.
Missed that. I missed that.
I do, because I can't see all those games. And plus, I had a personal rooting interest in addition to a job rooting interest.
TCU and Arizona State, you got a job interest in, a personal rooting interest in that tonight. That is a really intriguing game. Man, ASU, if they win this, 4-1, 2-0, yeah, they got the one loss. It's a blip.
So
it's
what?
One play, non-conference, whatever. This would be another big win.
I think it's huge. I totally agree.
Yeah.
I think whoever gets it is huge.
Yep.
Because you want road wins.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
If you're a team that if you're a fan of a team that has a rooting interest, or you believe has an interest, or has an ability to win it all, you want the home team to win. You don't want the other teams to pick up road wins.
I think TCU is going to be a pretty substantial favorite in each of the next 4 games. It's hard to guarantee they're going to win them all because crazy things happen, but they really should. They got Colorado at home. They're going to K-State. They're home to Baylor. They're at West Virginia. If they win this, I think they're undefeated going into their showdown with Iowa State.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, really sets up for them.
If you're 5-0 in this league, that's
You're in a great shape, yeah. I mean, they have Iowa State and BYU back-to-back. They wrap up with Houston and Cincinnati. This is a big game for them. If you were picking their conference games 1-9 with the confidence points,
100%.
The 1, 2, 3 games that I'm not sure of would be this one and Iowa State and BYU.
Okay, I buy all that. And then you got the Devils. They're trying to prove themselves. They took a big hit. They lost one game, but I mean, they didn't blow out Baylor. They haven't blown in anybody for that matter. And
they didn't blow out teams last year, but they won the league.
I know, but somehow that's different. You're right. I know they didn't.
I get it, but it's if they win.
But Levitt hasn't looked as good, and Scadaboo's gone.
Yep.
So there's this doubt. And now if they can win this, that puts them, okay, maybe they are.
Yeah.
Maybe we overestimated them, and then we underestimated them in the span of one game.
But they could be 4-1 and 2-0 coming to Utah
with a bye next week.
Yeah.
If I'm them, and obviously I have a rooting interest there, I would. If you told me in the beginning of the season 2-0, 4-1, I would have said, sign me up.
Sign you up.
Yeah.
They come out of the bye with Utah and Texas Tech, so the conference race will get defined for them fairly quickly.
That's huge. So you can argue that this is a must-win.
Yeah.
Because if they lose this one, they probably aren't winning those other 2.
Yeah, and they still have Iowa State looming down the road.
And then it's the same
season.
old Devils. 3-3. Are they going to get bowl eligible?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think they're getting bowl eligible. But maybe I shouldn't. Wait, I'm just doing math in my head. Never mind. You just made a strong point.
You're at the half. How many times have they been 3-3 at the halfway point?
And you're 3-3 with Texas Tech and Iowa State still on the schedule. So you're right.
And then you got the Arizona game.
Yeah.
So you don't know.
You're looking at Colorado, Houston, and West Virginia being the path to 6-6 or 7-5, depending on the rivalry game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you got me. Fine. Yeah. So that game is tonight. Big Fox, 7 o'clock. We can focus on TCU and ASU. I will flip over and examine occasionally Houston and Oregon State.
Yeah, I'll be doing that and checking in on
Houston,
baseball. Yeah.
If Houston is going to be one of the surprise teams of the year, they need to handle Oregon State because everyone's handling Oregon State. They're 0-4.
Agreed. Yeah, I can't disagree on that one.
In addition, tomorrow there's some big games with Oregon going to Penn State. Number 6 Oregon, number 3 Penn State. Both teams
Nittany
undefeated.
Lions.
Do the Nittany Lions win a big game?
I hope they do.
Alabama's at Georgia. Man, if Georgia wins
Don't
that,
care.
how hot does the Heat get? DeMar.
Yeah.
That would turn it up another notch.
That's a whatever game for me. But I got to admit, I'm not exactly rooting for the teams that went and left the Pac-12.
Oh, yeah.
With the exception of Washington.
Why Washington?
Fish is my Jersey guy.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, you got a tie there.
Yeah.
Well, both those
and
Oregon.
they're playing Ohio State, so of course I'm going to root for Washington.
Oregon, Penn State's on NBC. Alabama, Georgia's on ABC. They're both in that third TV window at 5:30 when none of our local teams are playing. So, if you're looking for a game at that point, if you're not up stretching the legs,
will be.
There are 2 games that one of them's got to be entertaining.
Right? I only leave the couch tomorrow for bathroom purposes.
What about it? You walk the dog?
No.
Not on game day.
I don't walk the dog. That's her job.
That's not your deal.
I'll go sometimes, but she's the one who says, I'm walking the dog. Plus, she's got a group of ladies. They walk the dogs, and it's become a secret society she's involved in. I often wonder what's going on. And if the dog catcher should be up in the area, boom, the phone starts lighting up. Dog catcher at 1 o'clock.
The Ryder Cup's going on right now, and it's not going well for the United States. John Rahm, Tyrrell Hatton beat Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas 4-3. Ludwig Aberg, Matt Fitzpatrick beat Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henry 5-3. Rory McIlroy and Tommy Fleetwood beat Colin Morikawa and Harris English 5-4. 3 points to Europe right out of the gate. Robert McIntyre and Victor Hovland are one up through are one down to Xander Schauffele and Patrick Cantlay. The U.S. is one up through 17. So they got to win or have the 18th hole to get a point and finish the morning session with Europe up 3-1.
I believe if you own real estate in the U.S., you're not eligible to play for the European team.
They all have a ton of money and they all own real estate.
I know, but you got Rory basically. Everybody wants to, not everybody, but they dump on the U.S. and Rory the other day. This is the greatest country in the world. The land of opportunity. I'm so grateful for it. Grateful that I had an opportunity to come over as a kid, and he came over in Utah. He was buddies. I saw a picture of him and Fowler and Finau playing as kids. I want to say it's right up that canyon, right over there, Snickledorf.
Hobble Creek?
Yes.
Up Hobble Creek.
Yeah. So these guys got American connection. The American wives.
Canyon?
Isn't it that one?
No, I don't think so. I think it's that canyon.
Is it that one?
I think it's that one.
Okay, that one over there?
Highway 6. I think Highway 6 goes up there and goes off to Price.
But then you go over there, and it's right there.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't see a canyon over there.
Well, that's because it doesn't face us. But it's
there. You said
you can see a little
you
bit
said
of it.
See that canyon over there.
See the star right there. You're not looking directly up the mouth, but you can still see it.
I can't. I can only see a plane. Oh, no, wait, I can hear it. Yes, it is a plane. It's not Superman. And it's not a bird. It is an actual plane.
Glad you could recount that little bit of dialogue. You felt like you were reaching for it a little bit, but you got there.
What's the story of my life?
There you go. All right, we're going to take a break. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. That's what we've been talking about this morning. When we come back, your feedback, including the results, you're picking winners in the local college games. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
At Salt Lake Behavioral Health, we understand that seeing a psychiatrist in Utah may take up to a year for an appointment. Attending our full or half-day trauma, mental health, or addiction group treatment ensures seeing a psychiatrist within days. If you or a loved one need mental health treatment right now, please don't wait. Call today, 801-264-6000, to begin your journey towards healing and wellness. Let us help you find the path to a healthier life at Salt Lake Behavioral Health, 801-264-6000.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah getting ready for a trip to West Virginia. Kyle Whittingham and what he sees from the Mountaineer defense.
They're active. They twist and stunt and slant, and they do a lot of movement, primarily a 3-3-5, like I said, about 50% odd front, 50% even front. A lot of pressures. They're a high dose of pressure team. You got to be ready for movement as an offensive lineman. You got to be ready for a lot of different things to see.
The Utes kick off at 1:30. The game's on Big Fox. Ute Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbarbecue.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for your feedback. We got so many questions up. Are you excited to follow the Ryder Cup? Wes, always. I want to see Bryson versus Rory on Sunday. Ben, nope, I got paint drying. I'm going to watch that. Shane, not really, but I've laughed so hard listening to you try to talk over airplanes on the tarmac. I knew you'd like that one. That cracked me up. BYU, Utah, USU. What's it going to be for these football teams on Saturday? Jeffrey, probably sort of a football contest.
Jeffrey, your wife thinks you're funny.
Bryant's picking the upset. Colorado will beat BYU.
Ooh, I don't think it's inconceivable.
I think it's unlikely. Highly unlikely.
I don't know that I go
It's
high.
not inconceivable.
You're starting a freshman quarterback, man.
Yes.
Everything is possible.
Right, but they're over there. It feels like a wash because they're over there playing multiple quiz with their quarterbacks. Try number 1, try number 3.
I don't think it's going to be this game.
Aaron, 3-0, baby. Represent the state, boys. I can't see Utah State going to Vanderbilt and winning. That would be a massive upset.
That would be big time. I would love to see it. Bronco would be on top of the world, although you'd never know it.
Kevin says the Cougs and Utes are going to win. The Aggies are going to keep it within 1 score, but they won't win.
I want BYU to win so I can regurgitate that text that I had or tweet I had last year. I knew one team would be undefeated going in October, but I never thought it would be BYU.
Oh, yeah.
And see if that guy goes at me like he did last year. Yeah, just blast me with obscenity, and then he has a lover of Christ in his bio.
Yeah, lover of Christ, and bleep you.
And he called me a POS.
Christopher, Utes are going to win 34-6. Cougs are going to win 27-21. Ags are going to lose 44-21.
Okay.
Very specific in his predictions.
I think in all my time trying to predict scores, I think I got one right.
You did.
It was like Utah to Oregon or something.
What was it? I thought it was a CSU Utah game actually.
Okay, maybe it was.
Yeah,
I don't remember, but I know I got one.
It was back in the early days.
Yeah,
we've got one. I hit Cal Utah right on the button when Utah won 31-24, and you were so dismissed. Somebody, you got lucky.
Well, you got to.
Make a prediction, even when it's right. You're wrong. We give up on that after a while, though.
Yeah.
We got a lot of poll questions up on our Twitter as far as the predictions, just trying to get the pulse of the people. PK, 91% of the people, we got 140 votes in so far. 91% of the people voting so far think BYU will win, and 81% think they will cover the 6.5-point spread. I have to admit, I do think they'll cover that. I think that's a 10 to 14-point game.
Yeah.
I think that Utah's probably about a 10 to 14-point game, and the Vegas spread is 12.5. So I would not be interested in stepping into that one. That's right on the button. We've got 81% of the people voting for Utah to win. 47% think they'll cover. 34% think they'll win but not cover. And Vanderbilt, only 28% think Utah will go on the road in the SEC and pick up the win. 22% think Vandy covers. 50% say they win, but don't cover the 23.5-point margin.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That big of a margin. I just want Utah State to show well, be respectable.
Yeah. Another question Matty Ice has is why Vandy's a part of the SEC when they only have a competitive team once every decade. Who are they bribing to stay in the SEC? Everybody in the league, by losing regularly, they all want to win. Take the easy W. Someone's got to finish last. Might as well be Vandy.
Well, they want them to be strong in baseball.
There it is.
And they have been.
And they've been good in basketball. They've been great in baseball. Good in basketball, great in baseball.
Well, they're top shelf in baseball.
But now it looks like they're investing in football. They're 4-0. They got a conference win already, blowing out South Carolina 31-7.
What do they have over there? All that Brainiac money?
That's what they got. They've got Brainiac money. They've definitely got Brainiac money.
We got guys dressed in jumpsuits out there. They look like they know what they're doing.
They look like they're ready to fly.
Yeah, there's 5 of them.
Yeah.
2 greens and 1 blue.
The plane's
This one
taking
right in
off
front of us?
15 minutes.
Oh,
well, it's a
wow.
good thing we'll be off the air by then.
But that would be cool to see.
That looks like a really
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna
I
be
believe
loud.
it.
No, let's stay an extra 20.
Nope, let's not do that.
It's so quiet now. It seems so eerie.
Yeah, it does right now. It is pretty quiet.
I'm going to be shouting the rest of the day and not realizing it.
All right, DJ and PK, we are all done here at Spanish Fork. The air show's tomorrow from 9 to 5. We got about 15 vintage World War II planes. You can get up in them, climb around, peek into the cockpit, ride in the apparently a few of these planes may be taking people up in the sky. Did not know about that. So you got that.
I had heard that. Yeah.
So
this thing has I would expect it to be really cool.
Allow an extra 15 to 20 minutes for parking. They're going to have 20,000 people here. They will have food trucks. You can bring in your own food. You get your tickets online or at the gate, although they're a little more expensive at the gate. sfcityevents.com for your tickets. All right, DJ PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are coming up next right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to a versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hey, it's Ryan with the Dish Professionals. Are you ready for the best promotion Dish has ever offered? And just in time for football? Sign up today and get Dish's top package free for 3 months, plus the NFL Red Zone free for 6 months, Paramount Plus and Showtime free for 4 months, all with a 2-year price guarantee. There's never been a better time to switch to Dish. Don't let cable, DirecTV, or streaming services raise your bill again. Most of our customers save over $1,000. And now, we're your internet professionals too. With over a half a dozen providers at our fingertips, we'll find you the best options and prices with just one call, starting at $19.99 a month. Call today for free next-day professional installation and dinner at JCW's on us. Call 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474. Call now. Restrictions apply. Offer ends 11/5/25.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday, and we're talking football non-stop. All football, all the time. This is another edition of Football Friday with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Happy Football Friday. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. What's going on over there, Ben?
Doing well, you?
I don't know. I'm all of a sudden on edge.
All of a sudden?
Well, our
43rd straight year?
Our two bosses are in the other room, like, talking. It's Salazar and Nate, and I can't help but think.
Yeah. Something's going on.
Well, certainly, what is Salazar up to?
Yeah.
Because it's in nobody's best interest, I'll tell you that. And the fact that they're in the next room is very...
Nate just learned the name Salazar.
It's very, very intimidating. Yeah, you know Nate. He runs this place like with an iron fist. Like a dictator. That's what I'm saying. I know, Salazar. It's a good name. Anywho, this isn't... it's not intimidating you, Ben? You're not worried about it?
I can tell when I need to be intimidated by Nate, and this is not the time I need to.
Can I tell you this?
I've seen Nate's face when I need to be intimidated by Nate.
You know what I like about Nate?
It's pretty obvious. He wears it on his sleeve.
From a boss perspective,
Bad
is that
poker face.
We get to see Nate like he's around.
No.
Like he'll pop his head in and hit us with a spicy Niners take or something. You know, I've had bosses before that you never saw unless it was hitting the fan.
Yeah,
and like. Every time that boss like walked in the room, it was like, oh man, something is terrible.
Yeah.
Something is going on right now that is not good. Not good. Oh, now Nate's coming in here. Yeah. Good to see you, boss. You do a terrific job.
At least the door works for Nate. We had a door. We had some door issues for the last month, or I guess week. I think Hans ripped the door off the hinges.
You guys should have seen Hans yesterday, actually. It was like a battering ram.
Oh, we saw him. We saw him pushing his way in here.
He lowered his shoulder and trucked that thing.
But even then, it was pretty good resistance.
Yeah. I don't want to...
It was like one of the sleds. It was back to his football days.
I don't want to cast blame. And frankly, when it comes to Hans, I'm going to tiptoe around this, I suppose. But if I had to make a bet who caused the door issue in the first place... I'm going to go with Hans.
This isn't your normal door you're going to find separating, something in your hallway. This doesn't go to the linen closet. What do you think that door weighs?
Oh, I don't know.
85 pounds?
85. That's maybe a little extreme.
But it has huge industrial hinges on it.
It's a heavy door.
Because it's soundproof. It's a heavy soundproof door.
That's the idea.
And we could not open it for the life of us yesterday. We could maybe squeeze... a foot and a half open so we could squeeze out of it. And yeah, hands lowered, got low, tried to get in that leverage position, tried to get underneath and really push that thing. And even then, it fought back pretty good.
Yeah,
low man wins.
Yeah, low man wins. And the door still won.
That's a former NFL defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Could not open the door. It's good now, though.
But yeah, it's working now. Probably just a little WD-40 fixed it right up.
Very nice swing action. There's no way that was a WD-40 problem. That was a mechanical issue.
Yeah, seemed like it.
In some sort of way.
But anyways, the door's back.
Christian, you tired? Christian had to work the morning show today. Car crash, Christian.
Oh, it was entertaining today.
Yeah, with those guys on remote at the Spanish Fork Airport.
Yeah, it was cool.
Listen, I know those guys where it's hard to do a live radio show when that sort of thing, like that sort of noise is going on. It actually sounded pretty cool. It actually sounded pretty cool. I was thinking like, man, I got to go see this thing. I just heard
Lloyd
that.
came in and Lloyd was like, it actually didn't sound that bad.
No, I mean,
like you would think being set up right on the tarmac could be pretty loud, and you could hear the airplanes, but I don't think it drowned out the show at all. I think it definitely was like, oh yeah, we've got an air show. Come see the World War II planes.
It was interesting, and you know what? Live radio, you get put in some positions that are just unique and oftentimes difficult. I told you about the probably not, Ben, and you're obviously bored by this, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Please do.
We're broadcasting from a central Utah town, and you know we're promoting tourism to this place, and they're like, "Do you want to talk to our oldest citizen?" I said, "Yeah."
62 years old.
Yeah,
The
sure.
oldest man they've ever seen.
And so we put him on, and it went well at the beginning, and then really, really hit us with some spicy political takes. I mean, some real spicy stuff. And it was like, oh, thanks for jumping on. I mean, what do you do?
That's cool.
You know, like what do you do? Like, this is a sports show, actually. And
you shut that old man down. You shut him up and you shut him down.
And on top of that,
you say, I'm Jake Scott. This is my show.
He was not.
I'm the only one who's dishing out spicy political takes today, pal.
And his spicy take was anti exactly what we were there to promote, which was also.
Was it Tour Utah?
No.
Oh, okay.
It was something else.
Okay.
And I don't want to, you know what? It's a really nice community, and I really enjoyed my experience, except for that was weird. Okay. And you know what? He was a nice enough guy.
Sure.
It just was not the
time.
It was not the time nor the place.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just never know. Sometimes you're put in situations where you're like, all right. Ben, I know for a fact you've experienced this one, and then we'll jump into the football. But oftentimes when you're doing a remote, people don't realize that you're on the air talking, and so they'll come up and talk to you, and it's like you get prolific in sign language all of a sudden, where you're like
talking
for people watching, like
can't hear you. Yeah.
Thanks for coming, though, because we do appreciate support. It's not that person's fault necessarily. So it's like, thumbs up. We're talking. Can't talk to you. Hold on.
Right.
All right, Ben. What's the bigger game this weekend?
Oh, man. I think Colorado might be better than West Virginia. This version of West Virginia.
Okay.
If West Virginia is missing their starting quarterback, 2 of their running backs, their best wide receiver, several pieces on their offensive line, I think Colorado might be better than West Virginia. So in that sense, I think it's probably BYU, Colorado, and also we have, as we mentioned, not had a real measuring stick game for BYU yet, and I wouldn't call Colorado the best measuring stick BYU is going to play. In fact, it's probably going to be 5th or 6th by the time the season is over, considering they have to play Arizona, and they have to play Utah, and they have to play Iowa State, and they have to play Texas Tech. But so far, Colorado's better than Stanford. Obviously, they're better than Portland State. I think they're better than East Carolina as well, probably. Maybe they're not. They might not be better than East Carolina, but they do have, and I know the kid, Hauser, last week, has performed well other than when playing BYU this year. Colorado's quarterback might be the best or the most dangerous quarterback BYU's played so far this season.
Are we sure? Honestly, I shouldn't ask questions I don't know the answer to, I suppose. Are we sure which quarterback is playing?
I think it's Caden Salter. He played pretty well against Wyoming.
Okay. Yeah. Just confirming. I'm of two minds of this. I think what you're saying is all relevant. I do think maybe overthinking it just a tad. I think, are you a glass half full on a Friday guy or a glass half empty? Because I think here's where I'm conflicted. The Bears' first conference game. And yeah, more of a test than whatever. But the Bears' first conference game. Going on the road, first conference game, that's a big story in a kind of positive, can the Frosh get it done kind of way. How does Utah respond is the big story on the Utah side after, does the offense show any sign of life after a true difficult test and a tough day against a team that you should show a sign of life? That's a big story. So is it the Frosh open it up conference play on the road against Neon Deion Sanders? Or is it, can Utah's offense show some life? Because those are the two relevant storylines, in my opinion, that make these games relevant.
I actually think this is a bit of a conversation between the micro and the macro. Micro, Bear Bachmeier at Colorado's the bigger story. Macro, is Utah's offense able to look better, or is it continuing to get worse? Because truthfully, it's probably gotten worse every single week.
Oh, that's an interesting take.
It was good against UCLA.
It was good against UCLA.
I don't really care what they did against Cal Poly. They scored 60-plus points, and they were fine. They were pretty atrocious. They were truly atrocious in the first half against Wyoming.
Yeah, really bad.
And then got a little bit better in the second half and racked up 31 points, but it wasn't exactly awesome. And a lot of it wasn't even...
It wasn't seamless, yeah. Mm-hmm.
A lot of it wasn't even Devin Dampier. Some of it was just letting Hunter Andrews, who's not on the team anymore, at least he's not healthy anymore, he's not available to play the rest of the season, just wildcatting himself up the field over and over and over. So that's gone. And then they were truly awful against Texas Tech.
Right.
So are they trending in the wrong direction? And if so, is that just a result of, you overlooked Wyoming and Texas Tech is very good? Or was it really obvious what you did on paper and everyone said, well, let's game plan for that. And if they don't show us anything else, then we've got the game plan.
Right.
And so that's the macro story of the season for Utah is which direction is this offense going to head? And are they going to have a second gear? Or are they going to be purely one-dimensional? Because as you've said, and rightfully so, if they're one-dimensional, it's not hard to stop one-dimensional teams, especially when you don't have generational running backs.
Right.
If Utah had, Zach Moss, Devontae Booker, even John White IV, I think at his best, some of these guys that when they were even one-dimensional offenses, and Zach Moss was on a less one-dimensional offense, but were good enough to take over a game. You remember how bad those offenses were for Utah, but Devontae Booker and John White IV, by the second half of the game, fourth quarter of the game, they were just dominating. I don't know if that's what the Utes have in either N'Keary Rodgers or Wayshawn Parker, but if they don't, it's going to be really easy to slow this team down, and they're not going to score 30 this year. Even against West Virginia.
If you look at last year, and everybody I think can agree last year was a bit of a spiral. The season started out with high aspirations, and then the first loss of the season, interestingly enough, but was an alarming loss, was to Arizona last year when they lost 23-10. And an Arizona team that wasn't particularly good, right?
Yep.
But then the next week they go at Arizona State and lose 27-19. That was not a get-right game. Arizona State.
No, that was. In fact, that's not a terrible loss.
No, they were obviously a good team, and that's not a bad loss. The next week after that, they lost at home to TCU 13-7. That should have been their get-right game. Does that make sense? Okay. That should have been their game where it's okay, we've got the Isaac Wilson freshman. We lost a game against Arizona, shouldn't have. Arizona State was really tough, but TCU can't stop anybody. They never can. Sonny Dykes is on the other side of the field. Yeah. I know what kind of defense that's coming to the table. This should be a team that we're able to move the ball against and score a bunch of points. And you hold TCU to 13. That's a game you 1,000% should win every time.
Yeah, if I remember, a late interception in that game cost Utah a chance to take the lead there. But yeah, neither here nor there.
And then they followed that up with a loss to Houston 17-14. And
that was the wheels coming off.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that was fully the wheels have come off.
This year, fortunately for Utah, they've got a get-right game right after.
They do. And then a bye week.
So do they get right? And I don't expect them to lose to West Virginia 13-7.
You'd hope not.
Because I don't think it should spiral for Utah this year. I don't think so. I don't think the spiral is the norm with this program. So how much of a get-right game, how much do they get right against West Virginia?
I watched West Virginia, Kansas this morning. Kansas moves the ball pretty similarly to the way Utah moves the ball. Not a lot of downfield passing, not a lot of deep shots.
No, they're a spread option attack.
Spread option,
Yep.
Pretty quick throws. In fact, the throw that Jalen Daniels can make best is kind of that long throw out into the flat, kind of out in the open, and let guys take off and make a play from there. Hopefully they can use a little bit of their speed on the edge there. That's the same throw that Devin Dampier makes. It's not a lot of deep stuff. In fact, there was none at all for Kansas in the first half of this game. And then they really broke it open because they started a kick return. They had a kick return for a touchdown to open the second half, and then the game was essentially over. Utah should be able to replicate what they saw from Kansas and win relatively easily, I think. And if they do that, that is the get-right game, and they go into a break. Problem is, if West Virginia is a little bit more familiar with that, I don't think West Virginia's defense is terrible. And Utah finds themselves in a spot where they're trying to prove that there's something. Are they going to come out on the first drive and say, like, yeah, we got to take a deep shot. Everyone's been saying we can't throw it. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, you had a 3-and-out. You don't know who the quarterback's going to be. Maybe he comes in and punches you in the mouth on their first drive because it's scripted and he plays well and he knows how to make a couple of throws and they have a trick play to get out early. And then do you start scrambling? That's the disaster scenario for Utah, I think, where I guess it could go bad and then you lose a game 17-10. You miss a couple of field goals and things really go wrong. But no, Utah should be able to win this game.
Oh, more than a should. Utah should win. Yeah, absolutely. But Rich Rod is not a bozo coach. Now, I'm not speaking for his personal life because it seems like there's been some bozo behavior there. But he's a coach that's beat Witt before. So it's not like they've got a brainless moron over there who's just going to lay down because that's not Rich Rod. So, yeah, how much does Utah get right? I think that's a huge story. And the Bears' first conference game, huge story. Coach Witt did talk about spiraling. You want to play that clip?
Sure.
We can hear what his perspective was.
I'm very confident that this team is not going to allow that to happen. Just their attitude, their competitiveness. Now, last year's team was competitive too and had a great attitude, but we've got a lot of things going for us. We just had an off day offensively. We've got really good leadership on this team, and we just got to keep people healthy, and that was really the situation last year, and I'm assuming that we won't have a run of bad luck like we did then, but we'll be back. On a Saturday, and 200 teams play, or however many there are, and half of them lose, and you got to be able to handle it and bounce back, and so that's the situation we're in now.
Did you say 200 teams?
Yeah.
It could be counting
FCS.
Yeah.
Okay. The big quote there is we had an off week. We had a bad week. If that's not the case, if that is not the case, that will be the quote that will stick with me all year. That Witt thought that was a bad week and not that was actually who they were.
Right.
That's a big storyline. That's the macro. That's why I think, yes, you're right. Bear on the road at Colorado, opening conference play. You're really going to start facing teams that get better progressively. You've wiped out all the patty cakes on your schedule. Everyone's going to get better, and Colorado's not great, but they're better than the teams you've faced so far. That's the micro. The macro is, was that a bad week for Utah, or is this going to continue all season?
Because how consistently not bad the Bear is how BYU season is going to go. Mm-hmm. And so on the road to open up conference is something that he has never experienced before and would rattle most mortal humans, myself included.
You're mortal?
Barely. Half.
Hercules over here.
Yeah, just the half, kind of like Maui, right?
Okay.
A demigod.
Okay.
That
Someone's
kind of
been
thing.
listening to their podcasts.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, I got a lot of that going on. Anywho, how does the Bear handle it? Huh? And you know what? The good news for him is I don't think Colorado's defense is that great. So he's going to have the opportunity to have some success. But going into onto a foreign field in conference play where it matters, Deion Sanders is on the other sideline. You know, it's what are they being broadcast on? It's national TV at night. They've got the night window. Is it on the Mouse?
Let me pull up my schedules here real quick.
Yeah, it's the Mouse. So you're going to have a huge audience. Everybody loves to watch Deion. How does that go? I think that's that's the story. Like I said, that's the story of BYU's season. How does he handle situations just like this one? And this one's not a particularly hard one.
No, it's not. I like Caden Salter. He's going to get beat up by BYU's defense because that's what they do, and he still sometimes has a tendency to say, like, how far backwards can I run? You can't. You don't get to do that in college football. So there will be issues there, and BYU is just going to run the ball. This is not a Bear Bachmeier game. This is an LJ Martin game.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And that's just what they're going to do over and over.
If it's not, then something went horribly wrong for BYU.
But Salter can move the ball with his legs, and he can take some deep shots. He's not a bad thrower. Probably more of a true dual threat than generally you hear that, and it means, well, he can run and he can kind of throw the ball a little bit. I think he can actually throw the ball a bit. So they'll probably hit some bigger plays against BYU's defense than we've seen so far this season, would be my guess. But they're not going to be able to stop the run at all.
Here are BYU's road games in league this year, Ben. At Colorado, then at Arizona, which nobody goes to games in Arizona even when they're good, so that's not all that intimidating. At Iowa State.
Very tough.
At Texas Tech.
Very tough.
Oh, they're soft. Pudding soft. It's going to be an easy road environment.
Cool.
And then at Cincinnati. So he's going to have some interesting road environments on his hands.
Yeah, I'm not trying to dismiss anything BYU's done. Bear has been, honestly, probably to this point better than I would have expected. Does he have an interception yet? I think he does, so he's pretty spotless there. I guess I wish he probably would have run a few fewer times than he has, because I think he's taken some shots that might make him get comfortable taking shots that you can't against better football teams, including starting with Colorado this weekend. But he's not been tested nearly as much as he will.
No, but has he gotten his equipment on correctly?
Sure, yeah.
He
may have picked the wrong number.
He's succeeding.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what? He's killing it.
Yeah.
So,
but he's still in the tutorial stage.
Yeah, of course he is. He's a freshman. He's 19.
This is still this is how you do this for later on, but you're actually going to have to know how to do it later on.
Yes, somebody just went up to him the other day and said, this is a razor blade, and here is some shaving cream. And this is how you do it. He's 19, of course.
With the grain.
Of course.
Yeah.
So, against Colorado, I'm not expecting 300 yards from him. You know what I am expecting? No disasters.
No disasters.
And he hasn't had any disasters. He's been fine.
Yeah. Well, the only disasters he's faced are the defenses he's gone against. Luckily.
Sure, fine.
Yeah.
I've seen freshmen fail.
Yeah, of course.
Against horrendous defenses. We saw it last year with Isaac Wilson.
All season long.
He wasn't going up against the 85 Bears on that TCU team,
Right.
So it's a difficult thing when evaluating him, and I do think it is a big deal, Colorado aside, that he's playing his first road game in league this weekend. How does it go for that? I think is a big story. All right. Stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, it's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back in SEC country as they battle Vanderbilt in Nashville. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Register for Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics, brought to you by PB Fit. Whether you're a beginner interested in learning basketball basics or an advanced player wanting to hone your skills and techniques, there's a camp for you. Let's go! All kids ages 4 to 17 are welcome. You'll get the chance to learn directly from Utah Jazz Camps and Clinics coaches and Jazz personalities at select camps at various locations throughout Utah, even the Jazz practice facility. If you love the Jazz and the game of basketball, this is an opportunity you can't miss out on. Register for your spot now at jazzyouth.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update. You're on Jake and Ben. Here's offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick talking about starting conference play, hopefully with a win.
That's in the back of everyone's mind. I think every team in this conference wants to win the conference. The way you do that is you stay focused on the task at hand. Just win this week. Go 1-0 this week. We haven't won a Big 12 game yet. So, right, we're 3-0, but this is our first Big 12 game, and we want to get in the win column.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering. They deliver bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbbq.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests. And listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. We'll have Steve Bartle coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour to talk about the Utes. And Tyler King will be on with us at 11:30. He works for the Denver Gazette, so I'm assuming, Christian, he's coming on
more Broncos
to talk about the Broncos. Does he cover the Broncos for the Denver Gazette, Christian?
He does not. He covers the Buffs.
Oh, the BYU's opponent. Oh, okay.
Do you think we can ask him about the Broncos?
You might. I'm sure he's a fan.
Oh, I think Christian's going to force us. That's going to be what we open with.
I sent you questions.
We're going to talk about throw picks right off the bat.
This is a pre-recorded interview. Christian actually did all the questions. You and I are just voicing over the actual questions he asked.
And 3/4 of it is breaking down who's third string on
Is Bo Nix a good quarterback or a great quarterback? Play the answer.
Is he going to be a Super Bowl champ or a Super Bowl champ and a Hall of Famer?
Just make sure we have them in order, pal.
It's time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, college football starting to pick up. We've got a lot of great games on the slate this weekend, starting with tonight.
Couple of Big 12 games tonight. TCU at Arizona State.
Wow, Christian really wrong-footed me there. I had brushed up on the Bengals, Denver's current opponent this week. I thought for sure that would be number 1.
Who's their quarterback?
What was it? College football?
TCU
what?
At ASU. Am I right on that? I don't have this schedule wrong. And then Houston at Oregon State. That's not a very good game.
Arizona State TCU is a huge game.
Houston's about to move to 4-0.
Yeah.
So that's going to be awesome for them. TCU, Arizona State, we'll see. I think Arizona State should be able to figure this out.
I don't know. I think TCU is pretty good. I think they're a little better than we give them credit, because they weren't great last year, right? No. They were pretty.
They were 9-4.
They were
TCU.
Yeah, but it was, I don't know, the way I remember it. Maybe that's not fair and unspectacular. 9-4. I think they're better this year. I mean, granted, it was against the adult novelty heiress, but they hammered North Carolina. And SMU, I don't know. How good a win is that? You and I have both kind of debated that. I'm not so sure. I think TCU is absolutely capable of beating a scatterbooless Arizona State team.
If Arizona State loses this game, I think I'm prepared to say they're probably not contending for the Big 12 title anymore.
Okay.
And I think it would still only be their first Big 12 loss, so I understand some may be saying pump the brakes, but it's the type of losses they're incurring, understanding that the rest of their schedule after they play TCU tonight does involve Utah, Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State, and Arizona in a rivalry game. They get West Virginia and Colorado mixed in there, but they did not get an easy draw.
No.
You know.
Whereas TCU, Ben, check this out. After Arizona State, they're home against Colorado, at Kansas State, home against Baylor, at West Virginia, which is a stretch. They could go unblemished.
Yeah.
But then they have a home game against Iowa State, then at BYU. So those two are tough. At Houston, which is looking tougher and tougher by the week. And then finish it out at home against Cincinnati. So if you told me TCU got through that with 1 or 2 losses, I'd believe it. Not if they lose against Arizona State tonight, however. I think of that run, Iowa State, BYU, and Houston, I think they lose at least 1, probably 2 of those.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Arizona State's win over Baylor last week was very solid. I don't think Baylor's awesome. Still think they're going to be probably looking to move on from Dave Aranda by the end of the year, because I think they're looking at a 7-win season, maybe 8 at the best. And is that enough to keep them around? Maybe. But I know they've been advertising how much they pay their players, and 8 wins is not a lot to be bragging about. So that was a decent win on the road. They get to return home. Fun game. I mean, this is a good game, no question about it.
Other than that, the only interesting league game, in my opinion, is tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Arizona will be at Iowa State.
That's the only other interesting game this week.
I mean, look at the matchups. What is Kansas State, UCF really doing it for you?
I said we got to figure out
Cincinnati at Kansas. You're really looking forward to that one? That one banging down your door?
If Kansas State can't win at home against Central Florida. That's Utah's loss at Houston last year. That's
okay.
This
I
is
can buy into
irredeemable.
that.
But then again, you're talking like Kansas State's clearly not in the running to win the Big 12.
But you're not going to be
No, you're right.
at 10 a.m. glued to UCF, Kansas, or Ballore at Oklahoma State. I guess an interim coach is kind of interesting, but who cares about that game?
But then across college
Utah
football,
should smash West Virginia, and BYU should beat Colorado. Maybe, if not, smash Colorado. So, yes, Arizona at Iowa State is the next most interesting game.
I think you're probably right. See if I can pull this up quickly.
I'm going to call Ben at 10 a.m., and if you are not watching Kansas State UCF on FS1, I'm going to be Ben.
Kansas State, Central Florida. FS1? I'll have to find it.
I'm going to set an alarm on my phone. You better be watching that game at kick.
USC at Illinois. Illinois just embarrassed itself as far as the top 25 matchup goes against Indiana. They got absolutely smoked. LSU Ole Miss going head-to-head with Utah, West Virginia. I don't think that Utah-West Virginia game on Fox is going to get a lot of viewers. So I think LSU Ole Miss is a pretty big game.
Hey, can the mighty Aggies get a top 25 win on the road, taking on Vandy?
No, Vandy's good.
Well, it depends. How much did they hang out on Broadway? Or how much do they hang out on Broadway tonight?
Hopefully a lot. Find some...
You're cheering for Vandy?
Find some brides-to-be.
Jeez.
No,
Ben
I'm
goes
just-
there
party.
one time, and all of a sudden...
Ben's a Vandy guy.
Go to Tootsie's. If you guys are down there, go to Tootsie's. Oregon State at Penn State, top 6 matchup between those two teams. That's a good one. And then what had been a good game historically, I don't know if DeBoer can do it, Alabama on the road at Georgia.
How should the Lane Train feel about his daughter dating a linebacker for LSU?
I hope she poisons him. I hope she poisons him.
Did you see that story?
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd feel about that, really.
I would say, hope he makes it big. Hope he gets rich.
Okay.
Yeah, be great.
All right.
Hope you're happy.
But are you intentionally scheming to, like, injure him because they're playing this week?
Just hit him low. Hit him in the back.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Blindside him.
wouldn't that be tempting as a father when
Sure.
you're game planning against the boyfriend of your daughter? Like,
Pretend to run out there concerned, like checking on the opposing player's team, and then get in his face and be like, watch it, pal.
watch it.
It's more of that came
You think
from.
that high-low hurt
Yeah.
now.
Wait till Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Be tempting. That's all I'm saying. Go, Ole Miss. I'm
Do you
rooting
think they'll
for-
still be together after this game? Or do you think Kiffin has her asking about like blitz packages and stuff?
Oh, is this a spy op?
Is this Tom Brady 2.0?
No,
That's my theory.
this is the honey trap, the classic honey trap. Now it's bold to use your daughter, I suppose, but okay. I like where your mind's at, Christian. I could see that absolutely. Yeah, this dude's headed for Dumpsville as soon as this game's over.
Numbers blocked.
Oh, all right. What's next?
Number 2, the Jazz open training camp on Monday.
Hey, we're gonna be there.
Yeah, we're going to be live at training camp. So that's going to be exciting. Going to be sitting practice courtside.
Is there a player you're looking forward to, in particular, hearing from?
Mo Bamba. Just Mo Bamba, who did sign with the Jazz officially yesterday.
That was a very smart alecky response.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of Ace, because that's
Yeah, I
the
mean, an
one.
ace is should be the story of the season. Though I wonder if Walt Clayton might take that over. You know what? I'm not necessarily anticipating like a great answer just because I know who he is, and it's not because he's a bad guy by any means. But every rumor I've heard, every report I've heard is that Keontae George has had a crazy summer.
See, you went exactly where I was going to go. I want to hear what his perspective. I hope it's very businesslike. Does that make any sense? I think you're totally right. He needed to have a great offseason, and he needs to go into the season with a I don't know. What you're the writer. What word would you describe the mentality he needs to have this year? How about this? Walker Kessler like.
He needs to go into the I want to be in the NBA after this season.
Yeah.
He needs to take that approach.
Like
this
Walker's
year.
attitude last year.
Yeah, exactly right.
He came in and he's like, man, I'm going to go out there and eat some elbows and lead the league in rebounding.
Because if he's not careful, he could be Trey Burke, not Walker Kessler.
Keontae George. Yeah, 100%.
If he's not careful, after this season, the Jazz might be trying to trade him to a team for a second-round pick. If he doesn't improve his shooting percentages, if his focus isn't better, if he's good for 10 games, awful for 15 games.
That's the maddening part, because when he plays hard, he's good.
He's really good, yeah.
Yeah, when he plays hard, he's good.
And he doesn't have the physical limitations that Trey Burke had. He's not James Harden physically. He's not 6'5".
No, but Trey Burke was like 5'10".
Yeah, he was. You're truthfully.
He was
And
very small.
Keontae's 6'1". So Keontae should be big enough, and he should go into the season, truthfully, with the expectation that he should open the season as the starting point guard.
I think he's got to earn that, not expect it, but I get what you're saying.
No, he's
Yeah,
got to earn it for sure, but he should be looking at everyone around him and say, Isaiah Collier simply cannot shoot the basketball.
I should be able to beat out all these guys.
Walt
yeah, I agree with
Clayton
that.
He's never played an NBA game before. This is my third season. I've played 150 games. I think he's led the Jazz in minutes each of the last 2 seasons. It's like, yeah, dude, they have set you up to be the face of that position going forward. If you've had a big year and they've cleared the deck, moving off of Colin Sexton to give you even more opportunity, you need to accept that and you need to let it happen.
Got to run with it.
Yeah, you got to run with it. So I that will probably be who I'm curious to see how they actually look when they get on the floor.
I want to hear what he sounds like too. I want to it doesn't mean he can't crack some jokes, but I want to hear I'm going to go grab that position, that sort of thing. I'm going to get out there. This is my 3rd year. I'm going to prove it. I'm in that mode.
One of the last times we talked to him, he said, "What do you want to do this offseason? What do you want to come back? What do you hope to have?" And he said, "I hope to have the respect of my fellow NBA players." And I did not like that answer. You've got respect. You're in the league. What do you mean?
Yeah,
You're in the NBA. That's the respect.
I don't think that's what he was getting at. I think maybe he was getting at he gets clowned out there a little bit.
Well,
and because he's getting minutes he didn't necessarily earn, he doesn't have the respect
that's
of
possible.
Which is 100% true. I don't know. Evaluating on the spot, I don't hate that comment because whatever you got to do to get whatever you have to do to motivate yourself, knock yourself out. But yeah, there is a thing to earning your spot in the NBA, and he has not earned leading. That's a great stat you pulled out. The leading an NBA team in minutes for 2 seasons in a row means you've got a big role on a team.
Yeah.
He has not earned that role in the NBA. I get what he's saying. I'm sure guys are in his ear like, the only reason you're playing is because you're on a 17-win team.
He would not lead any other team in minutes in the NBA.
No.
Not even close.
No.
Not even close.
He got that many minutes on a team trying to lose, which is actually kind of a sneaky insult.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that other players let him know that.
Yeah.
I would guess.
So maybe Keontae.
So go earn it.
Yep.
I hope he does it. For him. I mean, I thought it was cool that he was around for Summer League. I thought that was great.
Agreed.
I thought that's a really good sign. All right, next.
Number 3, the Seahawks win Thursday night football and a game-winning field goal, and we got a ton of other fun games this weekend.
You know what all I could think about last night when I was catching parts of that game, Ben, was, how unbelievable, smart I am. I mean, it's just
That's
remarkable.
what your takeaway was?
That's exact.
Okay.
Because, I'm kind of joking, but I thought about our conversation yesterday.
Kind of joking.
I thought about our conversation talking about why Kyler Murray is actually a huge detriment to his team because of what he's paid. He and Sam Darnold, and I know Kyler did not play well last night, so I'll give him a little more of the benefit of the doubt. But he and Sam Darnold are the same guy. And Sam Darnold costs half as much.
Yeah, at best. Yeah.
Well, he got a good payday after his season
decent
last year
payday, but-
in Minnesota. But they're giving you the same thing.
Sam Darnold has exactly the Baker Mayfield deal. 3 years, $100 million.
So $33 million a year.
Yeah, he's $25 million less than Kyler Murray, I think.
So he's about 60% salary what Kyler Murray is.
Uh-huh.
And they give you the exact same thing. I mean, mediocrity is what they give you.
5 years, $230 for Kyler Murray.
Yeah,
He
right.
couldn't move the ball for the first 3.5 quarters. They put together 2 drives late to tie the game, and then the kicker.
That's why who you pay is such a critical thing.
The kicker didn't clear the 20-yard line on his kickoff, and they started at the 40. Needed 2 plays and right in the field goal position.
And the NFL is in the NBA where you can mess around with the luxury tax and all this stuff. Like, it's punitive.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Who you pay matters. That's what teams are successful. The ones who pick. If you want to talk about Bill Belichick and what he was really good at, he was really good at cutting players. He's really good at looking his beloved players in the face and saying, "You're not worth that anymore. Have a nice day." He was really good at it.
He was, yeah.
He changed over that roster at the exact right time. He didn't overpay anybody. Right? I mean, he didn't even overpay Tom, famously.
Best game of the weekend outside of Jets-Dolphins. Monday night, is Ravens at the Chiefs. These are 2 1-2 teams. That's got to be the most surprise. Considering last night those two teams were competing to see who would be 3-1. The fact that the Ravens and Chiefs are both 1-2 is pretty shocking. Other good game over the weekend. Packers on the road at the Cowboys has good storylines, so the Packers should be significantly better. 11 a.m. Fox. Eagles on the road at the Commanders. Those are two, or at the Buccaneers, excuse me. Eagles at Bucks, both 3-0 teams.
Who's the Irish game?
Minnesota.
Minnesota, the early game. Do you like that?
They are staying there for a week. They'll be in London next week.
Okay. Minnesota, the Vikings and the Steelers. Do you like the early window? I mean, I'm not going to watch it at 7:30.
Am I getting up at 7:30 to watch the game on the NFL Network? No, I will not.
I like the idea of having it in the background of breakfast, though. Like, in the same way I like the French Open. Or the World Cup in Dubai.
The 11 a.m. window really stinks this week, other than Eagles Buccaneers. So,
well, what did DJ pick for us on CBS? Do they have an early one?
Titans or something.
Oh, way to go, David. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next.
Titans Texans.
It's the
Another absolute dynamite matchup.
Jake and Ben, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Is it really?
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Jonathan Hall on feeling more comfortable on the field this year.
I hope you can see it, but I feel a lot more comfortable. I have guys around me that really uplift me, and I got great coaches as well, so I feel great.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbbq.com.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to Nashville for a showdown against Vanderbilt. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can win big every Wednesday on Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. Next week, you could win Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 2 haunted attractions, Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Ben, I have 2 minor coaching stories for you.
Okay.
One, did you see that shout out to the Smolier got an extension?
I did.
The Lakers extend J.J. Redick.
Yeah.
Now, famously, who else did not get an extension this offseason?
Mr. James.
LeBron
James, yeah.
So what I am going to find interesting this season is this might be the first year in LeBron's entire career that he does not have the coach by the short hairs.
He's no longer have the leverage over the entire roster.
Right. Over specifically the coach.
But the coach specifically, yes.
So the coach has more leverage than LeBron for the first time in his career. How does that go?
It truly is a big deal. One of the things that, I don't know, fans may not really pay attention to all that much, and I don't blame you if you do. If your contract is longer than your coach's, your coach loses a lot of leverage over you. That's pretty common in sports. That's pretty well known. And then if you're the best player, a la LeBron, and you can call for the coach's firing and the team will listen to you, that's always been an interesting dynamic that he has had, and hence he's had so many coaches. The only coach he's not been able to fire historically was Eric Spoelstra, but everyone else he's been able to pick and choose how he moves. I will be curious if this changes how the sommelier uses LeBron, though I don't think so.
Yeah, uses him like stand in the corner.
Watch Luka.
Watch
Hey,
Luka
you.
play basketball. You watch Luka play basketball. It's not going to sit well. And then my other one, and we don't have to dwell on this because I know you're tired of me bringing up Bill Belichick, but I need your help on this one, okay?
Is he on a new magazine cover?
No.
Oh, okay.
Us Weekly. Can you believe he's on Us Weekly? But this is part of it, okay? You know as well as I do that there is a code in coaching where they do not criticize each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's coaches' code. From announcers to whatever, coaches do not criticize each other. So when it happens, it's notable and begs the question, why? So let me, that's the question I want for you. Why was the code broken? Ben, Urban Meyer appeared on a podcast, the Triple Option podcast, whatever that is, and talked about Bill Belichick, the head coach of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what he said, quote, "Before we discuss this, I wanted to do a little homework, and I watched, some tape on it. They're worse on tape than I thought they would be. You can say, well, we have really bad players. Okay, you brought in 70 new people, but I'm seeing things that just, misfits on defense." And then he goes, he describes what a misfit is, but like a big mistake on defense. He has a specific blocking thing or whatever. But basically, he's saying the team doesn't know what they're doing. And then goes on to add, and then on the offensive side, it's a train wreck. And then says he doesn't expect it to end well. Now, he also added that you can't fire Bill Belichick, and that's not what he expects to happen, but he doesn't expect it to end well. But hearing a coach clown another coach like this does not happen. So my question to you is, why?
Urban is on a little bit of an island. It helps Urban to have another, even though they are reversing roles, which is really funny. Urban went legendary college coach to buffoon NFL coach, and Bill's going legendary NFL to buffoon college coach. I do think there's a little bit of that, of willing to throw him under the bus.
I think you hit on exactly it. I think all the coaching circles clowned on Urban for being a terrible NFL coach. And now the greatest NFL coach ever is coming to coach college, a landscape he dominated.
Licking his fingers.
And he's like,
watch this.
Hey, Bill, it ain't that easy, is it?
Yeah, right. Apparently this was easy.
Yeah, you were some genius hacking on me for not being good at the NFL level. Well, you know what? You suck at North Carolina. You're a train wreck. And you never hear coaches talk about other coaches like that. Never.
Especially if you're a broadcaster. Even a former coach, but then a broadcaster will rip on a coach. A former coach broadcaster will generally not rip on anybody.
Jeff Van Gundy has never criticized a coach ever.
Yeah, and
ever.
And then certainly will not rip a coach. So I do think that's probably part of the dynamic. I also wonder, and this is an aside from Urban, which is, his first year, Dion was terrible at Colorado. They went 3-0 and then they lost 9 straight. And then his second season, they put it back together and got a little bit better. And, they were certainly better last year than they were 2 years ago, but they're bad again this season. Do we need to give Bill another season? Not that I actually expect Bill to be there next year and just say, well, yeah, 70 is a lot of turnover. Or do we look at Utah State and say, hey, man, Bronco turned over that entire roster, and I think they're going to be good. Not a great team, but, they're going to be very competent.
They're functional, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Bronco...
At very least, I'm not trying to be condescending.
If I had given Bronco the UNC job, they would be better than they are under Bill Belichick.
1,000% agree with that, yeah.
And Broncos are really good coach,
and to bring this together, because Bill Belichick is busy posing for the Us Weekly shoot. He's not coaching. That was Urban's point, really, which I think is right on. They're making basic mistakes that a well-coached team would never make because he's not there. He's not coaching. So anyway, Urban clown and Bill Belichick I thought was pretty funny. All right, stay tuned. Steve Bartle joins us coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Ben and I talk a lot about functioning teams and good coaches and smart decisions. You know, it really applies to, every part of life probably. But when you think about your financial health, the well-being financially of your family, not only today, but in the long term, you need to make good decisions. And you know what? It helps to have a good team of folks on your side to help prepare you to make those decisions, and Trajan wants to be that team. Sit down with them. Give them a call, 801-899-7600. They'll sit down with you for free, and they'll show you what they can do for you. They'll help you establish goals, and they'll show you what you got to do to get there, 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to a versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for a battle against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Utes try to bounce back tomorrow against West Virginia. Let's talk to Bartle about it. Hit it, Christian.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's Bartle it up a little bit.
Let's Bartle about it.
With Steve Bartle, who's live from, are you from Morgantown right now, Steve?
Steve, the game's tomorrow.
Dude, literally somebody just yelled that at me 20 minutes ago out of their truck. Yes, I know the game is tomorrow. I'm here getting a lay of the land. I've never been to Morgantown, and just trying to get a feel for the college atmosphere here. That's all.
How is the town?
It's kind of cool, dude. It's pretty unique. Obviously, very college town. Yeah, dude. It's kind of gives me Washington State vibes a little bit. It's pretty cool.
Where'd you fly into? Did you go Pittsburgh and then drive down?
Yeah, I flew into Pittsburgh, got in last night. I think I grabbed some breakfast this morning from Pamela's Diner and made the trip down. And now I'm walking up a giant flight of stairs, and if I lose my breath, I apologize. It's bad. In fact, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop halfway up the stairs so I can do this radio interview the proper way. I'm sorry.
Well, say hi to Pam for us at the old diner. I'm looking at the injury reports. No real surprises for Utah that are, I guess some names that we haven't seen before. I look at it for West Virginia, though, and yeah, they're starting quarterbacks out, top running backs out, second best running backs doubtful, third best running backs questionable. Do you think Utah has a grasp of what they're going to be looking at, who they're going to be facing coming up tomorrow?
Honestly, probably not. They have a pretty good idea. Obviously, a quarterback, Jalen Henderson. It sounds like he's going to be the guy that'll lead the Mountaineers tomorrow. And he's actually somebody that he entered the portal last winter, and Utah evaluated him in terms of potentially bringing him in to their own quarterback room. So they're kind of familiar with Jalen Henderson and his game and know what he's about. And I think they'll have a good sense of what to expect at that quarterback position. But, man, everywhere else, on that offensive side of the ball in particular, there's a lot of unknowns. And that's kind of a unique, interesting factor that Utah is going to have to, prepare for. Obviously, with West Virginia, Jaheim White was an all-conference preseason type of guy. He's somebody that had my vote as an all-conference running back in this conference. I thought, given his production last year and knowing what this Rich Rodriguez offense is all about, I thought Jaheim White was primed to have a really big season. He's out, week 2 for the season. They get somebody else, Ty Edwards, that emerges in that Pitt game, 141, 3 touchdowns on the ground. And, he's questionable with the hip injury. So, I think it's going to be interesting to see, who exactly takes the field for West Virginia and for Utah, coming into this game, at least having an understanding of that quarterback position and what you could potentially see there gives you, at least a foundation to prepare for. But they're going to have to be, adjustments are going to be key because you just don't know who's going to step up, who's going to emerge as potential, go-to options for Rich Rod and that offense because, we don't really know exactly who's going to play, who are going to be the guys that have to step up. So it's going to be interesting for sure.
Ben and I were talking earlier in the show, Steve, about this seems like a good opportunity for a get-right game. After a tough loss where everything didn't go 100%, obviously, according to plan, good opportunity to go up against a West Virginia team where maybe they can move the ball a little bit. So with that in mind, what do you expect out of the offense?
I expect exactly that, right? Because it has to be that. In order for them to, be the sort of team that they believe that they can be this season, you need that sort of performance this week, after a pretty lackluster showing last week. And obviously we've now learned that, Devin Dampier missed practice time Tuesday and Wednesday, and that clearly had an effect on his ability to execute in the passing game. And I think, this week he's been able to practice from what I've gathered. And, that should lead to, an improved performance in that phase of the game. And I think you're going to need it. You're going to have to show something in the passing game because Texas Tech has provided the blueprint in terms of limiting this offense. And, this is what Utah has established, through the first 3 weeks in the non-conference schedule is who they are, right? They want to be a team that runs the ball. They want to be a team that, utilizes multiple guys in the run game, and with Devin Dampier being a focal point of that. And Texas Tech was supposed to be the showcase for that next step, that evolutionary step of this offense. And again, just kind of given the context of what happened last week with Dampier missing time, we didn't get to see that. And so it's a question that everybody had for the offense coming into the season was, what is this passing game going to look like? Who are going to be the guys that emerge as go-to targets? I think we have a good idea that Ryan Davis, Dallin Bentley, those are going to be pretty consistent contributors in the passing game. But who are going to be the guys around them? Who, is Dampier going to be able to lead this team through the air in games where opponents, continue to focus on taking away the ground game? So this is going to be important because, this is the counterpunch to what Texas Tech did. And Utah's got to be able to go out there and do some things on offense and provide, a pretty resounding performance, in my opinion.
Here's the thing, Steve. Jalen Daniels last week was 12 of 24 for 138 yards and 3 touchdowns. Was not an impressive performance through the air at all from the Jayhawks, and they absolutely smoked West Virginia. So does Utah have to put anything on film? I mean, do they have to show they can move the ball downfield with big chunk plays? Because I know there was they had a couple of plays over 35 yards, but it was not a lot through the air for Kansas last week.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, but I think it's important to note that Jalen Daniels and the Jayhawks started the season out pretty hot through the air, right? They've had some pretty solid performances, throwing the ball through the first 3 weeks and kind of set themselves up to have success, against West Virginia without needing to throw the ball. It's the opposite for Utah, right? They've established their presence on the ground, and I think that's still going to be the key tomorrow, right? Like, because Utah was also shut down on the ground last week, it's going to be important for Utah to reestablish control of the line of scrimmage and establish the run and get production there as well. But I think, Kansas was able to do what they did last week and have a really good game on the ground because they were able to throw the ball through the first 3 weeks of the season, where Utah, good production, through the air in terms of efficiency and completion percentage. But the downfield passing attack is such a big question mark that if not now, then when are you going to be able to do it? Because West Virginia, though it's a pretty tough defense, they run a 3-3-5 defense that gets a lot of pressure on quarterbacks. This is a good test. This isn't going to be the toughest defense that Utah faces the rest of the way. And so it's going to be important for Utah to start providing those answers through the air at some point. And this is a week where, it would be really valuable for them to get that and then to get into the bye week and continue to work on things, because the week after that, you've got the Sun Devils coming to Salt Lake City. Then you go on the road to Provo. You've got Colorado coming in, and we know what Dion and that secondary are all about. So it's going to be important for Utah to start providing answers in the passing game. And this is a great opportunity to do that this weekend.
Who is the pass catcher most likely to be able to deliver that? And I say pass catcher because maybe it's not a receiver, maybe it's a tight end or somebody else. But who's going to be on the receiving end of those plays?
Well, I mean, what we've seen so far, right, is Ryan Davis and Dallin Bentley. Those are the focal points of the passing attack. And Ryan Davis obviously coming in with the chemistry already established with Dampier, thanks to their time together last year in New Mexico and his understanding of the offense and all that. So you feel good about that continuing moving forward, just given the chemistry and all of that. Dallin Bentley has been a real bright spot for Utah at that tight end spot. I think he can continue to be, a reliable source. but you're going to need a third and fourth guy to step up, and that's kind of where the drop-off has been is that third spot. And, it's Tobias Merriweather. He's been the guy that's played he's been the starter, at that wide receiver position. They've just missed on some big-time opportunities down the field. I mean, literally a couple passes to Merriweather have slipped right through his fingertips, just missing the mark by, a couple inches. And so, Merriweather is a guy that I think you would love to see for Utah, emerge as that third guy, as a consistent contributor in that sense. But they've got others, right? They've got this freshman, J.J. Buchanan, who's kind of this wide receiver tight end. He's caught a touchdown already. He's caught a couple other passes. He's an athletic type and a big body. So, he's a guy that I think Utah would still like to get involved a little bit more. Larry Simmons is another guy. He caught the other touchdown against Wyoming. And I think there's just been, these moments and flashes from those two in particular where you hope that they can build on it. So I think, with Ryan Davis, Dallin Bentley being consistent, being the foundation of the passing attack, it's now building on that with emerging performances from some of these other guys like Merriweather, Buchanan, and Simmons potentially.
Steve, is there a go route guy? I mean, what was surprising to me against Texas Tech is it looked like Utah had zero speed. And I know some of that they relied on Devin Dampier, but he's banged up or whatever the issue is. Do they just have a flat speedster on the roster?
That's a great question, Ben. And Jackson Benny has been that guy. He's been the deep shot guy. They connected on one. Unfortunately, the penalty negated it. But they've taken a couple shots his way, deep down the field. He's an athlete where, he's probably, again, he's white, so he's a sneaky athlete. He's going to surprise people. But he's got 4.4 speed. Tobias Merriweather, he's another guy that he's got the athleticism to get by people. He's got the frame to be, a vertical presence. Even if he's not separating and blowing by people, he still can be that sort of big body pass catcher, like a Larry Fitzgerald type, where, he can high point passes and that sort of thing. J.J. Buchanan, similarly, a lot like Dalton Kincaid, not the most explosive athlete, but good enough, in certain matchups to get downfield, get vertical, and win in that sense. They've got guys that can be that vertical stretch. But in terms of just pure go route, you're looking at Jackson Benny to be that guy. You're looking for Larry Simmons to potentially become that guy. One player that I think was primed for that type of role was Dajon Zipper. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury in fall camp that's now a season-ending injury. So, that's an element that you lost with Zipper. I thought he was going to be that type of go route guy, a Money Parks type of player. And so, but you got to move forward with what you got. And I think those are the guys that can best fill that role for Utah.
How many points? Well, I asked Ben this question earlier in the week this way, I guess. How many points do you think the offense has to get to ensure a victory? And it's kind of asking about the defense too, right? I mean, how many points do you expect West Virginia to score?
Yeah, I think, with this and looking at that injury report and not really understanding what West Virginia is going to be and kind of the turnover that they're dealing with from last year to this year, Rich Rod has brought in over 80 guys. There's just not a lot of unknowns. There's also, not a great deal of talent, and that's with this West Virginia squad. But he's got guys that he can build with. And so, in terms of this matchup, just given the injuries, you feel good about the defense's ability to control and sort of dictate things. So I think Utah's defense can limit West Virginia's offense and their ability to, put drives together and put points on the board. Utah last week, again, they had a stretch from after giving up that opening drive, they forced, I think it was, 8 out of the next 9 drives were either a punt or an interception outside of a field goal at the end of the half. So this defense has shown that they can get stops and they can get takeaways, and I think that's going to be key for tomorrow with Utah. And then with the offense, if the defense has a sort of performance that they're capable of, and they've been really effective outside of the last 8 minutes against Texas Tech, You feel good about the offense as long as they get to 25, 27, 28 points, 30 points. I think you feel good about Utah's chances to get the win. I think Utah's offense is capable of doing, more than that. But I think in terms of what it means, complementing the offense, I think it's going to be important for Utah's offense to come out strong, establish a couple drives, get a couple possessions going where you eat up some clock and sort of, keep the defense off the field at times in this one. And I think that's going to be the key for Utah tomorrow.
Good game tonight. TCU on the road at Arizona State. What are you looking for in that game?
Yeah, I think this one is going to be really, really interesting because, we watched Arizona State go on the road and get a big win against Baylor in Waco. And I was really impressed. I had Baylor winning that one because I thought, Arizona State, they had a couple of injuries that they were dealing with. Xavier Alford is a starting safety for them that I thought was going to be pretty pivotal in that matchup. But Baylor just wasn't able to get the stops that they needed to, particularly late in the game. And Sam Levitt, I thought, had a really strong performance. So, Arizona State surprised me there. But TCU, they're just playing really good football. Josh Hoover looks like one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the country. He's playing at an elite level in terms of executing what you would like to see a quarterback execute, right? Going through your progressions, getting the ball to the open guy, and keeping the offense on the field. I've been really impressed with TCU. I think the difference between Baylor and TCU is actually on the defensive side of the ball. I think TCU's defense is capable of disrupting a little bit more than Baylor, of also limiting success on the ground a little bit better than Baylor. So I think this is going to be a really competitive contest. And with these Friday night games, you never really know what you're going to get. It's kind of like Thursday night games for the NFL. But I think I actually like TCU in this matchup to go on the road in Tempe and surprise the Sun Devils.
Steve, we know you've got a shine tasting coming up, so we'll cut you loose. Thank you for coming on with us, and enjoy the game tomorrow. We'll be glued to your coverage.
Hey, appreciate you guys. I am going to go find some of that sweet, sweet nectar. So if you don't hear from me for the next little while,
he's in the
I'm
woods
okay.
somewhere.
Yeah. I'm okay.
Getting his shine on. Thanks, Steve.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
Standing over a 55-gallon barrel, a man with a boat oar, and just nature.
I think he's probably passed, a dozen shiners so far just getting to the stadium? I mean, isn't that's like their major
That's the thing.
economic activity?
It
I
is.
think.
Bring your own mason jar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got differences between the Pac-12 and the Big 12. In the Pac-12, maybe you go to Napa for a wine tasting if you're going to a, Stanford, Utah game or whatever. And go to Morgantown, you got to get your shine tasting on. You got to experience the culture.
Yeah. I bet Steve looks great in a pair of overalls.
He probably does. Yeah. With a mason jar in his hand.
Mason jar,
that's
boots, nothing else.
That's his natural habitat.
Yes, it is.
Instead of the oaky undertones, you can taste like what the glass was used for before.
Oh, you don't know if you can taste anything. Just melts your face. Yeah, I don't know what the tasting is.
Shine. I told you that, speaking of Nashville, I told you somebody tried to sell me shine in the bathroom of a Nashville bar.
The question is, does it blind you before it gets in your mouth?
I said, heck no. Buy strange booze from some guy in a bathroom? No.
It's 190 proof.
I do not want
I bet.
whatever shine you're selling. No, I do not. All right, stay tuned. Coming up next, we're going to preview the Cougs and the Buffs with Tyler King. He covers Colorado for the Denver Gazette. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies head to Nashville for a showdown against Vanderbilt. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Express Employment Professionals makes hiring easy. Forget about posting jobs, sifting through resumes, being ghosted, and interviews with unqualified applicants. Move up to the pros with expresspros.com. With Express, you can lower contingent labor costs and reduce turnover. Every day, Express recruits and screens a variety of workers in your area. So when it's time to hire, they have the talent you need, ready to go to work. When you're ready to improve your hiring efficiency, choose Express. Go to expresspros.com to find the location nearest you. expresspros.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
There's a place everyone wants to be. Lighten your heart and clear your mind in a colorful canvas of vibrant red rocks, amber leaves, blue skies, and endless emerald green forests and trails designed for the best recreating. Log on to visitcedarcity.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your BYU at 30 update. Here's Jay Hill on Caden Salter and Colorado's offense.
He's a dual threat guy. We think he's very athletic. He's got a very strong arm. He's accurate. I don't know that he's been in the system a long time, but he's only going to get better and better in it. I know that. So we better expect his A game, and he's got weapons to throw to, and they got good running backs to hand the ball to. So we got our work cut out for us.
BYU at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, and any event, it's kennyjsbbq.com.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars head to Boulder for a battle against Coach Prime and the Buffaloes. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The nightcap tomorrow night on ESPN, BYU and Colorado. Let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now, he covers the Buffs for the Denver Gazette. He's Tyler King with us on the Jake and Ben Show. What's going on, Tyler?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Caden Salter had a good game. He had a nice performance against Wyoming, and I think we can start there. We've seen Wyoming. We know they're not a terrific team. They lost to Utah and really couldn't move the ball at all. But Caden Salter looked really confident. I was really kind of impressed with his touch on some of the deep balls, but when he wants to put the ball on the ground and tuck it and run, he can be pretty dangerous. What have you seen from him, and how much of what he did against Wyoming is replicable?
I'm interested to see that, too, this week, because obviously, he did not play that well. I mean, he was okay, I think, in the Buffs opener against Georgia Tech, and then they had the pretty weird open quarterback competition in week 2 before eventually getting back to Salter last week. It was an encouraging performance, like you said. He was doing it with both his arm and with his legs. I was most impressed by his willingness to kind of throw the ball deep and let his receivers make a play, which he did multiple times, on some designed deep shots down the field, and then on some broken plays, like the one he really had was he avoided a sack, and it was kind of just a scramble drill, and he kind of floated the ball perfectly to one of his wide receivers, Sincere Brown, who just took off and ran for a big touchdown. So it was impressive to see, but I think they still want to get him using his legs and being that kind of guy, especially in a game like this where the Buffs are not going to have their top 2 running back options. Or at least the guys that have been the most used throughout the first couple games of the season. So, because even Deion Sanders said after last week's game that the 35-yard rushing touchdown that Salter had that kind of capped the game, that was the encapsulation of what they thought they were getting out of Salter, the guy who was capable of doing that. So it's obviously going to be a much, much different test, like you said, this week against BYU, a very good defense, first in the Big 12 through their first 3 games of the season. It's not Wyoming, but I think part of it is replicable, but how much I think is going to tell the story of who wins tomorrow night.
The storyline going into this year for BYU has been, bringing back a really good team, but a real wild card going with a true freshman at quarterback. And thus far, he's not made a ton of mistakes, speaking of Bear Bachmeier, and has been fine, but against, of course, lesser competition. My question to you is, does Colorado have the type of defense that can make things tricky for a young quarterback?
Through 4 games, no, I don't think so. Like they had an improved performance last week against Wyoming, but the second half was not up to their standard. They played well in the first half, but through the first couple games, it has been, whatever the opposing offense wanted to do, they were able to do. With Georgia Tech, and they've got a dual threat guy in Haynes King, they racked over 300 rushing yards. The next week, Delaware, a team new to the FBS, had over 300 passing yards and was kind of picking up big gains through the air when they wanted to at times during that game. And then Houston in the Big 12 opener a couple weeks ago was able to do a little bit of both. Both run the ball they got a veteran running back and a capable quarterback who can do a little bit of both. So it's going to be different for Bear Bachmeier, I think, like you said, with a jump up in competition. But I would not be surprised at all if BYU really leans into LJ Martin this week. Colorado has shown they're vulnerable against the run. And I think BYU's got a pretty solid offensive line that can push around CU's pretty beat up defensive line already early in the season. They're down a couple guys both on the edge and at D tackle. So I would expect BYU to really try to control the ball with LJ Martin on the ground. And then, I mean, they still got talented guys that Bear Bachmeier can throw to once they really establish the ground game, that if Colorado decides to load the box, you can throw the ball to Chase Roberts. Carson Ryan's been a pretty good option at tight end so far for him. So it's going to be a challenge, in this kind of environment for Bear. Obviously the road game last week, I think at East Carolina helps. Just any kind of road game will help him. But I think this will be a different animal this week. But I think BYU is going to do as much as they can to take stuff off of his plate, especially early in the game.
It's still early in the season, Tyler, but I look at this game as just kicking off a murderer's row of opponents for Colorado. BYU, TCU, Iowa State, Utah. Arizona looks good so far. I don't think West Virginia's good. We'll see what Arizona State looks like tonight, and Kansas State maybe cleans it up by the end of the season. But, man, if Colorado is going to make a bowl game, they just can't afford to lose very many because you just know they're not going to run the gamut against these guys. What's a successful season from here on out because it does get so difficult?
I think a bowl game was always going to be what I deemed a successful season, even coming into the year. They obviously had expectations of winning the Big 12 because they were so close last year. But this is such a new-look team. Even when you bring in a veteran quarterback like Salter, the offensive line is it's a brand-new offensive line outside of Seton at left tackle, who's a stud, but he's still only a sophomore. The wide receiver group is brand new, all that kind of stuff. The defense lost its key playmakers with Travis Hunter, Cameron Silman-Craig, the two linebackers from last year, and a couple guys up front too. So I always thought it was going to be their expectations were a little bit higher inside the building than what they should have been, for us that cover the team. Because like you said, this is a really, really difficult schedule. And we thought that last year, but, I think it ended up being a lot softer than it looked in the preseason with Oklahoma State and Utah both kind of having down years. And even teams like Kansas and all the teams they end up playing, Arizona in the back half of the year, were not as good as maybe the preseason expectations. But this year it feels like, like you said, with BYU, TCU, Iowa State, the first 3 weeks of Big 12 or resuming Big 12 play because they already played Houston, who's definitely improved as well. They're going to be, I think they need to get a win to in this 3-week stretch to maybe have hopes of getting a bowl game, but it's like I said, it's not going to be easy at all. And I think maybe tomorrow night is their best hope, just because, like we talked about, BYU has still not really played anybody all that great yet. And Colorado's at least had a couple solid or tough opponents with Georgia Tech and Houston so far. So this game is going to be massively important, I think, to both sides, because I think if BYU has aspirations of competing for a Big 12 title game, they've got to prove it tomorrow night in Folsom Field.
Covering Utah and seeing them play Colorado over the years, there's no doubt that the juice surrounding the program when Deion Sanders was hired, and of course into next year, was through the roof, no doubt. I'm curious to what's the vibe around the fan base with the program? Is that juice maintaining, or how do fans feel about Coach Sanders and the Buffaloes now?
I think it's plateaued a little bit, but I think in a positive way, in that it's still way higher than it was, say, in 2022. That was my first year covering this program. And obviously they go 1-11, losing by an average of 30 points every week, just hitting rock bottom. Obviously it was such a swoon over the last couple of years for this program. And I think it's kind of leveled off to a place where you've gotten all of the people you needed to back into the program, whether that's locally in terms of the people willing to spend their money, not just to come to games, but to donate to the program and help them, build up NIL collectives and all that kind of stuff. I think they've improved in that regard, but it'll be interesting to see if they, struggle to make a bowl game this year, how that changes.
What's the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Seems like it's going to be pretty good. It's, it's going to be, I think it's, where I am here in Denver, it's going to be around 80 degrees today. So had one rainy day earlier this week, but it seems like it's going to be nice weather again tomorrow night.
Whatever we have today is what it's going to be like tomorrow.
It's quite nice today.
Yeah, it's beautiful today.
Yeah, right.
A little gray.
Yeah, but not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
Quite mild. Tyler, thank you for coming on. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
Great stuff, Tyler.
Yep, thanks, guys. Anytime.
That's Tyler King. He covers the Buffs for the Denver Gazette.
We were going to ask him about the Broncos, but Christian called him 25 minutes ago and chewed his ear off for a little while.
You found out everything you needed to know.
Everything.
We're boys now. Yeah.
Throw picks.
That would be 1-3. The weird loss to who's the quarterback in Cincinnati? Jake Locker?
Jake Browning.
Different Jake. Both went to Washington.
Both crappy.
I don't know. Locker wasn't great, but Browning, he's still young.
Betting on Browning?
I don't know.
Okay.
We had who was the NFL guy we had on that said Cincinnati was in a really good position to absorb the Joe Burrow loss. Remember that last week we had the NFL guy on?
Brian Diardo.
Was that who it was? Brian Diardo?
Must have been lying.
Who was talking up Browning? I don't know.
Did we have him? I don't know if we had him on after Joe Burrow was hurt.
Maybe. Anywho. You're not loving Jake Browning, huh?
Historically, teams do better when they lose their starting quarterback, if I know anything about football.
I don't know. You thought Throw Picks was the worst quarterback to ever play in the NFL.
What's the record?
Right now, 1-2.
Okay.
But they haven't trailed at all in regulation. They've just lost on 2 last-second kicks.
Whatever gets you out of bed in the morning, Christian.
Yep, exactly.
The Donks have
We're technically 3-0. We technically haven't lost a game yet.
Yeah.
If the game ended when the clock stopped, we're undefeated.
I'm glad you're finally seeing it my way.
All
Sean
right.
Payton, we'll see if he can do it. He's got the magic.
Well, he should be able to beat the Bungles, I would think.
You would hope so.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show. Wrap up the week. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I spoke with the hiring manager who told me that 3 of the 10 resumes that he had in the top listed pile were almost identical. Same wording, same experiences, same interests, but different names. The candidates had used the same AI program to modify their resume to fit the job description. It was no surprise that the AI-based hiring program labeled them as one of the top candidates. But it got worse. Other candidates had almost identical answers in the phone interviews because AI told them what they thought the employer wanted to hear. Much as we would like the computer to tell us who to hire, successful managers will still need to use the basic interpersonal skills to make the right hiring decision. If you want to know more about how to make good hiring decisions, consider an MBA at Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So here's the 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham hoping to see a true workhorse emerge at running back.
I would like to see that play out where we have a lead back, but right now through the first 4 games, just hasn't been a ton of separation. The Karis may be a little bit better in short yardage, more efficient, and Wayshawn's a little more of a home run back, able to rip off the big run.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. It's kennyjsbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for a battle against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
This is Zach here, calling in for the Jake and Ben show. Fellow podcast listener here. Going back to the conversation from yesterday. The way to fix the college football playoff and the increased meaning is to make the conference championship games the first round of the playoffs. This would increase the importance of every conference game. And then at the end of the season, you take the top 4 conferences, which are generally going to be the Power 4 conferences, and you do a 4-team playoff with the champions from each conference. That way, every team controls their fate. They don't have to rely on a bunch of bozos who are going to pick SMU over BYU like last season to make the decision of what teams. Every team has a shot. You win your games. You get in. You get to play for a championship.
All right, shout out to Zach with the call-in. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. I'm also really glad that Zach identified himself as a podcast listener, who we love and value our podcast listeners.
More than anyone else.
Well, that's not true. It's
not?
It's equal.
Oh, okay.
But we want our
It's less than Zach, actually.
The point is we want our podcast listeners to be able to call in as well.
Yeah.
So Zach did that perfectly. Identify what show it's for, send it on in, Christian will find it. And if you're weighing in on something we talked about before, no problemo.
Yeah, we love it.
More than happy to bring it back up. And you know what? I actually really like that solution. I've thought of that. Why don't they use the conference championship game as basically a first round? It makes it more regional. It makes it more interesting. But in that scenario, they're going to get sued for antitrust by the Boise States of the world. So you have to kind of figure out a way to calculate that access. But I do like that idea.
I was going to hit Zach with one of these.
Cat in the wall, eh?
But the more I think about it, the more I'm with you. And actually, one of the things we haven't talked about, at least I haven't thought of, or I've forgotten that I've thought of it, but that happens a lot, is that the Pac-12 DPing itself, no longer being a true power conference, deplatforming itself as a P5, does set that up to be the perfect solution.
It makes the math easier. Yeah.
4 teams, 4 conference championship games, then you advance to the Final Four, which was what I was advocating for yesterday, why I think the expanded college football playoff is stupid and has ruined college sports, at least ruined college football for me personally. Bam, right back to 4. You're a conference championship. You earned it. What the ranking is is the base of the seeding. 1 plays 4, 2 plays 3. I don't care if the 4th best team or the 4th highest ranked team is the Big Ten team and the number 1 team is the SEC. Cool, you got to play each other. And Clemson or whoever wins the ACC, Florida State, gets to play Texas Tech or BYU or Utah or whoever it is. Cool. Boom. Super easy.
Seems clean. I agree.
But then you don't have to play 6 games after your conference championship game, which devalues and puts the conference championship game so far in the rearview mirror that you can't even remember who got there and how they got there. Were you an at-large? Did you win your title? No, it actually adds value back to that. So, Zach, good answer. Good call.
It's never going to happen, unfortunately. Again, they would get sued by the Boise States of the world for antitrust. Get Mark Shurtleff on the horn. Remember him? Mm-hmm. He used to come on and rail against the BCS. It was an easy political win for him.
Yep.
Ben, before we get out of here, I just stumbled across a video of 2 fat guys fighting on a plane over an armrest.
Okay.
What's the proper armrest, airplane armrest policy? Because I really would like to know this. I have no idea what it is.
There's not one.
What is the appropriate?
The appropriate is put 4 more inches in between the seats so everyone can have an extra armrest. But then again, the aisle becomes so narrow that nobody could possibly walk through
I don't think that's going to happen.
There's not one. There's really not one. You know what it should be if we were all polite and we lived in a society and we were a real country? Whoever gets stuck with the middle seat should get both.
Because they're stuck with the middle seat.
Because you're stuck with the middle seat.
See,
You got
I like
the worst
that policy.
spot.
That's a good policy.
So you get both. If I want to lean left, I want to lean right, I get those. You've got a window. You can lean against it. You also control whether it's going to be bright or dark on the ride, which we all know, leave the shade down, but some people don't. And then if you're in the aisle, you can get up and go to the bathroom. You're not climbing over anybody. You've got that advantage. So the middle seat should get something, and it should be both armrests.
I am 1,000% on board with that policy. But there should be a policy.
It
so
should
2
be general knowledge.
hefty middle-aged men don't have to make a scene on an airplane.
What kind of fight?
Yeah,
passive aggressive, like they just keep putting their arms on top of each other.
I just put it down. I didn't get to hear it with. There's a verbal component to it too.
That's my take. In fact,
I
would run for president on that, and I think I'd have a decent chance.
Is there any issue in traveling that would cause you to make a scene on a plane?
I'm a pretty good traveler. I don't think so. I guess I have a line. If another passenger was being absurdly rude, I could see myself saying something. I wouldn't talk to kids at the movie theater because they were talking too much a few months ago.
Yeah, but that's not making a scene.
No, it's not. It was the end of the movie. It's like if the plane had already landed.
Yeah, I'm talking about like you open up the Snap Talk the next day and it's like, bam, there's Ben freaking out on a Southwest flight.
I don't think so.
No?
Man, I hope not.
Christian?
Ben only freaks out at Texans games.
Yeah, right. I'm only at the NFL.
Christian, is there any excuse, example of rudeness that would cause you to lose your mind to make a scene on an airplane?
He berates anyone wearing a Chargers jersey.
Raiders, yeah.
He just goes right after him.
Is that Geno Smith?
Yeah, okay, pal. Watch this.
Sit down, buddy.
Yeah, and then you throw a bag at him.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Christian's polite. Christian's more polite than either of us.
I'd probably make a scene if they only had like diet ginger ale. I think that would be
That's your line?
I want sugar in my ginger ale.
Full-fledged
yes, I do.
Ginger ale.
I want sugar in my ginger ale, and if I don't get it, look out. You better have the federal marshals at the next game.
No, I had my seat kicked. There was a baby crying next to me. You know what? Maybe I won't get into it.
No, go ahead.
On my way back from Nashville, there was... I was going to ask you guys about it, and I opted not to, but I guess we're here. A woman was feeding her baby.
Like breastfeeding?
Breastfeeding her baby.
Okay. Next to you?
I was middle.
Uh-huh.
Stranger next to me.
Uh-huh.
Next to them. No, actually, I guess it was my fiance next to me. Stranger was at the window. Across the aisle. Right across the aisle.
Uh-huh.
Just.
Going for it?
Straight out in the open. Full everything in the open.
Didn't have the drape
no
or
cover.
Uh-huh.
And it wasn't like, I'm on a plane, this is a necessity, I'm sorry. This was I'm planting my flag. You're going to know that I'm a mom, and I'm going to be the proudest mom, even though every other interaction she had on the plane seemed to imply that she hated her husband, her children, her in-laws who were clearly on the plane with her. This was not about, I'm a proud mom. This was about her exclusively. Huh. This was about, I'm going to do this because I say I have the right to, which you do have the right to, absolutely. I mean, no one kicked her off the plane, but I was just curious. You guys cool with that, or you causing a scene over that?
No, absolutely. I'm not causing a scene over that. No, I'm going to look straight forward and mind my own business.
Right. It was actually too bad my fiance didn't have the window seat, because when I had to look over at her to be like, let me position your head in the exact right spot, because what's happening is unique.
Yeah, I'd just sit there and be uncomfortable. That's probably what she's aiming for. And
yes,
yeah,
and
succeeded.
I do think that's what it was. And I know that sounds selfish of me. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think her desire was to see how uncomfortable she could make people around her in hopes that somebody would say something so she could snap.
So she could yell at him.
Yeah. Because she was yelling at everybody that was in her traveling party as is. So.
Well, you should have volunteered.
To do what?
You should have said, "Put that thing away, lady."
Okay.
Should have volunteered to lead to the scene on the airplane.
Then I look like the bad guy.
So?
Yeah. Loser man attacks woman for breastfeeding child. It's like, there's no way to win that argument.
Sure isn't. All right, stay tuned. Hansen, Scotty G are coming up next.
Thanks, Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
You weren't there, but these aircraft were. Now, see and ride the magnificent warbirds that won World War II. September 27th, Spanish Fork Airport invites you to enjoy Wings and Wheels. A throwback to when America was at war. Over 15 World War II aircraft will be on display, and many will offer rides or walkthrough tours. One of the most notable planes on hand will be the Ye Olde Pub, a B-17 Flying Fortress. This aircraft flew bombing missions in World War II. Only 3 of these mighty bombers are left flying today. And there's more. Find a complete list of aircraft and shows, plus purchase tickets for rides, all at SpanishFork.gov/airshow. A classic car show, a supercar and exotic car display, and races are also part of the fun. It's all there September 27th, starting at 9 a.m. Visit SpanishFork.gov/airshow for event and ticket information. Kids under 12 admitted free with paid adults. SpanishFork.gov/airshow.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Man, I've been putting a lot of work into this BYU-Colorado game. Of course, I'll be on the call coming up tomorrow in Boulder, prime 8:15. It's going to be a great game. But I've been putting a lot of time and energy into film review this morning. A deep numbers dive. I've been looking at personnel. I finished up on my boards. I've racked my brain on every different angle that Colorado could possibly make of this a game. I can't come up with it. And in order to try to find something to make this game interesting, we're bringing on our BYU insider, Mitch. Mitch, how you doing?
Doing great, Hans, like you. I'm, just been diving into this matchup because I think a lot of Colorado people are, some of the, day in, day out beat are kind of pointing to who has BYU played, but I think they're underestimating the dominance of how BYU has performed through these 3 games, and you've seen that as well. And, this BYU team, I think, comes in feeling confident, but at the same time, it's kind of coach speak, but I do believe they're buying into Kalani's messaging of staying humble because I don't think they're satisfied at all with this start. They're like, this is what we were expected to do, and it's been an impressive start so far, and they'll look to continue it tomorrow.
It is. It's an impressive start. Have you noticed that Colorado fans are pretty loud and obnoxious?
They are, and they are pretty loud. We got a taste of that in the Alamo Bowl, and because you saw it too. It was just in San Antonio. It was just expected to be a coronation for Shedeur and a send off, and for Travis Hunter, and no one was even, having a thought about BYU. And I'm thinking, folks, this is a really good BYU team, and Jay Hill is really good at devising up, putting it together a scheme. So. And obviously we saw what happened in that Alamo Bowl. But, yeah, I mean, the thing is that, Colorado having a loud fan base, I think it's good for the Big 12. I think Colorado and Coach Prime in general are good for this league. I think it's been pretty cool to see Coach Prime still in this spot. I think when the scheduling matrix for the Big 12 was released years ago, when all this 16-team league came together, I pointed to this 2025 game and thought, are we actually going to see Coach Prime against BYU? And sure enough, without his sons here, he's still the Colorado coach. I think he loves being at this program. He's still recruiting kind of long-term. I mean, they're getting some big-time commitments. Colorado is for the future. So Colorado's good for the Big 12, and that fan base, too. They bring eyeballs to the TV broadcast for the Buffs, and that's important this day and age in college sports.
Mitch, can you see any way that Colorado makes this a game?
I think if they get big chunk yardage, in the quarterback run game, too, with Caden Salter, I think this is the best running quarterback that BYU has faced to date this season. And, there were times last year where QB run game for, BYU was defending that was sometimes, I won't say a problem, but they gave up some yardage. And if Colorado can get chunk yardage on BYU, that's where this could be maybe a game. But if they're expected to go, 75, 80 yards every drive, good luck. And when Bear Bachmeier's taking care of the football like he is, and BYU special teams is playing at a high level as we've grown accustomed to, that's not a recipe for success for Colorado. But I will say their special teams kind of decent too. Their punter, their field position, opponents are averaging about having to go 75 yards per drive against them too, but Colorado's defense hasn't been good in stopping those teams, so they pick up a lot of yards. But I just think that the chunk yards, the easy plays, the easy drives, maybe a pick six, something like that could then swing the game maybe to where it's a lot closer than maybe what you and I are thinking.
It was announced that Sione Moa is out of this game. Do you have any insight into how long he could possibly be out? And then give me your expectations for anything behind LJ Martin in this Colorado game.
Well, from what I've gathered, the expectation is not season-ending right now for Sione Moa, and he got banged up in that fourth quarter around the 6.5 mark of the East Carolina game. He played one snap after he got banged up with Enoch Nawahine, and then he went off to the sideline with Brett Morgensen and didn't return in that game, which was pretty much all but a wrap. But I think that's what's kind of an interesting dynamic in this game is, LJ Martin is the bell cow, and he's the guy you want to get a lot of touches to. But at the same time, do you want to try to avoid taking as much unnecessary hits on him as possible because there's not much proven depth outside of LJ now in that running back unit. I think Enoch Nawahine has done a nice job in the past for BYU. Remember that Baylor game last year? He had a pretty big workload, not a good yards per carry. He had about 19 carries, only 51 yards, but he has played in some key spots. He had a touchdown run last year against SMU, but like many in this running back unit for BYU over the past year and a half, he's been banged up. He dealt with injuries last year, and then in fall camp this year, he was banged up, and that allowed for guys like Jovesa DeMooney and Preston Rex to move ahead of him at the time. But I think Nawahine, being a veteran, being someone that they have a proof of concept that he can do it when called upon, I think that would, to me, give him the edge to go to be that number 2 guy. Jovesa DeMooney's a speedster. He might be the fastest running back in the unit. And then Preston Rex is a former safety converted to running back. He's coming off an ACL injury. He's okay, but again, I don't know if I'm trusting that in this spot on the road where you're now getting into the heart of Big 12 play. That's a pretty big ask. So, yeah, the injury to Sione Moa was significant to me, and I think that's going to be something that's a bit concerning. And, for BYU, they got to hope that Sione Moa can get back as soon as possible and get back to his healthy self, because you saw it last week against East Carolina. He can make acrobatic catches. He's a good receiver out of the backfield, and he can give you, 5 to 7 carries and give LJ a breather and still give a nice athletic burst out of the backfield, which I don't think anyone else in this group right now, even though Gervais is the fastest, I don't think they pair up the physicality and the speed like Sione Moa does in that second unit.
Our BYU insider, Mitch Harper, joining us here out of the gates. We appreciate him taking some time. You're in Colorado now, aren't you?
I am not. I'm flying in tonight. I figured this will, since it's a little bit quicker trip, and make it as efficient as possible. Fly in tonight and then get after it tomorrow.
Are you on that 6 o'clock?
Let's
That's
see.
the
I'm
one
on a 7:15 flight, I believe, actually.
7:15. I don't know. Maybe I'm on the same one. I don't know, man. I kind of float on the breeze.
We
If
just
the
got to
flight
hope that
takes
you
me
didn't
there,
have
it
the
takes me-
wrong town for the hotel. I know Greg's. I remember Kansas 2 years ago. Like Mitch, I booked somewhere like 2 hours away from Lawrence.
Oh, yeah, well, the one that bugged him, the one that really bugged him. Yeah. So the Kansas one, I jumped in an Uber of these BYU guys. They're like, hey, do you want to just share an Uber? I was like, yeah. So I jump in an Uber. They happened to stay in Lawrence, and it was like 2 hours away from where I was staying. But the one that bugged Greg is I scheduled a hotel, and my hotel was in a totally different town. I don't know, 20, 30 minutes away. And I thought I was in the same hotel. And he calls me. He's like, hey, I'm down here in the lobby. And I go down to the lobby. I'm like, oh, where are you at? He's like, I'm here in the lobby. And I'm like, okay, so are you in this lobby? I'm here by the front desk. And he's like, you're not in the right place. Where are you? I share my location. He's like, how did you end up there? I'm like, I don't know. Man. He gets so frustrated with me, but it's fine. I'm going to be getting to Colorado sometime this evening, and I keep trying to look at this game and try to find ways to make it interesting, and I can't. So what I'm looking at is BYU really just needs to have a stable, very confident, and very resounding victory, like Houston did. I except for it's going to happen in Boulder. I think that's my expectations for BYU. Justin Kirkland returns to the defensive line for BYU. If they roll out a four-man front to start, do we see number 96? Do we see the Oklahoma State transfer, all 6'3", 355 pounds of him?
I'd still go to John Talmoy Payau. That would be my pick if I had to say on that. But I will say that Jay Hill has been, bullish on what Justin Kirkland's impact can be for BYU. He's going to play. And I talked to Sione Puha this week, and they're excited to get him going. And they feel like that he brings just more depth. And you get the ability to where you feel like if you need to give someone a breather like a John Talmoy Payau or even a Keanu Tanavasa for a brief moment, the level of production doesn't drop off. And I think that's the value of what Justin Kirkland brings coming in from Oklahoma State and being a veteran. And remember, he was one of the top performers on that defensive line for Oklahoma State in spring ball. There was a lot of reports that he was due for a breakout year, the best of his college football career. And maybe that's, in retrospect, not as glamorous of a angle now because how bad Oklahoma State is. But still, he was one of the better guys coming out of spring, and BYU got him. And I think that he's going to be, he'll round out the depth. But I'd still go with Talmoy Payau because I just think he's been playing at such a high level alongside Keanu Tanavasa so far this season.
So you mentioned Caden Salter, and you mentioned his running ability, 32 carries, 153 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. He's got a rushing touchdown in every one of the games that he's played in. He's played in Georgia Tech. He played for a minute in that game against Delaware. And then he started and played against Wyoming. He did not play at Houston. That was Ryan Staub. And, of course, things did not go well at Houston, losing 36-20. But you mentioned Caden Salter. You mentioned his rushing ability. What kind of rushing do you expect from him in this game against BYU? And how much do you believe Jay Hill is circling that as an issue and wanting to take that away from him?
I would expect that's because Salter got some big yardage in the Wyoming game. He had 11 carries, I believe, for 86 yards in that one. He had 304 passing yards too, and he was at Liberty. BYU didn't face him 3 years ago. He was banged up in that game when BYU went out to Lynchburg in 2022. But I think that it's just got to be accounted for because, again, I don't think that Portland State, Stanford especially, there was no threat there the first 2 weeks. I know Portland State had a dual threat guy that they threw in their 4 or 5 guys that they had, but there's just really no fear at all. Whereas Salter, I think just because of the offensive line that he has in front of him, this is a better Colorado offensive line than last year. And then they get Zy Chrysler, the Illinois transfer. He's expected to play. Jordan Seaton, who Coach Prime's called the franchise. He could be maybe eventual first-round pick. He was a, heralded guy, number one recruit in the country type of prospect. He'll be that left tackle, and he's expected to go. There were some questions about him. So I just think his offensive line in front of Salter, I just think that posed that opportunity where he could have some time, and if maybe the receivers are defended, because I like BYU's secondary right now, he can take off and scoot and maybe have an opportunity to take off and run. So I got to imagine that Jay Hill is going to be very well prepared for that. And that's been a theme every single week. These players talk about how just they're not really shocked by anything that's thrown at them in a game. They're so prepared for what's coming. And Jay Hill almost has this just sixth sense where he just can predict what's going to happen in these games. He's got a good feel in the preparation. And so I would imagine, guys like Isaiah Glasker and Jack Kelly will be looked upon to be those guys that can be kind of the eraser to eliminate that phase with Salter. But I just think that dynamic, can extend some plays, extend some drives, keep Colorado out there on the field, and maybe give them a little bit of confidence when, recent teams that BYU has faced, I don't think as good as offensive lines as Colorado's. And I think that just to give them a little bit of confidence to try to hang around with BYU, because like you, I think BYU is a much better football team in this game. But if they can, stay on the field and extend drives, I think Salter's legs could give them a chance.
We've seen an increase in third down offense from last year to this year with a true freshman quarterback. Right now they sit 18 to 38, converting 47% of their third downs offensively. What are you seeing just offensively from Aaron Roderick? It does feel like maybe your third down opportunities are a little bit shorter, maybe on average, with L.J. Martin being more consistent. But 18 to 38 on third down conversions for 47%. Who do you attribute most of that to?
I would attribute that to Bear Bachmeier, I think, because he's got the ability to absorb a lot of what Aaron Roderick throws at him in terms of play calls. Roderick talked about it this week in the media, and I asked him, how much Roderick enjoys just kind of digging into his bag this early in the development of a young quarterback, and he really likes it, where he can not hold back this playbook much, and Bear retains a lot of the info and is able to execute it. So I think that's the biggest strength here, because that was the question I had, when there was a lot of momentum building from Bear Bachmeier from the likes of McKay Hillstead, was just, how much can you throw at this freshman quarterback with that playbook? They heard all the great things about he's already learned the playbook in fall camp, but let's now see it in a game. And every single week he's passed with flying colors. He's done a really good job, Bear has. The Stanford game, of course, was, they didn't finish drives, and they still got to improve on that. 6, red zone appearances this year where they have settled for field goals. They got to do a better job, I think, this week finishing with touchdowns. But I just think that Bear Bachmeier, his knowledge of the playbook, it's showing up, and his decision-making to not throw in interceptions and the success that he's had with taking care of the football, I think that gives them the ability to be very balanced on these third downs, and they can attack a lot of different ways. I thought it was very noteworthy in the second half of the East Carolina game, where early on you're seeing East Carolina stack the box, and Bear Bachmeier attacks, getting out, throwing the football to Carson Ryan, and then later in the game he's looking like the centaur that he's been dubbed to be with that 16-yard run in some key spots. So I just think, again, his knowledge of the playbook is showing up, and that's allowing BYU to be pretty balanced on these third downs and keep opposing defenses on their heels.
One thing that gets under my skin, and has for the last 3 years since I've been calling these games, is that the defensive ends can't get home. They can't get consistent sacks. And I think over the 3 years that Jay Hill's been the defensive coordinator, I think defensive ends have a total of 9 sacks. Scotty and I were looking at it. There was one 5.5 sack season by Tyler Batty, I think, in Jay's first year, and then Tyler Batty went down to 1.5. And, they played Isaiah Banya for a couple of years, and he mustered up like a sack or a sack and a half. And then I'm looking at the DNs this year. Logan Latui, no sacks. Ryan Maile Kafusi, no sacks. Vilpoha, no sacks. Tasilia Kana, no sacks. Hunter Clegg, no sacks. Bodie Schoonover, no sacks, even though Bodie's played more inside than anything. It does get a little bit frustrating. We had Jay Hill on yesterday, and I asked Jay, is this a scheme issue? Is this you just are having these guys bottle up? And he's like, well, maybe I could do a better job of giving calls where these guys could pin their ears back. But What is your take of it, Mitch? Why is the sack situation from the edge at BYU so limited over the 3 years?
I'd say right now that for this year's team, it hasn't been. I don't know if they have the elite top end talent at the edge rushers. I think Logan Latui has been much improved. He's leading the team, oddly enough, in tackles this year from the outside edge spot. But I still think the great pass rushers that BYU are going to have are probably still young guys. Still the Cleggs who you're seeing moments of. Haven't seen as much Tausili Akana this year. Really saw good things in fall camp from him, but really he's been kind of out of sight and out of mind for the most part this season. It is interesting. I mean, I even asked Sione Puad, too. You brought up Coach Hill. I talked with Coach Puad this week, and I know he coaches the D tackles, but like, what's kind of the method to – is that by design to where the D ends are not getting sacks and you're seeing more from the D tackles with Anisi Purcell, Keanu Tanavasa? They're more of a threat to get sacks, and, you know, he kind of took a diplomatic answer and pointed just to no one's worried about getting theirs and things like that. But, you know, I do also think that having guys like Glasgow and Kelly being those erasers that they are, those are probably the guys that you know will get home. And if you're going to, you know, to Jay Hill's point, they told you about, you know, setting something up to pin their ears back. I mean, guys like Kelly, you want to design something up for them to unleash because you know they're going to finish the job. And where some of these other guys, maybe they haven't had that body work to where you trust to dial that up for those guys. Because they haven't had maybe the body of work that says that they're going to finish the job and get that sack. But, yeah, I'm with you. I mean, for someone like yourself, too, you've seen great BYU defensive lines. You've been part of them. And that's got to happen. I think you got to have some elite pass rushers off the edge to go eventually win a Big 12 title. I do think that's got to be there. And I think maybe Kelly and Glasgow are good enough for BYU to be in that top threshold or top tier of the league this year. But eventually you got to have those D-ends getting home because, you know, you've seen some other guys in the league, and ones that you once had with Logan Fano and Henry Daly who are really good. You love to have something like that, but, you know, that's definitely an area where if you want to kind of split hairs a little bit, that I agree that it's got to improve for BYU and those DNs to get home and finish the job.
Yeah, and that's the way it feels to me, too. Like, I'd love to see anybody get a true pass rush. I mean, Tausili Akana comes from Texas with the hope and understanding that he's going to be a speed rusher and he's going to make a difference in the edge pressure, and we just haven't seen it yet. Yeah. From Asiata, he was recruited as a defensive end, and he was brought in with the hope that he could be a speed and very talented rusher, and we just haven't seen it. I mean, they moved him to linebacker, and they're trying to change up the game plan for him because he just can't hold on to weight. Logan Latui, who's your tackle leader for this team, he just doesn't have the speed in a speed rush. And I've seen Orion Maile Kofusi start to get more reps, or at least feels like he's really splitting reps with Hunter Clegg. And I do think that they're looking at these guys like, who wants to go out there and get a pass rush? So I'm hoping somebody steps up and does it.
I do think Clegg, to your point, though, I think if someone could be, I mean, Clegg kind of seems like he could be the next Batty, potentially. I think that's kind of the trajectory, if you will, if you want to maybe project what he could be. He could be that guy. But then you go, Batty only had 1.5 sacks last year. So it's like that's where it's tough because you had an NFL guy last year, and he only got 1.5. And that's where you just go, what is just kind of the root of the issue here with why these DNs can't get it? Because Batty seemed like if anyone could get it, it's going to be him. But even he couldn't get those sacks.
I was watching that ECU Army game last night. I don't know if you watched it, Mitch.
I did.
There was nobody in the fans. Or in the stands. Like nobody. I couldn't believe how empty it was. I don't know. Did ECU fans say, oh, screw it. They can't beat BYU. They suck. Did they not want to show up on a Thursday night? Like, that was crazy to see what we saw at East Carolina last Saturday, and then look at the TV set and be like, there might have been 8,000 people in that stadium.
Oh, it was bare. I'm with you because there was so much, excitement and energy from that ECU fan base for last week, and they just no-showed, and it seemed like that's kind of maybe a little bit of a theme with ECU where it's pretty rare when they get those big crowds. And they were still a few thousand short of the total sellout, and BYU fans helped that cause last week. But, I was surprised by that. But their offense, another kind of, I don't want to say feather in the cap, but just maybe another data point that shows you how good BYU's defense is. ECU jumps on Army quick and gets up 21-0, and they kind of cruised after that to just with only 28 points. But on a short week, and ECU was putting up numbers early on a team in Army who beat a Big 12 team in Kansas State. So, again, I think this BYU, circling it back to BYU, I think that BYU's defense they're always going to show up, and they've got the personnel and the depth, even though that I'm with you, Hans, that defensive end spot, they got to get the sacks going here soon. But this whole collective group and the readiness and the preparation with this staff, I was just talking about it today on Cougar Tracks. I was, you think about these names that were just tied and tethered to Utah with Jay Hill and Chad Kaha, Gary Anderson, even Justin Enna, former BYU player, but, long tenured guy at Utah. These guys have brought that scheme, and they're doing it at a high level at BYU. And I think what's exciting for the Cougars going forward in the future, this year and years ahead, is they can all retain these guys. They're getting in the mix for some high-profile recruits. They just offered a 4-star safety from Oklahoma yesterday for the class of 2028. They're getting into the mix and conversation because this defense is so lights out right now, and it doesn't seem like it's slowing down anytime soon. I think they'll have a pretty good day tomorrow, too, against Colorado as well.
Well, Mitch, when you get to Colorado, the only suggestion I've got for you, I think the only thing that's interesting or fun in the Denver area, really there's just one, and that's the Molly Brown house. So Take some time, get out, go see Molly Brown's home, the unsinkable Molly Brown. She was on that Titanic. She was the widowed wife of a multi-millionaire oil maniac.
She was new money, Hands.
She was new money. And Mitch, when everybody just wanted to get on that lifeboat and row away from all the people freezing to death in the water, there was Molly Brown begging them to turn around. Lloyd, how did they say it, Lloyd?
I don't understand a one of you. That's our man out there.
Oh, it'll be a good time. Where are you going to get some food? Where are you going for food? I got some recommendations from some Colorado locals.
Oh, I'm not eating anything in Colorado. It's probably baked in with some type of shroom or weed or something.
I did hear, though, Hans.
I don't need to pop positive on a test coming back here, Mitch.
The booth food, though, is I hear it's probably the buzz I hear is the worst in the Big 12. They just give us a voucher. We got to go down to the concourse.
Oh, that's a bad deal, man. That's
what I'm hearing.
Deal.
So we're not going to be able to just slam dogs like we did back in Kansas. We're eating 4 or 5 dogs on a plate.
I don't understand a one of you. Man, Lloyd, you nail that line every time. All right, Mitch, we'll see you at the Molly Brown house. Appreciate your interest, man. We appreciate it.
You bet, guys. See ya.
There you go. Mitch does a great job with all the BYU coverage, and my guess is he's not going to be visiting the Molly Brown house.
Well, that's a shame.
Well, that's a waste of a trip to Denver. By the way, hanging out here at one of our absolute favorites, Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown, and hanging out with my guy, Jeff, who's been here a lot of years. Jeff, you've been doing this thing at Tim Daly for a lot of years.
Yeah, quite a few.
And I know we've seen some good deals come through. We've seen some really good opportunities come through. I think these EV incentives that you guys have had over the last month have been ridiculous, to the point where I bought one based off of this incentive for my wife. Walk people kind of through what it is and how much longer they have with it.
Yeah, so on the new plug-in EVs that we've got, the CX-90s and the CX-70 PHEVs, there's a $7,500 rebate that comes from for tax rebate. And then on used cars, on used EVs, it goes to there's up to $4,000 in credit on vehicles that are priced at $25,000 or less. So that does go away in 4 selling days. So we've got today, Friday, Saturday, Monday, and Tuesday. So it ends on the 30th.
So just to give a shout out for my PHEV that we got, there's something about not having to fill up a tank of gas. There's something about it. It's especially in today's world where we're at $3.30 or $3.40 a gallon, and I want to say we've had that thing for a month and a half, and I think we filled it up twice, which is ridiculous because we're usually filling up a gas tank at least once a week, maybe once every 5 days.
Yeah, we hear that. We hear that a lot, where people are driving for a month without having to put any more money into the gas tank.
We also got our power bill, and we were just combining our power bill because we wanted to see, because we plug it in every time we pull it in the garage. We plug it in. The plug-in process, way easier than I would have ever thought. We just had an outlet that's set there for our freezer, and so it is monitor for a freezer, and we just plug it into that, and overnight we get a full charge.
Yep.
From empty to a full charge, just off of a freezer outlet, whatever volt that is.
Yep.
But we don't have one of those hybrid plug-ins that's supposed to quick charge, and we still get a full charge every night. So I don't want people to think, oh, I'm going to have to install this, and this is going to be a nightmare. It comes with this really nice, long electric cord that's thick and very hardy. It's an easy thing, almost like putting the gas hose into the gas tank. It's easy just to plug it in, and everything does its own work. You don't have to do anything else.
Yeah, you just plug it in and forget it, right? You plug it in when you drive it home, and then when you're ready to use it again, you unplug it and you start driving.
So you got the EV credit going until Tuesday.
Correct.
I want you to come in and just ask for Jeff. I mean, you've got great sales staff across the board here, but come in and just ask for Jeff. Jeff will point you in the right direction if you want to take advantage of that EV credit, or you just want to see what Mazdas we have to offer here on the lot. There's one for everybody. Anything from the 3 to get around in, low mileage, very cost effective. Anything up to the 90 where we got the third row and it's family compatible. There's a car here for everybody, Jeff.
Yeah, there 100% is, and we've got a really great incentive going on this weekend only. So starting today, Friday and Saturday, is that we're doing employee pricing for everybody who comes in the store. So this is the time to get the deals, right? You get the employee pricing, which is unheard of. We don't typically do that. Plus, you also still have the availability on the EV credits on the new plug-in hybrids as well.
So somebody comes in, they say, I was listening to you on with Hansen and Scotty. So tell me about the employee pricing. You can show them what that does with the numbers.
Correct. Not only do you get employee pricing, which would be a discount here at the store, but then you also get any kind of incentives and rebates that are available to you that you qualify for through Mazda as well.
Will attach on that?
Correct. It's stackable. Plus, you also get the special financing. So as low as 1.9%, depending on which model vehicle you're purchasing.
It's incredible what they've got here. Please come in, give it a check. If you haven't tried one of the PHEVs or you haven't read about it, come in and just ask Jeff or ask one of the staff about the PHEV and how that can reduce what you're spending on gas. Just a personal experience. I traded in a Mazda 5.
CX-5?
A CX-5 to get into the PHEV, and I actually saved like $40 or $50 a month on my lease price.
Correct. Not only that, then you also saved on the fact that you're not putting any money in your gas tank.
And I know that's not just me. Like, it was a newer 5, obviously.
Correct.
But it's incredible the savings that you have in some of these incentives on these EVs make it worth your time. Come down and see us, Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown, and don't forget the forever warranty. So when you drive off the lot, you know, as long as you own that car, it's warranted by Tim Daly. Thanks, Jeff.
Yep, please come down.
More Hansen and Scotty coming up. You're going to hear from Mark Johnson, the voice of the Colorado Buffalo, next.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hansen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, Hansen Scotty, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We are live at our home away from home, Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown. Big shout out to Jake. We don't know where Jake is. I'm sure that he's busy in some business meeting.
Big shout out to Scotty. We don't know where he is.
Big shout out to Scotty G. We have not seen or heard from him, but we did find out that he would not be doing the show about 2 minutes before the show started. I'm just kidding. Scotty
That's
always
not
gives us that.
true. He does.
I love our boy, and he is headed to Nashville, Tennessee to call the Utah State Vanderbilt game. And at first I thought, oh, Utah State is going to have a really good shot. And then I watched Vanderbilt. They're really good. Vanderbilt is really good this year. But we got this BYU Colorado game right on top of us. Mark Johnson, the play-by-play voice for the Colorado Buffalo, longtime play-by-play voice. He hopped on with Scotty and I, had a great conversation about what to expect from Colorado, and we started things off with, did they find their quarterback? Do we even know who's going to start in this game?
Well, I hope so, considering what we had kind of built up leading into the season. And, that first game against Georgia Tech, I think Georgia Tech's a very quality football team, and, it was a one-possession game within 2 minutes of the end of that one. And so I didn't have any – I told Sioux fans after that game, I said, be concerned. Don't be discouraged after this one here because, Sioux made some mistakes. And I thought that Caden Sultan, the starting quarterback that transferred from Liberty, wasn't great. I thought he was playing rather hesitant in that game. Then they take on Delaware. Delaware's a nice enough, team out of Conference USA, making a move to FBS. But that's where the quarterback shuffle began right there because, again, Caden didn't play very well. And so then they brought in Julian Lewis, the true freshman, who was only 17 years old at the time. And then bring in Ryan Staub. Then Staub starts the next week. And so it was a little bit concerning. And this past week, after getting a week off, I thought Caden Salter played loose. He played the way you saw him on tape at Liberty. And so it's one game. I'm not going to, put together any kind of conclusion at this point in time, but I thought he played the way we expected him to play. Now let's see what happens, obviously, against the Cougars this weekend. But if he's playing the way I think he can and the way we expected, I think this can be kind of a fun offense to watch. And so now we'll have to see if he can stack a couple of games together.
Is there any talk in that community or around that team of the Alamo Bowl and remember the Alamo, so to speak, going into this game?
Well, I think traditionally there probably would be. But the fact that in this era of college football now where you turn over half your roster every single year, I don't think anybody thinks much about it. Prime was asked in his press conference about that today. He kind of made that point. He said it's a very different team. He said, a bunch of new guys for BYU, obviously, as well. But for Colorado, I mean, think about it. 30% of this team was not here for the spring game, right? And so after the spring game, then another third of this team essentially came on in. And so it's a very different squad. So it's being mentioned more so by the media than is by anybody inside the team.
What do they excel at? What do you know when you go into a game, Mark, that you're going to see it? You're going to get that?
That's a great question. Gary Barnett and I, during the pregame, that was one thing I had. I always kind of put down a list of things we're going to get to in the pregame. And the number one thing I had on there in capital letters highlighted in red is, what are we? I'm not sure I could have given you any solid answer before the game against Wyoming about what is the identity of Colorado football. The last couple of years on offense, it was a high wire act, right? It was Shedeur and Travis and all the Jimmy Horn and all the wide receivers that they had around the NFL. I don't think this team had an identity, and I'm not willing to say after one game, where they looked pretty good against Wyoming, that they've really got an identity. The idea, I think, or at least the vision going into the season was they upgraded the offensive line. I think they're the fourth heaviest offensive line in college football, and all the starters are there. So the expectation was you've got a quarterback that's got dynamic legs. Okay, this is going to be a team that runs the football. On defense, you're number one under Robert Livingston a year ago. Were they the greatest defensive numbers? No, but you know what they did do? They forced turnovers, and they got to the quarterback. They led the Big 12 in sacks. Well, they didn't do that through the first 3 games of the season. And so I don't know what the identity of this team is at this point. Last week, you know, Caden Sota looked awful good, threw for 304 yards, rushed for 85 or whatever it was. They rushed for 190-some yards in that ball game. That's what we thought. Defensively, they played with their hair on fire last week. That's what we thought we were going to see. And so I don't know that I could tell you right now what I will count on Saturday night. I know what I hope to see. It's a little bit of what we saw last week against Wyoming. And like I said before, I guess time will tell if they're finally finding themselves.
How much of those rushing yards were called plays, and how much of it was escaping the pocket?
I would say probably there. You know, he was better this game. I think not just leaving for the sake of leaving, and you know he's got the ability to do that. But obviously they want him to go through his progression, and then if he has to escape, and so I don't know, maybe a third of what we saw were him probably doing that. That's one of the nice aspects to his game, though, the fact that he has got a quality arm. He can throw a deep ball, which we saw a couple of plays there. And then when he has to run, he can take off, and he's dynamic with his feet. And so and again, because of the small sample size, essentially he's played 2.5 games now. I can't really give you a great judgment on if he leaves early or if he's the kind of guy that's going to be patient with it. But what we saw last week was a step in the right direction. So I tell you what, I don't know that, you know, Gary always says through his years of coaching, you don't know what your team is until you played 5 games. Then you'll know what your team is. I think that's a pretty good general rule. I'm not sure it's true with this football team because here we are through 4 games. I don't have a clue what Colorado is right now, and I'm not sure the 5th game is going to answer that because I think it's still evolving a little bit.
Talk to me a little bit about these 2 DNs, Arden Walker and Caden Wade. I know they've racked up a couple of sacks, transfer guys. How consistent are they, and do you feel like they can provide the pressure against this true freshman?
Well, you'd like to hope so. Keaton Wade's the guy that, if I could borrow, again, Coach Barnett's term, he always says he's got suddenness, right? He's got an explosive step. And so he's a nice player that's kind of evolved over the last couple of years. And Arden Walker's a legacy guy. His father, Arthur, played for the Buffs back in the day, was at Cherry Creek High School here in the metro area, went to Missouri, then transferred back. And so he's evolved into a very nice player as well. Very solid, steady guy there on the edge. I think the edge guys have played relatively well through 4 games. They've been a little bit soft up the middle with this team, and that wasn't something we expected because, again, the heavy transfer activity we saw coming in and where those guys were coming from, you kind of expected them to be a little bit stouter up front. Now, they were last week because I think they were active last week, and so they were better against what is a pretty physical football team in Wyoming. So those ends have been good. I wouldn't say they've been great. The sack numbers are not really much to brag about at this point in time through 4 games.
Given up 9 sacks so far on the season. Is a lot of it, I mean, not every sack is created equal. Sometimes it's on the O-line, sometimes it's on the quarterback. If you're divvying up blame for a lot of those sacks, percentage-wise, where would you go on that?
Well, I think they can be spread around a little bit. With 3 of them, I think, maybe 4 on Ryan Staub, who's not really he's more of a drop-back guy. He's not a guy that's going to get out and move and run away from anybody. And so last week, I think, memory serves, I think Salter had 1 last week. I think he had 1 in the first game. So he hasn't had that many yet because of the way he can kind of get away and escape. And so I think you can probably pass around those sacks and kind of spread around between the offensive line of the 3 quarterbacks that have played up to this point. Now, we did get word today, by the way, speaking of that kind of thing, it sounds like Jordan Seaton is going to play, the outstanding left tackle who through 4 games has been the highest rated, I think, offensive lineman, according to Pro Football Focus, in the country. He's got a little hamstring issue that took him out of the second half last week. I think they expect him back, which is a good sign for Colorado up front.
So there you go. Great stuff from Mark Johnson. Getting you ready for this BYU-Colorado game. 8:15 kick. We also have Utah, West Virginia. This is going to be a great game as well. And I've gone through the numbers, gone through the film on Utah, West Virginia. I just am discouraged with what Rich Rodriguez has put together at West Virginia. This is a very much a below mediocre West Virginia team that I think really struggles. They struggle in every area. They struggle to move the ball. They struggle to stop the ball. They're dead last in third down offense, only converting 26% of their third down offense. They're terrible in protecting the quarterback. They're 120th in the country in protecting the quarterback. They're giving up 3 sacks a game. Their turnover margin is miserable. They've lost 9 turnovers. They're one of the bottom in the entire country in giving up the ball. They're one of the bottom in the entire country in scoring offense. Number 91 in the country in scoring offense, only putting up 24 points. This is not a good team. And so this really sets up as a must-win for the University of Utah. And Utah's still doing a lot of good things well. We'll talk more about West Virginia, Utah with Coach Ron McBride and Lemma Harrington as they come in for a Football Friday. Excited to kick off a Football Friday with them live from Tim Daly Mazda here in Southtown.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got to tell you how easy it is just to order Beehive Meals, have it sent to your house. You just go to Beehive Meals, M-E-A-L-S, beehivemeals.com, and you'll see an Order Now button right up the top. Click the Order Now. They're going to send you this month's menu, and you're going to get to taste 10 delicious meals courtesy of Beehive Meals. A couple things. If you use promo code ZONE, you're going to get $10 off your order. If you subscribe to Beehive Meals, you're going to get 10% off your order. You can combine those. So you subscribe, press order now, use promo code ZONE, get the $10 off, and you're going to get to try these 10 menu items for a very low price. By the way, we're talking about $3 to $4 per serving. That's what Beehive Meals does. The other thing we're talking about, these are all pre-prepared and frozen meals, but these aren't frozen dinners. No, nothing like that. These are all fresh chopped vegetables, fresh uncooked meats, all fresh ingredients that are put into a bag. They're frozen and sent to your house. So you can keep them in the freezer. They stay longer. They're always there, ready for you to take out of the freezer, open up, put them in your slow cooker, and have an incredible, delicious, hearty, wholesome homemade meal from Beehive Meals. Go to beehivemeals.com. Use promo code ZONE for $10 off and subscribe for 10%. That's beehivemeals.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update. Kyle Whittingham was addressing some of the tackling issues that we saw last week against Texas Tech, specifically with Nate Ritchie.
He's always around the ball. I don't know if you can say they were going at him directly, but he's so instinctive and has such a good feel for the position that he studies film, as well as anybody we've ever had. So by virtue of the nature of his position, like I said, the safeties are big-time tacklers in our scheme, especially the strong safety. But there is some things technically that we can help him with, and that seem to have made his tackling not as efficient as it should be.
It's your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5 The Zone. Brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue, the best in the business.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on The Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hansen and Scotty, more Hans than Scotty. Scotty's on a flight headed to Nashville, Tennessee. I guess he wanted to go see the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, so he decided that's more important than doing a show on a Friday with Coach Mack and Lem Harrington. So, hey, who am I? Who am I to disagree with the great Scott Gerard? If he wants to leave a show, he can leave a show anytime he wants. Lem Harrington, Ron McBride, they are here, they are in person, and they are ready to go. But before we jump out to our Football Fridays, we are live at Tim Daly Mazda here in Southtown. Tim Daly Mazda. If you haven't bought a car from Tim Daly Mazda, I'm encouraging you to do so. They're going to have the vehicle that you want for your family, for your need, maybe for your midlife crisis. You might be in the middle of a midlife crisis. Jeff, can we still get our hands on a Miata?
Miatas are tough. There's not a whole lot of inventory out there, but we'll find one. If somebody comes in and wants one, we'll find one for
We can still get one.
Oh, we'll find one.
Because Coach Max here, I think he'd look really good in a convertible Miata.
For sure.
Okay, just taking a look at Lem Harrington. And if you notice, beautiful hair, chiseled body, great manicure. You look at his fingers, they're all so well taken care of. I'm sure his toes match his fingers. He's got great legs, nice definition in his calves, great quad definition. He's just a well-chiseled man. What kind of car would you suggest for a guy of this stature and look?
Oh, CX-50,
yeah,
sure. CX-50 Turbo Premium Plus, absolutely.
The CX-50 for a limo, we'll put Coach Mack in that Miata, and then I'll just stay in the EV because I'm poor. I'm broke. I can't afford gas, and I'm hideously ugly. We'll tint up all the windows We'll keep those rolled up. But I do love my PHEV. My wife loves the PHEV. What's so funny? So we drove the 5 for probably 3 years, and we thought, oh, that's the pinnacle. That's the best. And we went into the 90 PHEV, and it's not even close. It's just a much better car for us. It's got more kick. It's got better gas mileage. We're getting probably 58.
Yep.
Is kind of what we're projecting, because everything we do is kind of within a 15, 20-mile radius. So we don't even get into the gas tank because that charge gives us that mileage. And you've got another 4 days to come in and take advantage of these EV incentives.
Correct. Yeah, 4 more days. So today, Friday, Saturday, Monday, Tuesday. So on the 30th, it all ends for the EV credits for the PHEVs on new cars. And then, of course, they still have the EV credit for used EVs that are $25,000 or less.
So come in and take advantage of that, because those are going fast. You still have inventory in it, though.
Yep, we've got some inventory. We've got available inventory, correct.
Okay, so they do have available inventory. They've got something that can fit you. And then I do want to reach out to the moms and dads out there. You've got kids that are just getting their driver's license. They're just starting to drive. And maybe you're looking for that $8,000, $9,000, $12,000, some beater. Come in. You guys do have a great used lot that and used cars you have access to that you can find the right car for them.
Yep, we've got a seat for every driver. We've got a seat for every single driver. And
so,
then, of course, this weekend we've got the specials going on with the employee pricing as well on all new cars.
All new cars, employee pricing, and those are great incentives. When you're talking about employee pricing, I've been doing this with you guys for probably the last 4 years, but we've been working with Tim Daly for the last 13 or 14 years. I want to say in the 13, 14 years I've been with Tim Daly, I might have heard employee pricing twice, maybe 3 times in all that you're offering the listener. So this is a unique opportunity.
It absolutely is, and it's good for today and tomorrow, so Friday, Saturday. Employee pricing, and Mazda doesn't do that. They don't typically open up employee pricing to just anybody. So it's a great opportunity for those who are looking for a new car right now.
So it's Tim Daly Mazda. We're here in the Southtown Auto Mall. Easy to find us. You can get off the 106 South exit and come south, or you can get off 114 South exit and come north. We're just kind of right in between in the Southtown Auto Mall. Makes it really easy. Just come down, test drive a car. Ask about some of the lease options. Let's just see what interest rate we can get you. If you're driving a beater and the check engine light's on, bring the beater in. We're going to get you some great money on a trade-in, all those things. And don't forget employee pricing that runs through the weekend. Jeff, thank you.
Thanks.
We kick off Football Fridays. I know it's the only reason you tune in through the week is so that you can hear Ron McBride and Alema Harrington. It's the only reason I do this show, is so I can sit down with my boys. We'll kick that off next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hansen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're currently looking to run an extended 4-hour version of Football Fridays because everybody wants it, and Coach Mac's full of stories right now. I think we got 4 hours in us, boys. What do you think?
Well, I do have a high school game tonight.
Oh, okay. So,
my God, I watched the Lone Peak one last week. That was a great game.
Yeah, let's see if Corner Canyon can bounce back tonight against Skyridge.
What was Lone Peak?
Lone Peak beat Corner Canyon last week.
It deserved it. Yeah. It deserved the win.
Ryan Denny's defense at Lone Peak stifled Corner Canyon. I don't know that I've ever called a game of Corner Canyon where they were shut out for a half.
Yeah.
Ever.
They got shut out in the second half, and give credit to Ryan Denny and that defense because they made Helaman Kasuga uncomfortable.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, they did.
They moved him out of the pocket a little bit.
Well, I think they put pressure on him, and they made it, he didn't have a clean pocket, and he was constantly, I think, trying to maybe even second-guess what he was seeing. Good pre-snap kind of disguises. I anticipate a great game tonight, in part because I can't imagine Corner Canyon didn't take that very hard last week.
Absolutely.
And so they've, I'm sure, had a good week of practice, and they're ready for Skyridge tonight.
I went to that Skyridge Lehigh game last Thursday.
Yeah.
And Skyridge was trying to give it away.
Yeah.
They were throwing every pick they possibly could throw,
right,
and doing everything they could, but Lehigh just could not capitalize, but really down to the wire. Now, Coach Mack, you said Skyridge Corner Canyon tonight?
Yeah, Corner Canyon, Skyridge. Skyridge at Corner Canyon tonight.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah.
That's kind of the cream of the crop right now, isn't it?
And going into that Lone Peak game last week, Helaman Kasuga had thrown 0 interceptions, and I want to say he threw at least 2. And the game you're talking about, the Skyridge Lehigh game, I think going into that game, Sweetwine might have been clean too with
he
no
was.
interceptions.
I think it was 0 interceptions.
And he threw 3 interceptions.
Including a pick six.
And back-to-back possessions with interceptions. And I was very impressed with the way that he went to the sideline, hit the reset button, came back out, and their defense showed up big in the second half because Ika is he's one of my favorite running backs to watch.
Yeah.
And
he committed to BYU.
Did he?
Yeah, yesterday.
Love it.
Yeah, he verbally committed through social media, sent out all the posts, and he's headed to BYU. Okay, just because you both have an amazing eye for running back play, is he the type of talent that will translate to college?
Yes. And he's bigger than you think, you know. He's listed at 5'10", but you get up next to him, he's got a strong lower body. And I like his, one of the things I always look is a guy's pelvic tilt. He's got this great pelvic tilt that just kind of always has him running downhill.
Yeah.
Right?
There is
his ability to maintain his speed while he goes lateral and then right back into north-south.
What I like to call pelvic tilt is a big shelf.
Yeah.
They got the big shelf that you could set a drink on because they're just big back end. Coach Mack, how often do you see a great running back in high school that just doesn't translate to college? Have you ever, when you were recruiting, did you ever just whiff on a running back?
Well, there was a guy at I remember when I was at Michigan that first spring with Harbaugh, and they had this giant tailback, right, that transferred back from USC or UCLA.
Yeah.
And so the running back coach said to me, he said, "What do you think about this guy?" I said, "He can't play." That's it. Because he always looked for the sideline, right?
Yeah.
But when he walked in the cafeteria, he'd say, "Oh my God, who's he?" And then finally one day I said to him, I've been here the whole spring and watched you. I haven't seen you do anything yet.
You said that to the kid?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
What'd he say?
He just kind of looked at me like, "Who are you?" I'm just, free lunch guy,
Yeah.
I said, "You're always looking for out of bounds, but I said, and then the running back coach showed me his high school film. He said, "What do you think about him in high school?" I said, "He's all right, but he didn't jump out." Same way I felt. He said, "I didn't want to bring him back, here." And but he looked the part, but he wasn't. But the real guys, you don't have to put a lot of film on the real guys.
Yeah.
In other words, there's probably, like with Jamal Anderson, I probably watched 5 reps of his junior college film.
Yeah.
Said, "Yeah,
I'm good. I'm good.
He's good.
This guy can play."
Yeah. Same thing with Chris Malfala. Same thing with these the great ones. You can watch 10 plays and say, "Okay, yeah," because they just have a natural feel for what they're doing, and you don't have to talk yourself into recruiting them.
This is kind of where I want to start because Utah lost a pretty tough one to Texas Tech.
Yes.
It was pretty miserable. And, there were moments where I felt like the run game was stalling out. So I want to start with this. How good are Wayshawn Parker and Nakari Rogers as running backs at the University of Utah? Now, I do want to throw this out because Utah is currently the 18th ranked rushing offense in the country at 243 yards. So they're getting their yards, and they're doing it through fly sweeps with Snowden or Benny. They're doing it through different movements and motions and rollouts by Dampierre.
Mm-hmm.
But 243 yards, so it's nothing to shake a stick at. It's something I'm excited about, but I'm just curious, how good are Wayshawn Parker and Nakari Rogers in the first 4 games we've seen them?
Okay, so both of those guys are quality running backs. And what I don't blame this last game. Utah did everything correctly to prepare for this particular game. In practice, off-season, everything, they got their ass kicked by a better team. Period. I mean, I watched.
Not a better coach team, but maybe more talent on that team. I know because everybody knows Texas Tech is emptying the bank right now.
Well, I'm just telling you, coaching wise, player wise, mentality wise, they came in to play football.
Yeah.
Period. No excuses. None. You know, our first short yardage situation.
Yeah, the 4th and 1.
We got a high pad level.
Yep, off the left tackle.
They just knocked us back into another world. Fourth quarter, they made us quit. Okay.
What is that? What is that? What happened? You just get tired of the stands and tired of the turnovers and tired of the short fields, or what?
In every game you play, there's a breaking point. Every game, there's a point where you either show up or you show down. And in the fourth quarter, we had a chance. And we missed 3 or 4 tackles, and the guy walked it into the end zone, and we showed down, and they showed up. It's not anybody's fault, except we got beat by a better team that day. And they wanted it more. They did the things to take it, and there's no excuses. You know, so, you know.
By the way, Coach, just to emphasize your point, the show up and show down is freaking real.
Oh, yeah.
It's real. And Alema, I know you've felt it in a game.
Yeah.
I have felt it in a game. I have felt the absolute showdown in a game, and I felt it once in the second quarter of a game.
Yeah.
Against Syracuse when everything was going wrong. And I'm looking at our offense like, you guys suck.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because – and then everybody's looking for somebody to blame. But this was a whole team. This game wasn't just the offense. I mean, defensively, they're sitting there, they're playing man cover on the outside and saying, okay, if you can throw deep, go ahead. But you don't have receivers that can beat us deep. And then they loaded the box. They used a little twist game maybe 10 times in the first half, what I call a delayed or under twist.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't pick it up. And here, and as far as our offensive line and their defensive line, in this particular game, they outplayed us. And then their second string quarterback comes in, and he looks like a Heisman Trophy winner. But Utah's preparation for the game, perfect. The way the players handle their preparation, perfect. There's nothing to apologize for, except we got beat. And we got beat on our home field. So now the key will be, what do you see tomorrow? And the key will be what Utah's team is really about. And I think this is a very good football team. And you know, after losses, you have 2 types of locker rooms. You have one part of your locker room is blaming the other part of the locker room for the loss. And so then all of a sudden, that part of the locker room ignores the other part of the locker room. Or you have the other type of locker room where everybody takes it personally. And then your locker room becomes quiet. Nobody's saying anything. And I like those locker rooms because everybody has watched the film. They've taken it personally. They this is what I have to do. And every practice they make it count. And then when they get off that plane in West Virginia, they said, we're here for business. Just like the team from Texas Tech. They got off the plane here in Salt Lake. They're here for business. So I give total respect to Texas Tech. Their coaches, their players, their preparation, their toughness, all that stuff. And did Utah prepare correctly for them? Absolutely. I mean, their practices were outstanding. I mean, I was at several of their practices. And there was no there was no, like off day.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not saying, well, we took them lightly. No, what you see on film is what you see.
So, Coach, that makes me just a little bit nervous, and it just begs the question.
Okay.
Because Texas Tech is the upper third. Iowa State's upper third. Utah is now upper fourth. BYU's probably upper third. You got TCU that's really good. But Texas Tech does feel like they're kind of cream of the crop. I agree with you. Their fronts were so good. Their offensive front was awesome. They're so quick. So my question to you is, all right, they came in. We got beat. We just got beat. They came in. They were better on our field. Now my question is, let's say you see them again in a Big 12 championship.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's say you go to see Iowa State, or you go to see Arizona State in 2 weeks, another really good team. Is Utah just not as good as some of these teams, and can they not overcome that?
No. First of all, Utah is very talented. So let's not take away from the fact that they're talented. But I would say, in looking at the league, Iowa State tough-minded.
Lift up your mic a little bit there, Coach.
Tough-minded, gritty. Baylor, same way. You go to sleep on Baylor, they're gonna kick you into the next field.
Mm.
I love Arizona State.
Yeah.
I think they're physical, push you around, really good football team. I think BYU's a very good football team. I think Utah's a very good football team. There's a lot of good football teams in this league.
Really good.
Really good teams.
I think we're going to see teams just kind of get beat up. I think there's different teams that are going to beat up different teams.
I mean, I can't see Texas Tech every week playing like this. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Arizona State plays like a higher wire act. They play like their hair's on fire.
Uh-huh. Because they got a coach that's got his hair on fire.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of parity and a lot of good football teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I think eventually BYU's going to run into somebody, that's going to challenge them. We'll see where they go.
By the way, Coach Mack, a little bit under the weather, fighting through it, doing his thing. It's so funny because, Lloyd's like, hey, Coach, just take the Friday. And Coach Mack cusses out Lloyd.
Yeah.
Says, what are you even talking about?
Well,
there's no down times.
What I was thinking about.
Why you got to be tough all the time?
Well, you got responsibility, and Patty Edwards used to always call Vicky and say, I don't think Lavelle should be doing this show. And Vicky would go, Patty says she's not sure. I said, yeah, he has to do the show because he needs to do the show.
Yeah.
Because it was good for him.
Hell yeah, it was good for him. It was good for us.
Yeah, it was good mentally for him. He was happy when he left here.
Yeah.
And he's happy when he came back. And it meant a lot to him.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Coach. After what you just went through on this Texas Tech Utah thing, I want you to go back in coaching. I don't want to play for you.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, Alema.
I'll
but
take that.
I want to go play for Coach Mack right now.
Are you going to show up?
Yeah.
Or are you going to show down?
Yeah. I want that halftime speech from Coach Mack.
So we're going to tell it like tonight. I'm excited. Arizona State and TCU.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Ooh, that's a big showdown on a Friday night showdown.
And I'll tell you
5:30 kick.
I love the quarterback from Arizona State.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Giants play on Saturday or Sunday, whatever. And here's Shadaboo over there, right?
Cam Scadaboo.
Yes.
And I can tell that some of those Giant veterans are thinking, how come they're highlighting this guy? Because look in that guy's eyes, he looks like a demon. Just hit him.
He does.
I said, give me the ball, man. I want to win this game.
Did you see him rip the ribs off of that Kansas City D end? Did you see that, Lemma? Chip blocked him. And Cam goes, what, maybe 5'11"?
Yeah, something like that.
He came and Chip blocked him. Boom, right in the ribs, and the D end crumples over, out for the game.
Really?
Yeah. Off of just a chip block.
So
because everything Cam does is just menacing. And like Coach Mack said, he's got demon eyes. And
I mean, they're looking at him and saying, and I'm thinking to myself, put me in the game. I'm saying, you damn right, I'm putting you in the game. and I'm looking at the starting running back when he's in there, and they're going a picture of him, a picture of Scotty, and I'm saying, no, dude, sit down. You know?
You know, my comparison is, I think that Mike Allstott was a 3-inch, 4-inch, 30-pound more Cam Scotty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
like
absolutely.
if Cam was 3 inches, another 30, 40 pounds, that's Mike Allstott. Just a complete unstoppable force.
Okay, so you know who the starting quarterback for the Giants from here
Lift your
out?
mic up there, Coach.
Yes, indeed.
It's going to be Dart.
Yeah.
Roy and Corner Canyon's very own.
You called a lot of his games, Lemon.
Yes, indeed. I called him since his freshman season at Roy.
So Dart is a lot like Scotty mentally.
Yeah.
You know, and his dad played for me.
Right.
You know, and played 7 years for me.
Jackson Dart's dad?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was
Brandon Dart.
What
back
position
in the day, it
was
might
he?
have been hard to get 7 years.
He was a corner. And he'd blow out a knee, and then I go see him in the hospital. He'd say, oh, Coach, I'm coming back. I said, this is your third surgery, dude. He said, I'm coming back. So I said, you want to keep playing? He said, yeah, I want to keep playing. What do you think I want to do? I said, well, if you're Brandon
7
Dart,
years.
if you're Brandon Dart, you probably want to keep playing.
7 years.
His little brother Diesel Dart's a good player over at corner now.
What's the position?
Diesel, he's a safety.
And he's a dude.
Yeah, he's a dude.
Has he got some offers?
Yeah, oh, yeah, he's got offers.
Does he?
Yeah. I'm not sure if he's committed anywhere yet, but he's a fantastic athlete.
Well, I'll tell you right now, man, the New York Giants just became my favorite team.
Yes.
Hey,
I'm with you on that.
Dart and Scotty.
I tell you what, they became my favorite team too.
Yeah.
Because I remember when Jackson went to Ole Miss, right? So I'm talking to Brandon, and so when I don't know if you know the head coach's personality is kind of he's a little off.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So Brandon says to me, yeah, he was really nice to Brandon when they were getting him from SC to Ole Miss.
Yeah, yeah.
Now he hardly talks to him. I said, well, once he starts producing, he'll talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking about Brian Dable?
No.
Oh, who you
no, the head coach.
The head coach at Ole Miss.
Oh, at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Kiffin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, he's a different character.
So Kiffin was at SC, right?
Yeah.
When my son-in-law was there. So I'd go down there and watch practice, and Kiffin's dad, awesome, was a defensive genius, the two deep secondary coverage guy, but Lane was a different dude, he was just I asked my son-in-law, I says, does he ever talk? And he just kind of walk in and watch film and not say anything. But good football
Yeah.
guy,
But a different cat.
Different
that
cat.
guy, yeah, he's a little different.
Coach Mack, Alema Harrington, Hans Olsen, a Football Friday. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda. So Jeff nailed the Mazda for Alema.
The 50.
Yeah, the 50.
Yes,
what do you
sir.
know about the 50?
All I know is I like the way it looks, and I've sat in it, and I'm like, okay, this feels like home.
Okay, I do want to mention something only because it cracked me up. My mom drives the 50.
Yeah.
It's the turbo. It's brand new. Jeff, you sold it to her.
yeah.
She drove it off the lot, and she literally thinks she's Mario Andretti. She sits in that thing, and she will hammer down the pedal. She's like, I was just trying to beat the traffic. I'm like, no, She loves the speed of the thing.
I am not a fast driver. In fact, I was just in the car with my wife, and she said, I got to switch with you because you're not going to make it to radio the way we're driving. And so I got out of the driver's seat and let her
Your
drive.
wife took over?
And we got here like 10 minutes before I would have got here. So I'm not a fast driver. That is just flat out true. but I wonder if I got in the 50.
The 50 will get you.
Yeah.
Did Mike drive you here, Coach?
Yeah.
All right, so Mike's got
Mike's
you.
at Costco right now.
Is he a safe driver? Is he a fast driver?
Very, very, very good driver.
Good. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, we need to get Mike in one of these 90s. We need to get you the extended leg room in that third seat, Coach, so you can get back there and take a nap on your way here to the show.
Yeah, he's getting back at me for when I mistreated him as a child.
Now he's like, I'm in charge now.
Tables have turned.
Coach McElemmon Harrington. So, Jeff, we've got employee pricing that's going to run through the weekend.
That's correct.
On all new vehicles.
Correct.
And then we've got insane incentives that end on Tuesday for our EVs.
Correct.
Are you seeing kind of a spike in EV purchase?
Oh, yeah. There's definitely the customers out there understand that it's coming to an end. And so they're definitely coming in and buying cars and trying to get here before the deadline, before they miss out on $7,500 on new 90s and 70 PHEVs and the $4,000 EV credit that comes with a used one.
We want you to come in and just sit in the Mazda
Absolutely.
and get the Mazda feel. You know, the Mazda it's a new console, it's a new feeling concept, and I love the full control unit just down by the right hand, just next to the gear shifter, right next to the right hand. You can fully operate and dial up anything you want, from your entertainment to your Bluetooth, from anything navigation, right at the right hand while you're still looking at the road. It's such a unique, usable concept.
It is. It's fantastic, and you can do it without even taking your eyes off the road.
It's something that you need to experience. So come in, test drive a Mazda, see why I love it, see why Scotty G now owns 8 Mazdas. I think he's got 8 Mazdas.
Quite a few, yes.
He keeps wrecking them and just buying new ones. It's incredible.
Right.
It's just, he'll roll over something and then be like, well, I'll just buy a new one. So he's got multiple wrecked Mazdas in his driveway.
We'll take them all.
But my mom's bought one. My wife owns one. My son, his Mazda is now sitting vacant in a vehicle or in the garage while he's on a mission. He's killing it, Coach.
That's good.
He's killing it. He's doing great, but he misses his Mazda.
Well, you know what he misses? Food.
He misses his mama and his Mazda.
Oh, he misses the mama, the Mazda, and
the food.
I was going to think about M word for food.
Just mama's cooking.
Mango. Yeah, mama's cooking.
Right.
But
yeah, because this kid loved to eat.
Oh, there's no question. But come down, Tim Dahlia Mazda, Southtown Auto Mall. Ask for Jeff. Really ask for anybody here on the sales floor. We'll take care of you. More Football Friday coming up next.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hansen, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage, Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus, refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Logan Latui's had some comments on how this BYU defensive line has played. Here he is.
I'm happy how our whole defensive line has been playing. We've been playing as a unit lately, and the people who've been coming in, getting their first couple snaps in college football, they haven't dropped off any from the players that we've had last year.
There you go. Logan Latui currently leading this defense in tackles. He's been fantastic in what he's asked to do. That is Logan Latui, and this is your BYU update at the 30s. Brought to you by Kenny J's. Kenny J Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJ'sBBQ.com.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hansen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, Hansen Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans Olsen, Lim Harrington, Coach Ron McBride hanging out, get you ready for these football games that are coming up this weekend. And, guys, every once in a while you meet a listener that it just is different, right?
Yeah.
Lim, I know you've done this a lot of years, and Coach Mack, I'm sure as a coach, you've had a lot of people come up to you, and for one reason or the other, you hit something.
You were just kind of there at that moment.
Yeah.
And I was just overhearing part of that conversation, and this is not everybody's like you, Hans. Not everybody's approachable. Not everybody is the kind of person that will connect and genuinely, authentically connect with the audience. And so that's a tribute to you. And I didn't hear the details of that conversation, but I felt it.
Yeah. It's a deep one. I'm struggling to get over it. Our listeners out there deal with a lot, and you forget that sometimes this is their escape.
Yeah.
And you forget sometimes that, they really do take you as something more than just a radio guy.
Yeah.
So big thanks to that listener that just came in, and we love you, brother. Keep up the good fight. And I'm so proud of all of your advancements, everything that you've done to grow and to become great. And Alema, you know the addiction crisis.
Yep.
And you also know the redemption.
Yeah.
And this listener has gone through addiction and redemption. And
it's a beautiful thing.
Sure love him.
Yeah.
And a very touching thank you as he came in here. So trying to get over that a little bit. Coach Mack.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's happened to you a million times, right? People just think the world of you. Talk about approachable and lovable.
I tell you what, everybody has something different. And sometimes if you're just a good listener, and you pay attention. I mean, I'll give you an example. I went to the Instacare, right? And the lady at the Instacare was one of the best doctors I've ever been around. Because she sat there, she looked me right square in the face, and she said, "You have too many problems for me to deal with. And I can't give you the right diagnosis here. You need to go to the ER." And she looked me right in the face, and she said, "Sir, that's what you need to do for your own good." And she just didn't try to write me off as just just somebody.
Yeah, just another patient walking in. Let me check it off the list.
Take your money.
No, she was so great. And she kept tapping me on the chest to tell me, "Hey, let me know, are you listening to me?" You know what I mean? Like, I said, "Yeah, I got it. Yeah." She said, "What did I just tell you?" And she said, "I can't properly diagnose you here. I can give you an x-ray, but I can't properly. You need to go to the ER."
Tapping you on the chest like you used to do to Doug Kafusi when he'd miss a combo block.
That's exactly right, yeah.
Why didn't you
then ask him, "What did I just tell you?"
Yeah. How did she say?
Repeat back to me what I just said.
I thought maybe she thought she was Vicky or something. I don't know. But she was so genuine, Yeah. I mean, it just the way she talked and the way she put it to me.
Yeah.
She said, "Here's what you need to do."
Well, to our listeners out there, we feel the same about you.
Yeah.
I mean, we do this because of you, and we love you, and we send our best wishes for you in your daily life. And I know things are hard sometimes, and life can be so dang hard.
Everybody's fighting a different problem.
They are. Keep up the good fight.
I don't know who this quote is attributed to, but I remember I was working in recovery. And I walked into a guy's office, and it was, just a small room in this outpatient program that we were both working at. And on his wall was this saying that it was the first time that I had seen it, but it's been around for a long time. And it said, "Everybody that you meet is going through something you have no idea about, nothing about. They're in a fight that you know nothing about. Be kind."
Yeah.
Right? It's so true.
Just be kind.
And it's so. We get so caught up in our own, things that are going on in our own lives that, we inadvertently sometimes, without even knowing that we take that out on other people and fail to recognize, take a moment to realize that everybody that you meet, on the surface it might look great, but everybody's got their stuff.
Yeah.
And everybody's fighting a battle that you know nothing about. And that you may never, ever know anything about. And they're just fighting that battle. Just be kind. Let's just be kind to each other, right?
Be loving.
Yeah.
I love it. Coach Mack, we were just talking about this Utah offense. I want to get your feeling just coming out of that Texas Tech game. Do you feel do you feel like there is still positivity, that there's growth, and things for Utah to be excited about?
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing is you don't need to be on the defensive trying to cover yourself up and say, okay, here's our problems. What's the solution? So, and that's, don't take it like it's this guy's fault over here, this guy's fault over here, this coach over here, or whatever. And so I think Kyle's comment is we need to throw that one in the trash, and it wasn't. I'm telling you what. If you're trying to look for somebody to blame. I don't know who I'd blame.
Yeah.
Because did the offensive line play as well as they can? No. Did the wide receivers do exactly what they needed to do? No. Did we turn the ball over 4 times? Yes. Okay. Did we lose the fourth quarter? Yes. Did we not tackle well at times? Yes.
Yeah.
So you look at all those things and you say, and we are talented. We're as talented as anybody in the league. But I'm telling you, the league is good.
Yeah. Yes.
So, and I think you find it, you get a wake-up call when you realize how good it is. Because here we thought we had a lot of answers. And the guy, and obviously the guy from Texas Tech got a lot of answers. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you watch that game tonight, what's going to be told. I mean, I think with BYU, they should handle Colorado, because I think Colorado's an undisciplined football team, and Utah's speed, I think, will be too much for them. But let's say BYU doesn't take them seriously, and they go in there with the idea that they're just going to, we'll just show up and beat these guys, and it's not going to happen.
Oh, you'll get popped.
You get popped.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
I wanted to get a thought, Coach Mack, just your observation of the Utah offensive line, so highly touted.
Mm-hmm.
So highly touted. Now, my film review of it was more exterior blocks. It was the movements of Lander Barton. It was Benny. It was exterior receivers. It was downhill running backs, missing blocks constantly on the outside. I'm not trying to protect an offensive line, because I will absolutely air them out. But I didn't feel like the offensive line was as much to blame as some of the exterior.
Well, everybody had a problem. I mean, the center didn't have a great game. That nose guard just smashed him around pretty good. But the rest of the group played pretty well. I mean, they didn't play like a minus game. But they could finish better. They could have done things better. All of that. But they didn't. But like you said, the wide receivers could have blocked better. They probably could have called some different things, and I'm sure they second guess themselves. But unfortunately you have days like that, but for our team, I think it was good for them.
Yeah, I think ideally, and we all know this, we've been around this game a long time, that ideally you would love to be able to learn some things in a game that you win. However, where you learn, where you grow and progress, oftentimes happens from a loss.
Yeah.
So what you want to have happen here is at the end of the season, right, you're 9 games, 10 games in, that you can look back at that game against Texas Tech and think, that was the best loss we had, because it woke us up. You used the term wake-up call.
Yeah.
If you can use this as a wake-up call, then you can send notice to the rest of the Big 12. It's like, okay, we woke up. We got the message. The conference is good, but we're also good.
Yeah.
And then you make the changes that you need to.
We're going to take a quick break. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Come down and see us. Come down and check out these great vehicles. And we'll reset. We are going to get into the BYU Colorado game coming up at 2 o'clock. We've got a lot to get to. We'll take a review of the Big 12. And
I got to talk some LJ today. Can we do that?
Yes.
I'm a little kind of a fanboy with this kid, and I'm a little embarrassed by that, but I want to talk about that man.
We're going to speak a lot about LJ. That's all coming up on Football Fridays, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back in SEC country as they battle Vanderbilt in Nashville. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on The Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you haven't had Kenny J's, it's about time that you get into Kenny J's because it's the best barbecue in the entire world. This segment is brought to you by Kenny J's. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, and any event. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. Okay, just kind of putting a bow on the Utah-Texas Tech game and now looking forward. Coach, I just don't think West Virginia is that good a team. But I did call a BYU game at West Virginia, and that's not a fun place to go play. And West Virginia out-physicaled BYU, and they beat BYU pretty good.
Well, I
2
tell you
years
what,
ago.
first of all, it's a couple of time zones away. They flew out yesterday at probably around 5 o'clock. So you just take a look, see how, luckily I think they're playing a mid-afternoon game, which is better. If they were playing a 10 o'clock game in the morning, I'd say no. I thought the same thing for Texas Tech. Coming here playing a 10 a.m. game, I said, oh, these guys won't survive here. But they did. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think Utah is the better of the two teams. But we'll just see what happens when everybody shows up. I mean, I think West Virginia is kind of in a situation where they have to show up, because they're, I think, on the hot seat a little
Rich Rod's, he's just taking this team over, and but I also think about the desperation that the Utah squad's got to be feeling. That loss would be devastating because you just said we should see the true character of this Utah team at West Virginia, and Alima. They go to West Virginia and lose to a West Virginia team that has already suffered some bad losses and just doesn't look real good.
That's not the upper third. That may be the lower third.
That's the lower third.
Yep.
That's a broken situation.
Yeah.
Even at West Virginia, that would be a broken situation.
So it's there are no gimmies out there in life. Nothing is a gimme. This is a win. This is a win. This is a win. This is a tough game. This game we should lose. It's not one of those deals where you look at the schedule and say, oh, yeah, we got 8 wins here. We're going to have 9 wins here. We'll probably lose this one here. I mean, it isn't like the magic fairy.
Just to put it in perspective, 2 years ago, we go to Texas. I call that game at Texas. BYU actually plays pretty well against Texas. There was moments that they were in that game. That was Slovis's last game, and we were getting ready to head to West Virginia. I'm studying West Virginia. They looked okay. They looked good, but I felt like BYU was a better team. I felt like Jay's defense was better. I felt like, that's a game that you should go win. And within the first quarter and a half, I looked at that game, and I was like, BYU is getting completely dominated in the trenches, something I just did not expect to see. They were dominating the trenches, both sides, getting through, getting pressures, getting push, and I'm like, oh, game over. Within a quarter and a half, the end of the second quarter, I'm like, this is going to be a long day and a long call. So you're right, Coach. It does not matter.
No.
And if Utah's like, oh, well, we'll go and we're going to get the comeback win and it's going to look really nice. And I'm just hoping that they're all squared away. And I'm hoping that Coach Beck's offense looks like it needs to look because there's great numbers stacked inside this offense. But they're going to have to show it against West Virginia. We are live at Tim Daly Mazda, and we've been hanging out with Jeff. And all of a sudden, Jake comes in, rips the headset off Jeff, and was like, this is my show. This is my time. This is my dealership. And pointed Jeff back to the office.
Well,
wow, that escalated quickly.
Hey, all of a sudden, I thought something happened to Jake.
Yeah, I did too.
Jake's here, baby.
Okay.
Jake's here.
Hey.
So Jake's what they call a responsible adult that does work.
That's right.
And has to actually do work.
I thought he was just chilling.
Yeah, sorry, I was in a meeting, and so as soon as the meeting got done, I ran out here so I could get on the headset for you guys for sure.
How's our guy? How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. We're pretty excited about what we have to offer and things that are going on right now. But the first thing I wanted to talk about was Alema's over here getting pictures taken with him and some people while he's in the middle of being on the radio, and I'm just giggling.
I know, man. You got to remember, Alema is always the celebrity.
I'm telling you, just a celebrity.
He is.
They don't go to coach. They didn't go to coach. They didn't go to hands.
Go to Alema.
They said, Alema, I need a picture.
Hey, so I asked Jeff, I said, I went through all of Alema's features, and I said, Jeff, what car could you see Alema in? See if you can guess the car that Jeff said Alema would look the best in.
Oh, boy. Did he say a Miata?
No.
No, that's for Coach.
I know Coach
is
wants the Miata, but did he say a 70 or a 50?
50.
50.
50 turbo.
Yeah.
50
turbo premium plus.
Yeah.
And he said non-tinted windows, so everybody can see in.
No, I gotta have the limousine tint.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the crazy thing is that Mazda is so they came out and they notified us that they're going to let us do employee pricing on all of our employees and all of our employees' extended families, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I'm going to extend it to my customers.
To the radio family.
I'm not supposed to.
But you are.
But I'm going to.
That's awesome.
I'm going to for today and tomorrow.
What kind of savings does that mean for somebody?
That's thousands and thousands of dollars in savings. It's the biggest savings you're ever going to get when it comes to a new car because it's a certain percentage under invoice depending on which car it is, on how much percentage of points it's going to be under invoice. Plus, you're able to stack anything on top of that. You want the 0%, you can still get the 0% and the invoice, the sub-invoice pricing, the employee pricing. So if it's S extra rebates, you're going to get the rebates on top of that.
Really?
Yes. So
because usually they do that kind of thing, but then the rebate thing doesn't qualify because you got. Yep. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's usually the either or type of thing, and so I'm stacking everything. I got to move a bunch of new cars the next 2 days. Why not come get the biggest savings you're going to get on a brand new car? And there's no shenanigans because you're going to see the pricing, you're going to see what it is, and I'm going to circle it on the invoice and what the employee pricing number is. I'm going to hand that to you and then say you're going to qualify for this, and this rebate or 0% or. Which way would you like to go?
It's really easy to find us. Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown. Get off 106th, head south on frontage, or get off 114th, head north on the frontage. We're just right in between in the Southtown Auto Mall. Tim Daly Mazda, you can't find these savings. By the way, Jake has things that no other Mazda dealer can offer.
Yes.
Because they do such amazing inventory here. So no other Mazda dealer has anything close to this. Come down, test drive, see why we all love the Mazda. Jake, thanks.
Absolutely, thanks.
More
guys.
Football Fridays. It's Alema Harrington on LJ Martin. That's all coming up next.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
You've heard us talking about Bar W beef, the amazing, delicious, fresh, clean beef that Bar W beef sends out. These cattle are born in Utah. They are raised on our grains. They're raised on our grass. And they're processed in facilities in Nephi. And these are all brand new facilities, state-of-the-art, just built. And they've got room that they can hang up to 500 cattle so they can dry age this beef for 14 days. There's not another facility in the West that can dry age 500 beef for 14 days. So you know every cut that you get from Bar W beef is dry aged, it's delicious, and it's marbled. All right, a little bit of self-indulgence and a little bit of admittance. I went to Bar W beef and I got 4 tomahawk steaks. The tomahawk ribeyes with the gigantic rib bone that sticks out of it. I put those things in the smoker at about 195. They're about almost 3 inches thick, these tomahawks that I got. Put them in there at 195 for about an hour and a half. Got the internal to 85 degrees. Took them off there. Threw them over an open flame with a little bit of charcoal for about 5 to 8 minutes each side. Got to an internal of 118 with just a little salt, little pepper, a little garlic. I cut into that thing, and you would have thought that a dam broke all the juices come flowing out of that amazing tomahawk ribeye. Every bite was so soft, so tender, so delectable. Every bite was incredible, to the point where I picked up that big tomahawk bone, and you would have thought I was Fred Flintstone, the way I was turning it, like a cob of corn. That's what you get with Bar W Beef, the best steaks, the best beef. You can find it at barwbeef.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. Tim Daly Mazda having a blast down here, Southtown Auto Mall. Jake and his staff taking care of our listeners for a lot of years now. Jake's just incredible what he can do with some of his car pricing and right now employee pricing on all these new vehicles. It is a Football Friday. Ron McBride, Alema Harrington, talking all things BYU, Utah, and even Utah State. Yes, even though Scotty has abandoned us, we're going to get a little bit Utah State Vanderbilt coming up because I do want to get Coach Mack and Alema Harrington's thoughts on Bronco Mendenhall, what we're seeing in Logan right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So I called that game last week against McNeese with Frank Dolce and with Dave Fox. Man, I'm impressed with what Bronco is doing. Bryson Barnes, man, I'll tell you what, he is balling out right now.
Yeah.
Balling out. And Miles Davis looks good, too.
And I start to wonder, how far can Utah State go? Now, get past Vanderbilt, and then you get into Hawaii, San Jose State. You know, you start to take on some of these Mountain West Conference teams. There's a stretch of 4 teams where you could see Utah State really blossom, and then it'll get down to the brass tacks. You take on Fresno State and Boise State at the end of the season. I actually think that they're going to be in the mix for a Mountain West Conference championship, Coach.
I agree. And they've kind of proven that that's where they're going to be. You know, so, and I think depends where they're going to play Hawaii at. You know, whether they play it over here or over there.
I think it's here.
Yeah.
Hawaii's here.
Yeah, so that'll be a minus for Hawaii.
Yeah, that's a tough trip for Hawaii. And the altitude.
Well,
the whole thing is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is tough.
Did you hate that trip, Coach?
Yeah.
What? Well, I took that trip. I played there in Hawaii. We barely got the win when we probably should have blown them out. So I can understand it to a large degree. It is a really tough trip. But what is it that just makes it so tough? Is it the time zones? Or?
Yeah, the time zones.
And the distractions.
Yeah.
And playing at Hawaii right now.
That is at Hawaii.
Yeah.
That's
Utah
State is at Hawaii. So they're at Vanderbilt, at Hawaii, back to back.
And it's kind of weird playing in Hawaii right now because you're playing on UH's campus. Yeah. Because they're waiting for the new stadium to be built. And so it's kind of a funky vibe.
Yeah.
But it's still Hawaii fans, and Hawaii fans they're into it. They love their team.
And you need to leave on Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know, right after practice. Not wait. If you wait till Thursday, you're not going to adjust.
Well, I watched that Stanford Hawaii game that opened up the season. Watched a lot of that film getting ready for the BYU Stanford call, and they took advantage of Stanford, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They got them. They stuck it to them on the island. And I was actually talking to somebody that works for Stanford when they came in to LaVell Edwards Stadium. I was talking to them, and they're like, there is nothing good about that.
Yeah.
Just to your point, it's like the vibe, the stay, the stadium, the locker room. He's like, the whole thing makes it just uncomfortable and difficult.
Nothing positive.
So we'll see how Utah State's able to do. You mentioned a limit that you wanted to talk about L.J. Martin.
Yeah.
L.J. Martin to this point, 40 carries, 342 yards, a touchdown, 2 catches for 20 yards, and right now he is averaging well over 100 yards a game.
I had this thought this week, and I don't think it's always, you know, a good thing to try to do these comparables, like, you know, who does it remind you of? But again, we have had a lot of great running backs at BYU, and one Doak Walker Award winner in Luke Staley. And as I've watched LJ these first 3 games, I'm thinking he might be the best running back we've ever had. And I mean, you know, obviously Harvey Unga is fantastic. You've had great backs.
Curtis Brown.
Over the years, right? Jamal, all of them. Like, there's so many great backs. But this kid is different. I heard you talking about his quads and just the way that this kid is built. And the Stanford game, you know, I was there on the field as we ran out the flag. And I went total fanboy on L.J. Martin. Like, I'm standing in the tunnel, my wife and my 2 kids, right? And L.J. Martin coming down, you know, the tunnel to get onto the field to warm up. And I'm like, I'm hitting my kids. I'm like, hey, it's L.J. Martin. Right? I acted like an idiot because this kid there's something about him, man. He's quiet. He's not, you know, he's not boisterous or you know, he's not an attention seeker, but he just gets it done. And I was impressed with him when he got on the field as a freshman. That's hard. We were talking about running backs. You're talking about the Utah running backs. And just, what makes a good running back? How do they translate? There's plenty of great running backs in high school. Like, all of us were great running backs in high school. But when you get to the next level and you got to learn how to pass block and really read a defense, like it starts to get cerebral and difficult. And his ability to get on the field as a true freshman and play, I was like, okay, this kid's got some. Because everybody can run the rock coming out of high school. Like if you got a decent offensive line, you hand the guy the ball, then But is he a liability when he has to block? And he was able to, absorb, digest, and execute BYU's offense, and even on the plays. More importantly, on the plays when he didn't have the ball. And then to watch his progression freshman year, last year, now this season, I'm telling you, this guy, I believe he can play on Sundays. And I also think that if you're looking at a Doak Walker candidate, I like him a lot. And I get that I'm BYU blue and I'm kind of a homer and all of these things, but this is a special kid.
I concur.
Yeah.
Because I watched him in practice, and I told you guys maybe a month ago, I said.
Yeah, before the season started.
Yeah, I said, so I don't know who he is.
Right.
And I'm saying, who is that guy?
You said, who's number 4?
Yeah, who is he?
You came to the show, you said, who's number 4?
And he changed the number because he wore a different number last year, if I'm not mistaken.
I said, where'd he come from? I said, that guy's really good.
Yeah.
And you didn't need to watch him too long.
Yeah.
It was like, I watched him take like maybe 3 handouts and then oh, who is that kid?
Yeah.
He's big, he's fast, he's physical, and he's stacking up 100-yard performances. In order to get into that conversation, got to continue to stack those 100-yarders. You might have to break into a 200-yarder.
Yeah.
Where you have that crazy breakaway game.
Yeah.
Well, I think as this offensive line gets better, I think because I think they matured a lot in this last game, and the quarterback matured a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it was kind of now the offense has matured more, and so therefore this kid will get better because of the maturity of the total offense. But he's the real deal.
Yeah, he's a special player.
So he's going to have to be because Sione Moa is out of this game against Colorado.
Why?
Some injury, and I don't have the specifics. Limit, I don't know if you've got the specifics. I don't have the specifics. It does feel like it may be a multiple game injury, but no Sione Moa. So LJ Martin's going to get a bulk of the carries. But this is what I wanted to point out to you guys and point out to the listeners too, because I don't know what people knew of ECU and their rushing defense going into that game. They were only allowing 58 yards a game.
Mm-hmm.
They were one of the top 10 teams in the country in stopping the run. And L.J. Martin goes well over 100, gets a touchdown on the ground, and continues to establish himself. Now, I look at Colorado, and Colorado is not a run-stopping defense. They're 123rd in the country. They're allowing 200 yards a game.
Well,
they're terrible at run-stop defense.
Well, because they're not. Colorado is not fundamentally sound on defense.
Yeah.
They're going to give up gaps. They're athletic, but they're not sound. So therefore, you're
going to bust the seam here and there.
Yeah, well, they're going to create the creases for you
with getting out of lanes and.
Well, I'm telling you, this team that BYU just played, that's a scrappy team.
Yeah, ECU.
They can't. You darn right. They weren't like some kind of gimme on. They were for real.
Scrappy as hell.
I got to ask,
and they beat up Army last night.
I got to ask you this question about being at East Carolina, because I see the social media posts of the BYU fans that were there, and I know BYU travels. I played there, and we'd be all over the country, and there'd be fans. I was a little bit blown away at the presence of the BYU fans in East Carolina.
So I'm thinking about.
That's because you got 5 seminaries on campus.
I'm thinking that there was about 5,500 to 6,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so that's 1/10 of the stadium.
And what's really crazy? About 5 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah.
It was 2-1 BYU fans left in that stadium.
Absolutely.
And you could hear it, and everybody felt it. And then what's really weird, I don't know, did you guys watch the Army-ECU game last night? So Army-ECU last night, ECU beat up Army. There might have been 2,000 people in the entire.
No way.
It was empty. Like, I'm sure ESPN was thinking, what? We showed up here, like, this place had 50,000 crazy fans. We show up for an Army ECU game, and there was
nobody there.
Nobody.
Man.
Crickets on a Thursday night with ESPN in town.
That's not good.
Yeah, so bad deal. But the point I'm trying to make, ECU giving up 58 yards a game on the ground. BYU completely blows that apart. LJ goes for 105 yards and a touchdown. So my question to you, Alema, Colorado, and Coach just mentioned it, undisciplined, giving up gaps. Colorado giving up an average of 195, 123rd defense and stopping the run in the country. Is it just as easy as saying to Aaron Roderick, here's LJ Martin and go?
To your point, right? We're having this conversation, and maybe this is unfair to LJ and to BYU at this point that we're saying, hey, this is a kid in his junior season that should be considered for the Doak Walker Award. How do we facilitate that? If you're going up against the 123rd or whatever ranked defense against the run, then it might be time, because you're saying, keep on getting 100-yard games, but you might need to have that 200-yard. Maybe this is it.
Maybe this
right?
is it.
And a high-profile matchup. Everybody, of course, it may not be what it was last year with Shador and the Heisman watch and all the things that were going on at Colorado last year, but it's still Coach Prime and Colorado. this is a big game, and there'll be a lot of eyes on it.
Because of the gaps open, you're going to give up some huge runs, because he's going to get to the second level.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be nobody there.
Yeah. And if safety try to come up and stop him, I don't know. That's not going to end well for the safety.
To your point, Colorado continues to be the most viewed Big 12 team in the country. They're continuing to pull in millions and millions of viewers every time they're on TV. This is a late kick. It's an 8:15 kick, so maybe the East Coast is going to be asleep. But I think even some of the East Coast likes to stay up and just see, what's Coach Prime up to? What's he going to say? How's he going to act? How's his quarterback going to do? What's it like now that he doesn't have a Heisman winner? Like, all of these questions. And then BYU is going to keep people awake. The thing I wanted to throw at you, Coach Mack, we go back just a few months ago, and Kalani Sitake embarrasses Coach Prime in an Alamo Bowl that had 8.6 million viewers. He embarrassed Coach Prime's two sons, both Shiloh and Shador. Oh, actually, all three sons, because Travis Hunter is essentially Coach Prime's son. Completely embarrassed them, demolished them, mocked them, just degraded them. And now you're down the line here a couple of months. Coach Prime's like, I ain't about the get backs. I'm just about, getting things done. But does that not stick in a competitor's mind, Coach?
Oh, yeah. Well, and they've changed their roster a lot. So the roster is different than it was when they played. But BYU in that bowl game was totally prepared. They totally outcoached them. They totally outplayed them. It was one of those deals where Colorado thought they were Hollywood stars. The week of the game, they're prancing around the facility. Because I called back there. How's this Colorado team acting back here? Oh, they act like they own the place. I said, good. I said, they're going to get their butt beat. Because they think they're USC or somebody, That's a USC style. They walk around like they own the turf. We're USC, we're this, we're that. We're Colorado. Who are you? The BYU what? Some Mormon church guy, no respect.
Yep.
So you earn your respect on the field, not by talking about it.
Yeah.
So what BYU did is they earned the respect of the field. They all showed up and they all played. The other team was still worried about holding the ball in the air. Hey, look at me. You know, look at me. I'm a star.
I'm a Colorado Buffalo.
I'm a star, man. And that's all BS.
I'm a product of the prime.
I'm the prime time.
Yeah.
But, hey, it only counts when you play the game. Talking about it, walking about it, strutting about it, doesn't mean a thing. But what happens out on that green grass or green turf, whatever, that's what counts.
What have you thought about Isaiah Glasker and Jack Kelly, the two linebackers?
Oh, I love Jack Kelly. Jack Kelly's the second coming of Christ. I don't know.
Please, Coach.
I don't think that's a fair statement.
Do we need to welcome in the Messiah here? What are we?
Well,
are you announcing something, Coach?
Well, he's running for prophet.
I have not heard that, but
well, no,
he would get some votes.
No,
he'd get a Limma's vote.
Is Jack Kelly a member?
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that.
I actually
don't
don't
know. Which
know.
is an interesting thought.
Yo, give me a call, Jack.
Are you going to send the missionaries, Coach? Or are you going to go and talk to him yourself?
I'm going to go talk to him. I think, hey, if he's not a member, he better be a member soon. Because I tell you what, he's a real guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so much fun. I mean, I could watch that guy play all the time.
Yeah.
One of my favorite moments of the call last week against ECU. So Evan Johnson's lined up on a press look off the corner position on the short field.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Kelly walks up from the outside linebacking position. They call a corner blitz, okay?
Yeah.
So Evan times it perfectly, and Evan flies off the edge, and he's headed at the quarterback, and Jack Kelly sees it, hits the corner, and sees Evan free, and Jack Kelly turns on the boosters and beats Evan to the quarterback for the sack.
Really?
Well, I'm telling you.
Hauser took off. He's running from both of them.
Yeah.
And Jack beats Evan Johnson to the quarterback for the sack. And Evan's like, what the hell, man? That's my sack.
This is my call.
This is a quarter blitz.
Hey, Jack is a flat-out real deal.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you ladies out there, if you're looking for a husband, I say that would be.
Let's make sure he's not married first.
Well,
right?
yeah, but I don't know if he is. I never asked him. But I said, if you're looking for a husband, he would be a great fit, because what about the reproduction there?
What?
Yeah, I'd be looking. Hey, Jack, I think we need to get started on
children,
growing
on
up,
making D1 babies,
making D1 babies for the BYU.
Oh, for the BYU, I like it, Coach.
I got to tell you a funny story, just because of what you were saying, the second coming. So there was this big, it was a big fan fair, like FanX or something like that. And Alima, you might have spoke at it, but we had a bunch of the greats at Ostertag was there. He jumped on the headset with us. John, former Jazz Bear, was there. And I was at the entry, and in comes Jack Kelly. I only knew him because of Weber State. He had not played it down at BYU yet, but I knew he had like 11 sacks at Weber State.
Yeah.
I knew he was a great edge rusher. So he walks up to the booth to get into this FanX, and the people at the booth are hassling him. They're like, now, who are you? He's like, I'm Jack Kelly. I'm just here as a current player with BYU. They're like, you're not on the list. I'm standing behind it listening to the whole back and forth. And they're like, you're not on the list. And he's like, well, I should be on the list. Like, I'm speaking. And while he was talking, I step in front of him, and I put my hand on his chest, and I step forward, and I point at him. I said, just so you know, you're talking to the savior of BYU's defense.
Yeah.
Don't hassle him.
Yeah, leave. Hey, I'll tell you what.
Jack turns to me, and he goes, who are you? I said, I'm a nobody. Yeah. Don't you worry about who be. I said, I'm a nobody.
I'm happy to be a disciple.
And I said, but what I want you to know, and I pointed to the person, I said, what I want you to know is he is the next guy in line. And so they're like, okay. And they let him through.
Oh, yeah, come on.
But he goes, who are you? I was like,
So then if they
I feel really low right now, but never mind who I am, fella.
So Jack at that time could have transferred to Utah. We wouldn't have kicked him out. We'd have said, welcome, Jack. We don't have your name on the deal, but welcome.
You know what, Coach? You already took Logan Fano. You already took John Henry Daly. Come on, who else are you wanting to take over there?
John Henry's a player.
Oh, jeez. Hey, going back to your point with Ryan Denny.
Yeah.
Isn't John Henry?
Yep.
He's a Ryan Denny product, right?
Yep. And he found his home. Like, maybe underachieved a little bit wherever, he's been, and then comes up to Utah.
Lewis Powell has dialed John Henry Daly. He's leading the country in sacks.
So I asked Doug outside at practice. I said, who you really like? He said, John Henry. I said, who's John Henry? He said, that's him right there. I said, that guy? He said, yeah. He said, he's the real deal.
That guy?
And then I started watching him, and I said, yeah, he is.
Talking about the Priest-Corps advisor over there?
yeah. He is the Priest-Corps advisor.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's carrying the, he's carrying the mantra with him.
Yeah, he looks like he's collecting tithing envelopes.
Well, yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. But
the dude brings the heat.
But he's good at collecting the tithing because he's doing off his tackles.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, you just paid for the tithing this week. I got 3 sacks off you, so therefore. Okay,
that's 20% for you.
That's 20%.
John Henry is awesome. Jack Kelly, though, great. Isaiah Glasker, great.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're the cornerstone of this defense, but we are seeing superstars start to arrive. Evan Johnson, with his 2 interceptions, one to save a touchdown and one to get a touchdown.
Well,
a 14-point swing off corners, Coach.
The one thing that's evident about BYU's defense is the speed. It's been evident. You watch them in practice. You watch them in games.
They got speed.
And one thing is evident is their ability to run to the football and change direction. I mean, so I go down there once to watch them. I said, well, maybe I'm not seeing the real thing. So I go there the next time I watch them, and I come away with the same deal. These guys can flat out run.
Yeah.
I go down there the third time. I said, these guys can flat out run. I mean, all of them, not just the 3 deep guys that can boom, 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 boom. They look like they're dialed into one thing. The football's over there. There's 6 of them over there.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fly around. We are live at Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown Auto Mall. Jake hanging out with us. And, Jake, I know you like a Jack Kelly or two. You like a Glasker or two.
There's no question.
I know you love watching those guys.
Absolutely. Who wouldn't?
Oh, dude, everybody's
it's a great product.
What do you think of Bear Bachmeier? How are you feeling about the true freshman?
I think that he has an opportunity to do some good stuff. I mean, he's definitely still learning. I mean, he's a true freshman. He's going to make true freshman mistakes.
But he hasn't made many.
But he has tree trunks for legs.
Yeah.
And the dude can run through people. So, I mean, you got to give him credit where credit's due. And it looks like he's got a good lineage as far as athletic ability and with his brothers and everything else. I'm super excited to see how things and the chemistry as it's getting better and better. You're starting to see better and better stuff as well. So
starting to light it up a little bit.
Oh my goodness, I love it. And
his completion percentage are up. Is it 66.7% on completions right now?
Well, they let him kind of throw the ball a little bit last game too.
Yeah.
A
little bit.
That back.
Well, he matured a lot.
Yeah,
for sure.
Let's talk about some amazing deals down here. We talked about the employee pricing. We really need to stress this for people. Employee pricing at Tim Daly Mazda. What does that mean?
That means that you're going to get thousands and thousands of dollars off the price. So typically anybody in the car business that's worked in the car business usually buys their car when they can get an employee pricing vehicle, right? And Mazda doesn't just give these away, by the way. So on a normal month, you, even if you're an employee, you don't get it. I have to call in and ask them to give us a number for each employee when they buy a car, and they only have a certain amount that they can give out per month. They want to move more new cars, so they've opened it up to all of our employees' extended families, everybody who's in the Daly organization and their families, and they didn't say the customer, but I'm saying the customer.
And then you're going to apologize when you've sold 50 cars.
I promise I'm going to get in trouble, but it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So if I hurry up and sell a bunch of cars, I ask for forgiveness, not permission, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look how many cars I sold, right? So that's the hope and that's the prayer. And so we're trying to get as many people in here to take advantage of getting rid of these 25s, right? getting you guys into a deal that you're never going to see again, or you won't see for a long, long time, that you can take advantage of the employee pricing. You could stack all the other offers on top of it, so why not now?
We've been working with Jake for a lot of years, and one of my favorite things about Jake is he's not a blowhard. He's not just going to throw things out there to try to sound like the big voice guy. Got to get in this weekend. Juice goes. It's not. You're not that guy.
No.
It's just, I got some good numbers.
I got great numbers.
Got great numbers for you.
It's a great opportunity for somebody who's maybe not in the car buying market right now to maybe want to do something to save thousands and thousands.
So bring your trade-in down. If you currently own a Mazda, whatever car you're currently in, bring your trade-in down. Let's find the car that fits the number, it fits the need. Let's get you into one of these PHEVs, one of these EVs, one of these crossover, the hybrids that are so nice that I drive now. I've got the 90, and it just saves us so much money in gas.
So I have one CX-90 PHEV left.
That's it?
One single one. If you want it.
Well, and I know you've got the EV.
The EV rebate goes away on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I have to get this done in the next 4 days. If you want that last one, you want to get $10,000 off, you better call, and we better get that done quick.
Coach is going to make that happen.
Yeah, Coach is going to take
it. I know he is.
What? We sold a car for cash
you did.
2 weeks ago.
You did. You did.
Because I'm over there with the guy, and I said, are we buying? He said, yeah. Okay, we can get credit. We don't need credit. Where's cash?
Yes, and he did. And he bought the car. As soon as Coach talked to him, he's like, all right, I'll do it. I talked to Coach. I'm in.
Done.
Yeah.
Coach Matt gets it done. Come down. Take advantage of it. That's Tim Deli Mazda in Southtown.
We take cash.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'll take anything.
Oh, for sure. Football Fridays coming up next.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hansen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, Hansen Scotty. It is a Football Friday, and it is, as always, brought to you by Kenny J's. Kenny J Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbbq.com. You can find it right there. All right, BYU, Colorado. I catch a flight here in a couple hours, guys. I'm going to be taking off from Tim Daly Mazda and hopping on a flight.
Have you called the game up in Boulder? You didn't play any. You didn't play when you were at BYU. You didn't play against Colorado.
Never played there. No, never played there.
It's a beautiful place. I've never played at that stadium. I've never been to that stadium, but there's parts of Colorado that are just beautiful places. And what I understand, Boulder, Colorado is just an awesome place.
Well, I think Prime's got that thing rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
So they played Wyoming at home last week.
Watch that game.
And it was a shoulder-to-shoulder, standing room only sellout against Wyoming. But the crazy thing is, about 70% of the fans, according to their postgame, 70% of the fans left by the middle of the third quarter because Colorado was beating Wyoming. And it was like, oh, well, we got them.
Yeah.
And they left. So I think it's going to be wall-to-wall. And it's become an event in Boulder that's like the who's who, and I need to be seen here. Yeah. So I think it sells well, and I think it's going to have a ton of people there. But I think BYU gets up by 14, gets up by 17, and by half, you're going to have half the people there. I think that's the kind of event this is.
I like this as a secondary rivalry. More so than when they were trying to push the Pac-12 was trying to push Utah and Colorado as this rivalry, game in the conference. I actually like this better as kind of a secondary. It's like nothing is ever going to be BYU Utah for BYU or Utah, but I like this as kind of a secondary kind of territorial rivalry, and I love the relationship between Coach Prime and Coach Sitake. Like there's a mutual respect, both men of God. There's kind of something special about it. I like
they
it.
really like each other.
Yeah.
Coach Prime can't say enough good things about Kalani.
Yeah, and vice versa.
Like he really likes Kalani. What are we going to say, Coach?
No, nothing. He's, Prime is a good guy.
Yeah.
He's not a bad guy. He's just who he is.
He's who he is, and I worry about his health. I mean, to have a bladder removed and bladder cancer and it losing toes and Yeah, it feels like his health is on a very serious decline, but he continues to coach. I mean, he didn't even tell, from what I understand, his kids didn't even know that he had bladder cancer.
Really?
No, and to have a bladder removed, I was listening to Coach Prime talk about that. He said it's the most painful thing he's ever gone through in his life.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, he said it's horrible.
Yeah.
But, to Coach Mac's point, I really like Coach Prime.
Yeah.
And I would send my son to go play for Coach Prime because I think that he would get a healthy mix. And one thing I know is he's going to get discipline.
I was watching on social media. There's a post of him talking to the players when they first got there, and he was saying, if I find out that somebody showed up to class on campus with slides, we're going to have a problem.
In slides.
Right? And everybody,
Yes.
I mean, you know, with Rock and my kids, they live in slides.
They live in slides.
I mean, everybody's wearing, they're whatever the slides are that they got, that are popular at the moment. And I love that, if you're not showing up to class, then we're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
This is Coach Prime talking to his team. And I think as parents, and now that you got one that's on a mission headed to Utah State, that's what you want for your kids is a coach that is gonna hold the line.
Alema. I would have never, going back to when you were younger in the business and I was younger in the business and Bronco was coaching at BYU, I would have never thought. Bronco's the type of guy that I want Rock to play for, because it was like football's fifth, and it was like they didn't send a lot of guys to the NFL. He always won with team concepts. Then you get a little older, and your kid gets to a point where you're like, wait a second.
Yeah, where am I going to send them?
Bronco's one of 5 guys in this country right now that I want to coach my son.
Yeah.
He's
I agree
100%. One of 5
and
that I want.
I like this version of Bronco Mendenhall than any of the other versions. And not that I didn't like the other ones. I've always loved that Bronco has been unapologetic about his approach to football. Number 5, quoting scriptures at his press conference, and people were up in arms. I'm like, I love that about him. I love it because he's going to be him, right? And that's just how he does it. This version of Bronco Mendenhall, and he even mentioned this to us when we did our interview with him prior to the game, the McNeese State game, as we had our time with him to talk about the upcoming game, that he's learned a lot at Virginia, and from his days at BYU and then at New Mexico for a year. And he's bringing all that with him. Here's a great part about what he's done is, and he threw out a stat. I couldn't cross-reference this, so I don't know how factual it is. But he might be the head coach with the most assistant coaches that at one time played for him in the entire country. And what that does for your program is everybody's on the same page.
Culture.
And
instant culture
and there's accountability, but guys aren't looking over their shoulder or looking for the next job.
Yeah.
And there's kind of that sense that you get from Bronco now.
That's how Kyle built his staff.
Right. And there's something
loyalty.
And that doesn't mean that you didn't have guys that were not loyal that came through, but they didn't come through for long.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I.e. Dennis Erickson.
Exactly.
I think that's a good statement right there. Not for long.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll come in and it's like, nope.
Yeah. And those are the guys that get fired at the water cooler.
Yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Well, and I look at a guy like Jason Beck, the new offensive coordinator for Utah, and I'm like, this is the fit. I think he's the fit. I think that he's a new age thinker. I think he's got a unique style. No, he's got to go to get West Virginia, and he's got to kind of rebound with the offense. Now, he's not the one missing the blocks on the outside. He's not the one letting balls get punched out of Wayshawn and Davis's hands. I get that. He's just putting guys in the right position, and you got to look clean against West Virginia and make sure you're shrinking down those turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that Coach Beck is a long-term guy for Kyle Whittingham.
I like that then. That's be
how I feel.
A long-term guy then eventually for Morgan Scalley.
Don't you feel that way, Coach Matt?
Oh, I love Jason Beck. I mean, he worked for me He's got a great family. His wife was really a good soccer player. Played at BYU, really good player, very athletic, very upbeat. She's a great coach's wife.
Yeah.
She's all about football. She's all about athletics. She's all about, it's like when I saw her up at the university, it's like I hadn't even been gone for 7 or 8 or 9 years.
But it's like you never left. It's like the relationship is
and
like
Vicky,
you just.
Vicky's on Facebook with her all the time, and she said, I'm on Facebook with Beck's wife all the time. And I can remember when they had their first kid. I remember the dog running around on the field, and it's good people. And then I love Chucky, the running back guy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Marky Atawaya doing a good job.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get our final predictions and wrap things up on a Football Friday live from Tim Daly Mazda in Southtown.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, if you need that pre-workout, let me suggest Bucked Up. Oh, and let me suggest using promo code ZONE to get 20% off that workout. I love the Bucked Up workout. I don't know if you use a pre-workout.
Yes.
Oh,
I've done the Bucked Up, man.
Have you tried the Woke AF?
Yes. In fact, I have some in my bag.
It is my favorite pre-workout. Yeah. I cannot go a day without it. I load that up. I get down in the gym. It helps me really get into the run. It helps me with the extra couple sets off the bench. Whatever I'm doing.
Yeah.
You just feel that buzz and energy. Also, they've got the protein powders. Very clean. They've got the creatine. I use their creatine. So
I do the creatine too. Fruit punch flavor, by the way, is my favorite.
Okay, so they just came out with a peach O's or the peach rings flavor for the pre-workout. That is delicious. It tastes like the peach O's that you used to get in the package. But great flavors, and not to mention the amazing Bucked Up drinks that you can sip throughout the day. A little bit of caffeine, a little bit of B12. It's got all those things that energize the body and keep a smile on your face through a hard day. BuckedUp.com. That's BuckedUp.com. Promo code ZONE gets you 20% off that order. And that applies to the powders, the creatines. It applies to the pre-workouts as well as the drinks. Get all those things ordered. Have it sent to your front door. Thank me later. Promo code ZONE for 20% off at BuckedUp.com.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
As a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win, right, Mike?
I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey, it's Jason Smith.
Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hansen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'll tell you what, man, days get long and hard when Coach Mack calls you the Relief Society president. I don't know why you're after me like that, Coach.
Oh, my God, we just started. We don't even know what's going on a block away. Well, they are having a discussion over here a block away. Is it? And then Limit says, right, is there a problem? And then Limit says, I think maybe I need to go over and talk to him. And then
Hans and I are going to go do a ministering visit.
Oh, man, Coach Mack.
All of a sudden, Limit shows up over there, and I look at him like, what are you doing? What are you doing there? Well, I heard.
We're having a PP here.
I heard over at the Mazda store, and you were struggling, so I thought I would, come by and give you some. And then the guy says, I have no problem.
I'm glad you heard it the same way I did, Coach.
You can talk to me.
That's not what Lloyd said.
We all need to just make sure this goes back on Lloyd.
And then Lloyd said, then Lloyd said, don't get me involved. And automatically, when he says he's not involved, he is involved.
Oh, yeah, he's 100% involved.
I tell you what,
Coach.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes down, bro.
I just want to know how you know what the Relief Society president is and how come you called me
Coach
that.
is dialed in. He's dialed in.
Coach, have you been attending church lately? Because it seems like you know a little bit more than you used to. I mean, from what you called Jack Kelly, it basically tells me that you've been baptized at some point.
Well, I tell you what, Lindsey Gray.
Bring that mic up.
Lindsey Gray sends me messages from the Bible every day. And then
I love you, Lindsey.
And then I respond back. And, so.
With messages from the playbook.
Yeah, from the play. And he has these long quotes, and I'm thinking, Lindsey, what are you doing? And he said,
I'm trying to save you, Coach.
I'm trying to get you right.
That's right. That's right.
And I'm not starting any rumors with the guy down the street.
Okay, let's get final predictions before we close up shop. Alema, BYU, Colorado.
I like BYU 2-touchdown win. It might be more than that, but let me be conservative on this.
I'm right in that same vein with you. Coach Mack.
I'm BYU by 2 scores or 3.
Yeah.
I think BYU is going to put the stink on them. Utah, West Virginia, this thing kicks off at 1:30 coming up tomorrow. Alema, what do you got?
I like the bounce back for Utah. I'm a little concerned. Like, they need to show me something because last weekend was disappointing. Like, I was that for me was like, I was
a
like,
heartbreaker.
wow. You know, I called the game with Frank Dolce. You know, the Utah State game. We showed up. I'm like, bro, what's going on with your Utes? Like, what happened there?
Yeah.
Like, they need to respond in a big way.
Coach Mack?
Well, first of all, Utah is a very good football team. And they will respond, and they'll respond in a positive way. And I think this loss was probably good for them in the long run. And it's just part of football, you know. I mean, you got to show up. You can't show down. And when the fourth quarter comes and there's 4 minutes left, you got to step up.
Speaking of fourth quarter, 4 minutes left, you've got very little time to get in and take advantage of the employee pricing. Jake, how long does this employee pricing go?
Today and tomorrow.
That's it?
Today and tomorrow.
So you've got very little time. Come in and take advantage of it. We're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars off these new cars. And I like to reach out to the non-Mazda people because there's people out there, there's the Mazda buyers that love the Mazda. They won't go away from it. And then there's the people that haven't tried the Mazda. Just come in this weekend, test drive it. If you love it, like I love it, and like Jake loves it, and like everybody that I know that's bought a Mazda, then this is going to be the perfect time to buy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like a lot of people don't understand what the Mazda brings, you know, and Hans would be the first to tell you he didn't think about Mazda until I got him over here, and then he drove one, and now he is in love with it. His wife's in love with it. Scotty's in love with it. His wife's in love with him.
My mom bought one.
Yeah, your mom bought one. I mean, here's the thing: these Mazdas are fantastic. Come give them an opportunity. Give it a drive. I promise you, it's almost as if Mazda made too good of a product, right? Because these things are so great. They don't break down. And honest to goodness, if you walk through my service shop, you're going to see that they really don't break down. And they're also number one in resale value. You know what I mean, as far as holding their value. So come down, check it out. Cash in on these employee incentives that I'm willing to give you, plus stack everything else on top.
And last thing I would suggest, you've got one PHEV 190 left on the lot, PHEV 90. That's what I bought for my wife just recently.
Yep.
It's got the third row. You plug it in. It gives you the amazing battery life, 20 miles just to get around the town, and you barely even tap into your gas tank. I love this vehicle. My wife loves it. You got one left. Come in, take advantage of that deal because your EV, I believe your EV benefits, they end on Tuesday.
Correct.
So come in and take advantage of that on a PF. Jake, thank you.
Hey, thanks, guys.
We love being here. Jake. We love Tim Daly. Don't forget the Forever Warranty.
Hey, man.
That Forever Warranty, it will stick with the car for the life of the car. If you got an issue with it, you bring it right back down here to Tim Daly, and they will fix it. That's the great incentive of being a Tim Daly customer. Big thanks to Jake. Big thanks to Coach Mack. As always, big thanks to Alema Harrington. We will see you back here on a Monday. It's been Hansen and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Vicky! Come over here.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project to see and know if there are any problems like rotten wood, wood-boring insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
You worked hard for your 401k.
But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tomorrow night, live on NBC and Peacock, the Oregon Ducks. Spectacular! Take on the Penn State Nittany Lions. With a massive play. It's the Whiteout in Happy Valley. Under the lights in prime time. This house is rocking. Don't miss Big Ten Saturday night. Tomorrow, 7 Eastern. Live on NBC and Peacock. Here comes Saturday night.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. It's Football Friday. Thanks for being with us on the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stevenson Sylvester is in his old stomping grounds out east. I mean, he had to fly into Pittsburgh, and obviously he's flown into Pittsburgh a few times, being a former Steeler himself. We got the report. It's humid out there. He's already had to change his draws quite a few times, I think was the actual usage.
But he was prepared.
No, we talked about this last week. You've got to show up with enough in the duffel bag to make sure you can get through an East Coast humidity-filled trip, and he did it. He's prepared. Sly's going to join us a little bit later. Harvey Longy, of course, former NFL linebacker, former BYU linebacker, here with us on the program as well. I've got the Bluey backpack, which means we're set, man. Brant hitting the buttons, that means we're good. Napoles back at the studio. Napoles, you good? Everything good on a Friday, brother? Everything stacking up? You feel normal? You feel like we're going to be hitting this thing out of the park today?
Oh, absolutely, man. It's Friday. Let's go.
Yeah, we got to get
It's a football Friday.
It is a football Friday. So we're going to kick the show off as we always do. Our show is brought to you by G2G Bars, and we're going to kick the program off here. with the cut. Top of the hour. Let's just jump right in here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program as well. TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Well, we're all a little bit embarrassed because of all the picks we made last week. You watched the game. We got this thing all ready for you. We teed it up. Said Utah was going to win this game against Texas Tech. You don't just waltz into Rice-Eccles Stadium and put it on Kyle Whittingham and the Utah Utes.
You can these days.
It doesn't happen that often. In fact, I think that was the second largest loss in the history of Kyle Whittingham's tenure at home, which is wild to think. And I don't know. When you started to look at this thing, and Harvey, JJ and I have been talking about all week, but I'm curious as to what your thoughts were on how this thing went down. Obviously, there's the injury stuff on top of it with Devin Dampier that, like, later we find out he wasn't 100%, couldn't do the running thing, which is a huge part of his game. So it was just a weird weekend. No one was ready for what Texas Tech was going to bring to that table. And I think the shocking thing was Utah lost the line of scrimmage. How often do we say that with the Kyle Whittingham program?
You rarely say that. You know, usually the trench boys are dialed in over there at the University of Utah. But the Utes looked a little flat throughout the whole game, and they couldn't find a spark. And I felt that. I felt that at home, as I did predict that Texas Tech was not going to come in here and just, bully us around. And there was a piece of me, and I'm not going to – I didn't want to say it because, woulda, coulda, shoulda, you should have done it then. I wanted to be the devil's advocate last time, be the only one to go against it. But in my mind, I was like, I got to put 8-1 over Texas. And plus, it's hard, like we said earlier, it's hard to come into the Utes territory and try to play a very good game against them.
It used to be.
Oh,
they're 0-5 at home in the Big 12.
You keep doing this doom and gloom thing. I get
Think
it.
about it.
They're 2-8 in conference play so far. We kept
They're
hearing that this week.
4-11 in their last 15 conference games.
Ouch.
That's a fact.
That
is a fact.
Going back to the Pac-12, you're saying?
Yes.
Wow. Oof.
Ever since Bryson Barnes, and that was a rogue. Ever since Bryson Barnes beat USC at USC, they are 4-11 in conference games. That's a problem.
Yeah.
And you can't hide it. You gotta bring it up, and you gotta say this is not a one year deal. This is a problem that's now extending into a third season. And I know this is a new team, new year, all that stuff, but the fact remains. Those are the stats. That's your record. You are what your record says you are, and they got to own that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Until further notice, right?
Until further notice.
What is it?
Until you go out there and you start changing that trend.
So what's funny is then we just go right back to it again this week, and we start to go, yeah, but West Virginia, that'll be an easy one, right, guys? I mean, and that's a team that's absolutely obliterated by injuries. The Mountaineers, by the way. Like, their injury report this week is just chock full of all their best players.
Starting quarterback, top 3 running backs.
3
offensive linemen starters. They're tight ends, co-starter tight end. They are a mash unit. Utah should go over there and not just win but obliterate them. And if it's anything short of that, you're still going to have questions.
Yeah. I think the biggest – I don't know how you explain – because it's one thing to say Devin Dampier didn't play well, right? And you go, oh, well, he wasn't – and he's not 100%. Then you start to go, all right, he's not throwing even very well because he can't plant that foot or whatever it is, however he was feeling. The accuracy was off. I mean, he was accurate all the other games. His accuracy was off, even on throws that looked like guys were open. And he was not necessarily under pressure. But he's also not running down the field, so you're like, all these things are taken away from him. So at what point – but the O-line situation, that was the thing that shocked everybody, right? Like, to see them – stall, to see them come up short, to see their best players have stacked penalties on top of problems, all of that leads you to think maybe – I mean, how are we supposed to know what it looks like from a mental aspect if they're ready for these games? You know what I mean? Like, since when do they get beat on the head games part of it, right?
Yeah, well, they were 31 rushing attempts for 101. That's 3.38 that doesn't sound too bad per rush.
No, but Kyle Whittingham brought it up. He goes, that was with garbage yards at the end,
yes.
he said.
And,
he didn't give his team any excuses.
No.
And they gave the ball away. So Texas Tech had 4 takeaways, 2 fumble recoveries, and then they had 2 interceptions. But Texas Tech also threw 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
But they lost the turnover battle. They went 0-2 for 4th down. They were crappy on 3rd down. And if you look at Texas Tech, they were elite on all, from 3rd down. They didn't even have to go for it on 4th down. They had 0 attempts at 4th down because they were just dominating. And the time of possession is pretty even. 32 minutes for Texas Tech and 27 for them. So it's just more of finishing drives. And they didn't even, shoot themselves in the foot, the Utes. The Utes did not even shoot themselves in the foot because they only had 2 penalties for 10 yards.
Right.
The Texas Tech had about 12 or some around there for 100+. So can Devin throw the ball? Can he finish drives? Can he be a leader when adversity hits? Can you be that guy to be like, hey, that's on me.
Yeah.
Go out there, defense, get my back.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to come back out there and let's see if we can finish a drive for y'all. Hey, go kick this field goal. Next time we're going to get in the zone, guys. Hey, here we go. Hey, I overthrew that. Let's just maybe go talk to your quarterback coach or the OC. Like, give me a couple of short throws. Give me a couple of RPOs, just nice little short throws. I need to get a rhythm right now. Right now, I don't know what the heck I'm doing, And sometimes you just got to put your foot in the ground as the leader, as that QB position, to just take over the game, even when it's crappy. Everyone wants to take over the game when you're winning.
Yeah.
You want to be the guy holding the trophy, singing the fight song right in the front.
Right.
But then when crap hits the fan, are you willing to go up there and have that type, that same type of energy?
Are you going to go full Caleb Williams and pout with the towel on your head on the sideline and
Yeah.
pretend like you didn't know that this was happening to you? Kyle Whittingham, this was the comment, I think. He was talking about the turnovers, how big of a deal it was, and it was the turnovers, it was the line of scrimmage. Those were the 2 biggest excuses. This is what he said about that.
Ran the ball very poorly, way under 100 yards if you take away the garbage yards that happened, those last 3 or 4 plays. That was disappointing. I never would have believed if you would have said we were going to lose the line of scrimmage. Never would have believed that in a million years, but we did.
He said, "Hey," and he was like, and it was not just that. It wasn't just losing the line of scrimmage. It was also turning the ball over those 4 times. Here's what he said about the turnovers too.
You cannot turn the ball over 4 times. If you turn the ball over 4 times, your chances of winning are 15%. The only thing that would fix that is if your defense took it away 4 or 5 times. That's excessive turnovers. That's you'll turn it over nearly 50 times in the year if you do that. So that is the biggest problem today. If you want to say what is the biggest problem, turnovers. Second biggest problem, not controlling the line of scrimmage.
At no point is it like our quarterback's not good enough, right? And part of that is because I think that they knew what the injury situation was, not the rest. We didn't all know, right? It wasn't even revealed until afterward that people are like, was he not 100%? No, he didn't even practice half the week. Wait, what? So that's a big deal. Like when your quarterback isn't taking those reps during the week. I'm not saying he wasn't used to what the offense is, but they were just relying on the fact that, okay, let's get him to as good as possible by the weekend. Don't tell anybody, and let's just see if we can kind of fake this one through. And the reality is, and I said it earlier in the week, Utah had the 3rd best quarterback in the building that day. Baron Morton, he threw those 2 picks. It wasn't like he had a perfect day either. But they were having big chunk plays. We talked about it last week. We were like, Texas Tech is really good at the chunk plays. Yeah. Utah is not good at the chunk plays. But we didn't really care because it was like, that's not what Kyle Whittingham wants to do on offense. They're just going to grind it out. There's no version of being able to grind it out with a team like that.
For 3 quarters, they did.
Yeah, right. It was close. It was close. They scored 24 points in the 4th quarter, which, again, it sounds like it's an excuse too, but it's not. It's actually worse where you just go, oh, you guys went all the way this far, and you asked your defense to do all of this, and the offense had no response to this thing and no way to be able to respond to a Texas Tech team who'd never played there. On the national level, 4.5 million people got to see Utah not show up for that game or their quarterback not be as good as everybody thought that he was going to be.
But you can't believe everything you hear. He didn't practice and all. A lot of guys are taking this NFL type, hey, vet days off. oh, hey, you ran.
Does that happen in college now?
It's starting to happen.
Really?
And let's call it what it is. It's like
college football load management.
Hey, coach,
it happens in high school.
Yeah,
too.
Today I just a little tired from the game before, a little bit banged up. Oh, hey, it's fine. Take it. You have everything down. Yeah, but I want you out there, calling the plays, running through it, walk through. There's a lot of these veteran days off, and I'm not saying this. I hope that that's not the case with Devin Dampier. I hope he's getting well or whatever injury he's going through, because you never want injury. You never want anyone to go through an injury when he's this talented, especially being the quarterback position for Utah. But if he practices for now on and has no of these, he's been practicing every single week, and then if he's injured, it's like, he's injured, he's not practicing. You'll know now. So if he doesn't miss a practice from now until the end of the year, Coach Witt will not let that fly anymore.
Who knows? Like, how are we supposed to know if he's going to get right? You know what I mean? Is he suddenly this week he was okay? They still put him out there when he was not, and he still tried to go when he wasn't 100%, which also does not help, like in the recovery part of things, right?
Yeah.
So that's always hard to do. So Utah takes the L, and it's back to the drawing board. It's an unfortunate thing because you ran into a buzzsaw of a team who is obviously one of the best in the conference. We knew that they were going to be good. I don't think we knew exactly how good. I still don't think we necessarily know how good, because there's still a lot of football to be played in this wild conference.
But I'll say money well spent.
Oh, man. The bag.
That D-line was worth every penny.
Yeah, the bag works, man. The bag works.
How impressed were you guys with the backup of Texas Tech?
Hammond is a stud.
13 for 16.
Yes.
Like 175 yards and 2 touchdowns. He put the ball on the money they'd show it in slow motion.
Yeah.
You can critique everything in slow motion. You're watching in slow motion, you're like, oh my gosh, it's 2 inches over the fingers of Nate Ritchie. You know what I mean? Like, he's putting balls on the freaking money.
And he was dual threat.
And he was yes, he gave a little bit of a different dimension.
I know.
He was nice. and all the BYU guys were just raving about him because I guess he had interest, right, when Jake's
he's a member of the church.
Yes. And
he's a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
So right when Jake Retzloff's situation happened, I heard there was a lot of interest of him coming to BYU.
Harvey, you think about it, just reach out and be like, you want to get a workout in? Get him, and let's start talking to him.
Like, you ever heard of Built Bar? And Bam Bam's Barbecue? Yeah.
Free brisket, baby.
I think we can work something out for you. Yeah.
So it's funny that this week their head coach, Joey McGuire, had to make it clear in a press conference that he signed to a 2-year deal.
Oh, so you know what? Think about.
He wanted to make sure everybody out there knew.
Think about where we are.
That Hammond is signed to a 2-year deal.
Yeah, until you're not.
Right.
And I don't say Built Bar. We're sponsored by G2G bars here.
That's right.
I think Built Bar is probably fallen on some weird times with BYU.
Well,
too. I
yeah,
think they're in a weird relationship.
They are. But that's what I mean. The past couple of years, you walk through BYU, you can get a Built Bar at least. But yeah, I don't know if
that's the case anymore.
Yeah.
Speaking of BYU. An impressive second half for Bear Bachmeier. The defense, Evan Johnson, how about what that guy turned into over the weekend? Over the weekend, it was, all these other guys talking, all these other guys getting all the attention, right? Your linebackers getting all this attention. Jack Kelly, my goodness, the sack that he had when he ran down that quarterback was phenomenal. This is a guy who is just on a different level. And yet Evan Johnson takes over that first half, and as soon as that defensive score happens, okay, he picks it off in his own red zone, the end zone.
Gets out of it, gets
the Cougs out of a bad situation. Then on that punt and pin weird situation there, then he gets that pick at the 2-yard line and walks it in for a pick six, like a veteran move, baiting the quarterback on that too. It looked really good. And then, at the end of all of it, that bailed BYU out enough to go, okay. And then they settled down.
They were able to breathe.
How much of a difference is it when your defense does that kind of work to where you can go, all right? And then I think that's what people hoped that Utah's offense would have done. But BYU's offense in the second half, I think you get a little bit of courage for Bear, who goes, okay, I'm starting to find my rhythm here. He looked better than he has all year long throwing the football in that second half.
If it wasn't ECU, say it was with Texas Tech, it would be pretty scary for BYU.
Right.
Because BYU didn't score until 6 minutes into the third quarter.
Right.
So 6 minutes left in the third quarter. The
An
offense
offensive
didn't.
touchdown, yeah.
Finally, they get an offensive touchdown. What Alex just explained right there is that the defense had to just have Bears back in the offense, the Cougars offense. There was a punt to go to the Cougars, right? And then one of the Cougars get a penalty on the sideline, so they get backed up.
Right.
So then when they get backed up, they go 3 and out, and they punted it. Those guys go in, kick a field goal, so the defense stops them there, even though ECU had a short yardage there. And then that drive where Evan Johnson gets that first pick that Alex just explained, that was the longest drive. That was almost a 10-minute drive on ECU, driving the balls, 8 minutes or something, coming down the field. And the defense is gassed, and Evan saves the day. Evan Johnson grabs that interception, takes it down, and then the offense goes out there. I think they get a field goal. And then Evan Johnson comes back when the ECU's now is backed up, baits that throw, intercepts it, and gets the first score in the second quarter for the Cougs.
So then it's 13-3, and you're like, well, their offense isn't moving the ball very well. This feels okay. Then you do kind of go, all right, there's some breathing room there, like literally some breathing room before they went into the half.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that Utah and BYU just figure out how to start fast again. Yeah. And I think Coach Witt said it in his interview right there. They got to win the line, and both sides, from the D linemen getting vertical and getting in the backfield, and then the offensive line to push and start the run game. And both sides, at BYU and at University of Utah, if they can both just win the line in the beginning of the game faster and do it more efficiently in the first quarter, I think there's hope on the offensive side. But until then, both of them are struggling offensively.
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
BYU was expected. We knew they'd have to grind it out with their run game, and Bear would take some time, and the schedule's been helping them with that.
Yeah.
Utah's was a little more surprising because through the first 3 games, we thought that this offense had something. They had a lot of different personnel packages. They had a lot of different wrinkles. They were getting a lot of guys involved, bringing some of the defensive guys over. It just felt dynamic and fun, and then it came to a screeching halt against Texas Tech. But, again, this weekend reminds me of how important it is to have playmakers. Evan Johnson is a playmaker, and without playmakers in games that step up in certain points in time and make a play like that can change the complete momentum of a game, the complexion of a game, the direction a game goes, you have to sit there and grind out sometimes. You need guys like Evan Johnson to step up. Utah didn't have a playmaker step up on Saturday. There wasn't one, right? Jackson Benny almost was. That interception was incredible. The touchdown was the touchdown catch would have been amazing, but the interception in the end zone saved us a touchdown, but it didn't produce any points, and they took one off the board with the catch. So your playmaker that was making plays early in the game, it was negated. That could have been a huge thing for Utah if they would have got that touchdown and even the score there. But it's just so important to have playmakers, and you know this, Harvey, especially at the NFL level. Like there's guys that set themselves apart by making plays at key times, and that's how stars are born, and that's how you, as a program, become elevated. You've got to have certain guys on your team that you can count on to go out there and make something happen when things aren't going well.
Do you think? I brought this up, I think, a couple weeks ago, that we were goo-goo gaga all drilling all over the Utes offense because last year they sort of did something that we haven't seen out the Utes in a very long time, going 5-7. And then this year they start off strong and they show out like, hey, this quarterback is the new deal, real deal. It's going to bring us back to what Utah football is all about. And then with BYU last year, I feel like the expectations were out of this roof because they go 11-2. They have a lot of guys. They have guys that they have a lot of guys that came back from that team. And then because if in my household, a lot of people were just critiquing. Oh man, BYU they're gonna go. Oh, I don't think it's that this year. And then at the University of Utah before this game, everyone's like, oh, the Utes are going to take it all the way, and I just felt like last year was a huge part of that, and it just shows you got to have playmakers, but you also got to do it day in and day out.
Correct.
Day in and day out. And those that can do it consistently at a high level, day in and day out, and stack those are the guys that, just like how Texas Tech did, they've been stacking those days, and they came out to the 801 and showed, hey, we're going to stack another day over here.
They were the better team, no doubt.
Here's what Kalani said about Bear, because I think that everybody was wondering. He talked about the struggles on third down for the team, and obviously with the defense kind of bailing you out, they were able to kind of buy themselves some time. Here's what he said about those struggles on third down and how that worked out with the defense playing as well as they did.
In the first half, you saw him miss some throws. I know he wished he can have those back, but I think given the environment, the hostility here, I think it was a good step for him in the right direction. And then we saw him play much better in the second half. So I think hopefully he's turned the corner and we can rely on him being a veteran now. With 3 games under his belt, no longer a true freshman. I like the checks that he made, the audibles that he made. He did a great job. I mean, he's super intelligent and put our offense in a really good spot, especially in the second half.
Look, I get it. We don't go from being 18 years old and go, you know what, let's bump him up to veteran status. I was like, pump the brakes a little bit. He's only 3 games in. We're liking the progression of the schedule and how it's worked out. You can't plan it out like this. It's not like Tom Holmoe was like, all right, when we sign up those games in 2026 or 2025,
Jake Retzloff's going to transfer in the summer.
Right.
And
you're probably going to get
win the battle.
Probably going to get an 18-year-old in and win the battle during camp, and then that's why we're gonna slow start this this schedule, because like you said, Harvey, if they were the ones playing Texas Tech first last week at LaVell Edwards Stadium, that would have been scary, right? Yeah. I mean, and who knows how that thing would have turned out. But you have a similar defense. You have a similar, they could have grounded out with that Texas Tech offense and maybe never gotten it going, because that D-line at Texas Tech, I mean, those guys are legit. And when they showed the graphic up on TV on Fox, and they were showing all the transfers, so they had their whole defense up, and they had in yellow underneath every guy who was a transfer. So transfer. And it was like, it looked stupid. It looked like it was a joke, because you're like, oh my gosh, these guys, they didn't just have the bag, they had the whole bank. Yeah. And that's how you're able to turn something around that quickly. We like Joey McGuire. Like, this is a guy who we're like, that guy's a good coach. He knows what he's doing. He's had to take some lumps. I mean, he was on the hot seat 2 seasons ago. People were like, oh, it's just another high school coach who was a legend at Cedar Hill High School there in Texas. Just another high school coach who didn't make it. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many guys. Ask, your South Lake Carrolls and people who go, man, they won 88 games in a row and they won 4 state championships. Put them in college. And then they get there and it's a different game. Joey McGuire has figured it out. And he has done some crazy things to be able to get to the spot. And Texas Tech showed that you can either be Texas Tech or you can be Oklahoma State. And you can go, we're not with the times. And if you're Texas Tech and you're with the times, you can compete. And you can be that team that everyone now this week is talking about as a college football playoff contender.
Texas Tech is in college football what BYU has been in college basketball. NIL.
That's a great point.
They took advantage of the opportunity, and they became a different level. They took a different level.
Yep.
And it's, give Texas Tech credit for having the ability to do that and embracing it.
We got to take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go on a Football Friday. We'll get you all ready for this matchup, of course, this weekend with all the teams in action. Everybody trying to figure it out. Utah on the road at West Virginia. Sly's going to join us a little bit later in the program. He's out there, of course, covering the Utes and doing the sidelines for the broadcast there. And we'll get his thoughts on this game last week, and also get his thoughts on how this thing is going to go this week and this time around, how you bounce back from something like that. I know that there are Utah fans who are feeling like this is a repeat nightmare of what we've seen of other past. When you start talking about quarterbacks being injured and a really good defense not able to go a full game because you can't just ask those guys to do something all game long. We'll also talk about BYU versus Colorado. Mitch Harper, our BYU insider from KSLSports.com, going to join us. He's out in Boulder covering that game as well. We got you covered top to bottom right here. It's Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A hazmat spill is causing delays on eastbound I-80 heading away from the Silver Creek US 40 turnoff with a left lane block as a result. Southbound I-15, plenty slow as well from Far West all the way down to Riverdale and Roy, with one crash in Marriott-Slaterville part of the mix. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip at Ride UTA or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU defensive coordinator Jay Hill talks about what he sees from Colorado's offense.
He's a dual threat guy. We think he's very athletic. He's got a very strong arm. He's accurate. I don't know that he's been in this system a long time, but he's only going to get better and better in it. I know that. So we better expect his A game, and he's got weapons to throw to, and they got good running backs to hand the ball to. So we got our work cut out for us.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any special event you are hosting. That's Kenny JS BBQ KSLSportsZone.com. Football Friday rolls on right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen, Harvey Longy joining us, of course, as he does through these football seasons, his inaugural year on Football Fridays. Sly's on the road. I don't know how he's doing with that 2 time zone travel stuff. I don't know if he's able to adjust today. His eating schedule is probably way off. You know, I mean, I don't know how you deal with
It's a good thing he left on Thursday.
He gives himself an extra day of travel just to be able to adjust. We were texting back and forth with Sly. He's like, there's nothing to do here. He's like, I got nothing going on here. Come on. Sly will join us in just a few.
It's not hopping in Morgantown tonight?
I was like, you should have stayed in Pittsburgh. That's your old stomping grounds. He goes, yeah, but the team's in Ireland. I don't get to go do my alumni hangout at the old facility and stuff and high-five.
Got to have some old teammates that still live in
Pittsburgh. That's what I said. I go, just
man.
hang out. Isn't Paul Skeens like pitching or something one of these days? Go hang out with Livy Dunn up in the booth. Go. Come on, man.
Go get a sandwich.
This thing going. Go get a Permanente Brothers sandwich. You know what they do? They put fries on sandwiches because no one's ever done that. Anyway.
Genius.
Well, let's get into it. By the way, Utah State also gets into the win column again. We talked about how Bronco Mendenhall is going to, he changes the program whenever he shows up. It takes a minute, though, right? It always takes a little bit for a coach to get their feet under him and to kind of figure some things out here and there. And I just wonder if it's starting to, if this is the kind of place it's hard not to buy into the philosophy of Bronco, but sometimes it takes a minute. And when he suspended Ike Larson, he showed everybody that he was not messing around.
He is no respecter of persons.
he has a Harvey knows. This is a guy who's got some rules set, but that kind of stability when a program is kind of on the that could do well for a place like Utah State.
The honor
right?
code was like not even talked about, and then Bronco came in there and read every single BYU books. Hey, what's this honor code? Hey, bring it up.
Yeah.
The honor code will be honored here.
Well, not just that. It's like you got the honor code, then you got the Bronco code.
Yeah.
Like it was almost like he required even more of guys.
No, I respect it, though. When I very first got to BYU and was coached by Bronco, yes, I fought. I was always the type to fight against the grain and wanted to take, somewhat of not always the easiest way out. But it's like, gosh, it's like, why do we have to go hike a mountain right now on a Saturday morning when I could easily be watching cartoons and having French toast? But I got to go do it anyways, because if I don't, then I might get suspended.
Right.
But he what he does is he builds culture. And, you got to be one way. If you're going to build a culture, you can't play both sides. And he always has to be the same guy. And that's who he is. And you got to respect it. And the Aggies are going to see a lot of success from that. And, we've already seen it this year. They're scoring a lot of points.
Yeah. Bryson Barnes got 10 touchdowns in the last 2 games.
Yeah, scoring 22 points on Texas A&M. Like, who would ever thought?
Yeah.
So.
Man, they go out to Vanderbilt, and we had one of the beat writers on this week from Vandy, and it's really funny because it honestly is like the SEC is something different. Vanderbilt has never been, I feel like totally accepted as part of the crowd. But, man, they're taking the right steps when they act like nobody else matters on the planet except for them. And I think that it's you underestimate Utah State. You look at them and compare them to – because, look, how many people even know that Utah State exists outside of Nashville? You know what I mean?
Definitely not down in SEC country.
And that's why I think that a lot – they could go in there. Look, and when New Mexico State has gone in and played a team like Vanderbilt, New Mexico State is not Utah State. UTEP is not Utah State. I can't stress enough to people. Those teams are Utah State is closer to a Boise State than it is any of those other programs.
100%.
And you can't underestimate a guy like Bronco Mendenhall. So I'm looking forward to this weekend because he started out the year 3-1. Like I said, 10 touchdowns in the last 2 – imagine if we were saying Devin Dampier had 10 touchdowns in the last 2 games. You know what I mean? Or if Bear Bachmeier had accounted for 10 touchdowns in 2 games. Like, we would be like, okay, start chiseling the mold for the new statue outside of LaVell Edwards Stadium for Bear, because 10 touchdowns in 2 games. But Bryson Barnes is going to be a first-team Mountain West quarterback by the end of it if he can keep this up. I'm not just saying 5 touchdowns a week. What I'm saying is putting Utah State on a map on a season that everybody thought that they weren't going to do.
It's a wide-open conference. Boise
Yes.
State is not Boise State anymore, at least not this year. UNLV is very, very
average.
Yeah. I mean, they barely beat Miami of Ohio. They had to rally and come back to win that game. And
New Mexico, I think Jason Eck is doing a good job.
Good,
That's fine, but it's New Mexico.
Why can't Utah State beat them? So why not the Aggies?
Yeah.
Why not the Aggies? And why can't they go down there and give Vanderbilt a scare? Vanderbilt's looking past Utah State because guess who's Vanderbilt's playing next week? Alabama. The rematch. Trust me, everybody in Nashville that even cares about Vanderbilt, which isn't very many people, is totally locked in on Alabama. They're not thinking about Utah State. You know what the Aggies are doing though? This is their bowl. This is a big opportunity for them to go down there and beat a ranked team on the road.
Right.
And do I think they're going to do it? I think they'll come up short, but I think they're going to give Vanderbilt a scare because Bronco Mendenhall knows how to get teams up for these kind of games. He does.
Yeah, I agree also because they went against a Texas A&M already. So that jitters of like, oh, we're going against a bigger conference. And
going down there to Kyle
You're not
Field.
going to be intimidated.
No,
it's
Kyle
a high
Field-
school stadium.
Texas A&M is big time compared to Vanderbilt
100%,
Stadium too.
But just more of just the fact it's SEC ball. And, they've already, that's already been done away with Texas A&M and them playing them and scoring 22 points. But I 100% agree. I 100% agree that Utah State, I think they will have a good chance if their defense can if they can hold if Utah State's defense can hold Vanderbilt to just drive the ball. No explosive plays or chunk plays. Let them drive 80 yards, 70 yards. And if they have to just keep driving, and yes, if they do score, if they kick a field goal, whatever it is, if they just keep driving the ball and there's no just one play takes off. And then the second thing is that if they can stay under, I want to say 20 yards of penalty points, but it has to be the fewest penalty points. And then if Vanderbilt gets over probably like 80 or so penalty points, I feel like they might have a chance to just stay in this game and maybe just go ahead and win the game.
If it's 17-7 at the half or something, and you're sticking around, that makes teams like Vanderbilt, who they're not used to putting the foot down on people. I don't think they're used to putting the chokehold on folks. They haven't been good for that long, right? And so you can. And by the way, we didn't even know how good they were last year because they were 7-6. But I don't know. I just think I'm not saying that Utah State's going to go in and get a win either. But I do think that they're going to keep this thing. You're going to give these guys a lot better hope than the 23.5 point spread that Vegas is
they'll
giving
cover.
This one. It's
Utah
crazy.
State will cover.
It's crazy.
Harvey, I want to ask you because you played for Bronco and you talked about the culture part, and we all see that and get that. What does he do from an X's and O's standpoint in the guys he has working with him? What do they do that allows them to be so successful with what they do scheme-wise?
That's a great question because everyone knows that Bronco will bring in the culture. He'll make sure this is the way we do it and there's no other way. It's my way or the highway or my way or just, take off your jersey and get out of here. But the X's and O's, that was the most impressive thing. I never knew football until I was coached by Bronco Mendenhall. And, he had a good supporting, staff and coaching staff that was surrounded him or the guys that he's hired. I tip my hat off to them, but it all came from him. He was the core. He is the mad scientist behind everything, from the way that he wants the special teams done. And he can choose somebody and just allow you to go do what you do best. And it stinks sometimes because you're just like, gosh, I feel like I'm the guy to be the blitzer. I could set the edge. Or he's like, no, I truly do see you being a middle linebacker or a safety because of all the things that you've showed me that you're good at. And you might only be in one package or you might be in multiple packages, but he will always use that athlete in the best way that he can, and the best way that he can help out the scheme. And his schemes are just they're so simple, but also teaches you actual football. And it's hard to explain right now because I don't want to go into, we ran a 4-3 and then sometimes a 3-4. No, it's just more of the fact of understanding concepts, knowing what this concept is. What is this situation? A 2nd and 1. What is that situation? Well, that's a waist down. A 2nd and 1 situation, everyone's thinking, running, they're going to run it, or QB sneak. No, they're going to play action and take a shot down the field.
A huge play, yeah.
I never knew that until I was under Bronco. And those are the type of things that he teaches you, like situational awareness.
You got some guys in the basement that they could have helped you out, too, with that.
Yeah.
Guys who are studying football on Monday Night Football, they could have also helped out.
Yeah.
They're going for the big shot on 2nd and 1. I watched this happen.
Yeah.
Harvey, you also, of all the things that you could, like, being coached at the college level versus the pro level, like, what's the biggest difference there? Because I feel like those guys don't do the hand-holding, nurturing thing like we're trying to build a culture here. It's just like there's an expectation in the league, and you better be up to it. You better rise up to that versus them coming down and teaching you. Or is it different?
No, it's 100% different. So say college, it's like, hey, here's the menu, guys, and that's a menu for everyone. From freshmen all the way up, that's going to be the menu. Yeah, we might take a little piece of it when we go against Utah. Yeah, we might take a little bit more, actually, when we go against Utah. But if we go against Weber State or something, maybe we're going to take 3 of the things off the menu. In the NFL, they're going to teach you the base offense and defense, and they're going to teach you the base. Just, hey, here's our base defense, our base offense. All right, here's our base. If we go into trips, this. Or if we go into 11 personnel, 12, here's all the bases. Here's all of our base pressures. Here's our base blitzes. Here's our base goal line. Here's our base special teams. But then things will tweak as you go against. So everything will be completely – yes, we have our base, but then it's like, hey, here's all the new audibles. Here's all of our new checks now because we're going against Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. And so, yeah, this is our base, but guess what? That's not it this case. Why? Because this guy can run all over, and he could throw it all over. So now we have a check this, check that. And another thing is that when we study in the NFL, you got to study not only the team and what they've done before, you got to study the year before, the head coach and where he's been and what he's done against the coaches that are our coaches. So, if I'm with, Bill Belichick and then we're going against, say John Harbaugh, I go back and see all the John Harbaugh versus Bill Belichick games. And then not only that, you go after the GM and you have to look at his tendencies and what type of guys that he brings in and what type of coaches that he brings in and what's the culture. And you go all the way up to the owner. And maybe that was only with the Patriots, but we went all the way up to the owner and we had to know the owner, his background, where he came from, where he gets his money from, what does he like to do, all the way down to their GAs and their assistants. And so then you can really know, like, hey, this is the same situation as back in 2007. They're probably going to run the same play that beat us. You know what I mean?
I watched film all the way back then, and I know what they're going to do because of that one thing that I may have watched.
And, yeah, it sounds like, it's impossible to watch. Yeah, you're not going to watch every single one, but that's the type of, details that the NFL coaching and the way that they want to teach us because every play matters.
Yeah.
And if you mess up on that play or you're not prepared for that play, guess what? They'll go find someone else that's willing to go watch that 2007 game.
We always say this about the NFL, but like the Browns beating the Packers last weekend, that's perfect. It's a perfect example of what you get in the NFL.
Yeah.
Just that,
any given Sunday.
And every play matters, right? Every play. Because the Green Bay Packers could be ahead with 3 minutes left by 10 points, and it didn't matter, even against the Browns. That everyone likes to make fun of, but it's like the Browns beat the freaking Packers, and everyone's like, it was a huge upset. And you're like, is it really a huge upset in the NFL? Like, really, when it comes down to it, it's really hard to – that would have been one that would have been an easy pick. I mean, but at the same time, there are so many dogs on every freaking roster in the NFL. It just is – it's awesome. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We've got a Would You Rather, a Football Friday edition of Would You Rather. Next, we're at Orem High School, Orem versus Timpview tonight. You're going to see this one on Game Night Live. We'll see if the accommodations up at the Orem. I didn't know they're not just the Orem Tigers. They're the Golden Tigers.
That's right.
That's the first time I've seen that written up on something. So, come on down, watch this one, or just you can download the app so you can do all of the different ways to watch the game on KSLSports.com. You can listen to it on our on the KSL Sports Zone as well. We'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit WattSmart.com today and start saving.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whittingham talks about the respect he has for West Virginia head coach Rich Rodriguez.
Rich Rodriguez, excellent football coach. Known Rich for a lot of years. Really had it going to Arizona there. Really good offensive mind. Outstanding offensive mind. And I got no doubt that he's going to get that program where he wants it and where he had it before. When he was there last time around, he did an outstanding job.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any special event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Would You Rather's next on a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's a Football Friday. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen, Harvey Longy, all from Orem High School, home of the Tigers, tonight hosting the Golden Tigers. All playing host to Timpview, crosstown rival. And I was talking to my son today. I go, Orem's quarterback is committed to Alabama. He's like, what? And I said, yeah, we're hitting the big time now, guys.
Yeah.
Now, will that hold
up? It's too bad Alabama Jones won't be here tonight. That would have been cool. Nick Saban at Orem. That would have been fun. But those days are over.
I was trying to think, did he do that kind of stuff? Would he show up?
Are you kidding me? No way.
Of course not.
No, he had assistants do that for him.
Miss Terry shows up.
Oh, yeah.
Waves to the crowd.
I'm sure she sent them something real nice.
Accepts a UCCU check for a scholarship for a kid and says, thank you so much.
Are you accusing Miss Terry of being the bag man? Is that how they did it?
The bag coach's wife? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she could probably. Look, they even said, remember his whole thing was, it's like, Miss Terry said, why are we doing this, Nick? No one cares about the Sunday breakfasts anymore that we do. They just care about how much money they're giving them. I'm like, settle down. You guys, come on. You guys own a Ferrari dealership in Florida. Stop acting like you guys were down and out coaching a football team just because you love football. Come on. You like developing players. That's what we did. We developed players. It's like, okay. So nothing under the table ever? Come on. Settle down. It's all above board now.
Right.
Every Wednesday, the KSL Sports Zone, you have yourself a Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, you can win some Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. And one location, 2 haunted attractions. It's that time of year, by the way. Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off at nighttime attractions by using the discount code TheZone. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win tickets. Yeah. Look, those haunted houses and stuff, they make you can't even call them a haunted house anymore. It's like a haunted attraction. They build a whole thing around it. They make killings.
It's like the Halloween version of an entertainment district,
I guess. But what's funny about it is,
we're not just a haunted house.
No, but there's so much money.
We have so much more to offer.
Oh yeah, but for example, these ones that are just like they only open for Halloween. And then they're decorated the rest of the year like Halloween. It's like Christmas. They still have their gargoyles up, and you go, there's money in Halloween probably more than there is Christmas in some cases.
No doubt.
So there you go. Let me see here. Would you rather be in Utah's spot where you're 3-1, but you just lost to Texas Tech, right? But now the schedule doesn't necessarily soften, but I think that you've got this thing where there's a little bit of a wake-up call in there. Or where you're sort of living a little bit of a you don't really know what you are right now with BYU and you're 3-0.
I'd rather know who I am.
Have that loss that just goes,
that's
okay,
who you were.
Gut check time.
You know now, and now you have the rest of the season to take the medicine from that loss and try to get better. There's a lot of teams in college football that are kind of skating by. Look at the top 25. There's some teams in the top 25 you're like, really?
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's one of them.
Yeah, you don't know if they're actually
really
there. Right.
And you see some of these wins. It's like, okay, that sounded like a good win in week 1 or 2. Is Georgia Tech really that good? I'm not buying Georgia Tech at all. Look at Clemson, right? So would you rather be one of those teams that's kind of skating by and they're getting attention because they're undefeated, but they're kind of frauds, and we're gonna find out they're frauds soon? Or would you rather learn in week 4 who you are, that it's not good enough, and now you have this time, and you have the players, coaches' attention, we have to get better in order to find your true potential, and then you can start working towards that. I would much rather be in that situation if that's who I am. If you're 4-0 and undefeated, and you know who you are, and you just won a big game against a ranked team, then great. But I don't want to be a fraud. I don't want to live in the dark. I want to know who I am.
Harvey, I feel like you're the guy who's like, I would never want that and won. I don't want that loss at all.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
I'm going to go undefeated. I do hear what you're saying, JJ, and I agree on a lot of those things. You know, you just get it out of your system, and now you know, hey, these are the things that we got to work on. But on the other side of things, if I'm watching film on what Texas Tech just did to y'all, or to, not y'all, to the University of Utah, guess what we're doing? We're copy and pasting.
Right.
And that's what every team's going to keep doing to the Utes. They're going to keep copy and pasting until we say, did you fix it? And if it keeps happening over and over and over and over, then now it can really seep into the, into the hearts of those players of like, we stink of holding the line.
That's fair. The confidence can start to wane. And then when that happens, you have a 5-7 season like last year.
And then you start.
It snowballed quick for the Utes last year.
It can snowball. Yeah, the snowball effect. But with BYU now, I would go 3-0 because it's always easier to coach and to tell someone, hey, these are the things you did wrong. And it's not all the land of the milk and honey and, hey, this is how it's going to be for the rest of the year. They haven't been punched in the mouth yet. But being 3-0 just brings a lot of good team morale, locker room morale. The coaches are in there dialing up, the annexation of Puerto Rico because they're like, hey, guys, we got away with one. We got to be dialed in over here, and let's see if Bear can take in these new concepts and all that. They did say, hey, Bear did good with the audibles and all that. Maybe they only gave him one audible, and he did good with it. Maybe they give him 10.
Baby steps.
But he did good with it. And
no, but all we hear is that he's mature and he's smarter than even a lot of the guys that they've coached for a long, long time. So maybe that's more the case. I don't know. Who knows what the reality is? You start to find out as that competition ramps up a little bit more. We'll take another break here. We've got Mitch Harper, who's going to be joining us next, our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Give us his thoughts on BYU prepping for Colorado. I'm interested to see what they're going to do at the running back position with Sione Moa being out this week on the injury report. Obviously, L.J. Martin's going to get a bulk of those carries. I think people are waiting to see, okay, is this going to be his 25-carry game? I don't know. Is Enoch Nawahine going to be the guy who steps in at that RB2 spot? How's that going to work out? Many more questions for Mitch around the corner. Stay with us. It's a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com is the website for you to go check out. JJ and I have been doing the Beehive Meals thing. Look, the October menu is out, and that means you can dive into some of the awesome options that you have for the month. But the reality is that you got a few things that the Beehive Meals checks boxes on. It's going to be cheaper than the drive-thru. It's a hot homemade meal. The convenience is right there. You put it in the slow cooker, you walk away from it, you come home and go, look how good of a parent I am. We got 2 working parents at our place. JJ, you guys both work at your house. Yep. We all have a ton of kids who are trying to get all their activities done. They show up and they go, I'm ready to eat, man. What do we have? Boom, hot meal on the plate thanks to Beehive Meals.
And here's what you can have in your crock pot, in your slow cooker, ready to go when you get home at night. Apricot chicken, chicken and stuffing, Hawaiian teriyaki chicken, salsa verde chicken, Tuscan chicken, summer corn chowder. It's soup season. Sausage and peppers, brown sugar glazed pork roast, taco mac, and French dip. You don't need to go out and get fast food every night. Have a nice home-cooked meal. Let Beehive Meals do the preparation for you. Let them save you money. Go to their website right now, beehivemeals.com. Give this a shot. Try this October menu. and see if it saves you money and it saves you time. Use the code THEZONE and save $20 off your first order. Do it right now. Give it a shot. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
The WNBA playoffs are here, and the heat is on. Bet on your favorite teams and stars with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the WNBA. DraftKings puts you in the action with player props, live betting, parlays, odds boosts, and more. And for a limited time, all new DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code HERGAME. That's code HERGAME for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Put your headset on. Oh. All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen. I think we got the candy figured out. Harvey's got the candy going. Do your guys who you train, do they know you're eating this sometimes?
Yeah, so they know I have a sweet tooth, but I tell them, if you're going to eat crap, if you're going to eat any kind of crap, and I know I have my candy right here, but I'm not a nutritionist, y'all, but if what I tell the guys that I do train, if you're going to eat crap, do it before 11 a.m.
Okay, so I thought it was going to be an after 11 a.m. thing. So it's before 11 a.m.
Yeah. So my birthday was on Wednesday. Say you came and sang happy birthday to me, right? And I gave you a piece of cake, and
it had to be for breakfast.
You'd have to eat that cake for breakfast.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm a breakfast. Well, I do it. I don't discriminate. I'll have it the night before during the birthday, and then I'll also do it afterward for breakfast in the morning. I think breakfast cake is breakfast pie after Thanksgiving, unbeatable. You know what I mean? Because you got that cold out of the fridge situation. People are like, I want some a la mode. So warm cake. No. Nope. Give me the cold coconut cream pie. Boom. Next morning, I will be there.
Absolutely.
I'm glad we got that out of the way. Harvey Longy, we just heard from him, of course. He's joining us all year long on Football Fridays. And we're going to be joined next hour by our guy, Stevenson Sylvester, who's going to be out he's out in his old stomping grounds out east. Flew into Pittsburgh. He's going to take in that West Virginia, Utah game, cover it there on the broadcast side of things. Joining us right now, he covers the BYU Cougars for KSLSports.com. He's our BYU insider, best in the business, Mitch Harper. What's going on, Mitch?
Hey, happy Friday, guys. Happy to be on.
All right, let's get right to it, man. First of all, the ECU game, the overreaction to that one. I know everybody loves talking about how, we're seeing Bear grow up before our eyes here. What is the thing you think that impressed the coaches the most for Bear in his third start and third win for BYU?
His accuracy. I thought that his, performance was solid, and he continues to take care of the football. That's the biggest thing. He's kind of checked off pillars throughout this process where he's learned the playbook, 1, 2, he's taking care of the football, and the accuracy is improving. He's completing the ball at a higher clip than Jake Retzloff did last season. So he's been impressive so far, and I think that last week's win over East Carolina, was pretty solid, I thought. East Carolina's a decent football team. I think they could be like an 8-win squad this year, and last night they looked pretty good.
Jumping they trashed out to Army, man, yeah.
They did, and just that's a kind of feather in the cap to BYU's defense of how good they've been playing. So I think this BYU team is playing with a lot of confidence, but I think a lot of that confidence ties into the fact that this young 19-year-old freshman is, playing well to where the success the program had last year hasn't gone off the rails because of the true freshman. He's lived up to it and done a nice job so far, but now it's Big 12 play.
There's always going to be some adversity or some challenge, and this week BYU is a little shorthanded in the backfield, especially with Sione Moa. Obviously, you got a back right now that's just having a great season so far, but you need multiple guys there. How much of a loss is that Sione Moa isn't going to be able to play in this game, and who's going to step up in his place?
It's significant because there's a big drop between L.J. Martin and really anyone, but from Sione Moa even to Deanic Nawahine. So Sione Moa, he had the talent to, give L.J. Martin a breather and, go 5 or 7 carries and get upfield. BYU stuff rate has been pretty much at a minimum. It's in the single digits this year because they're moving forward. They're not getting stuffed at the line of scrimmage this season, and in large part because of LJ, but also Sione Moa too. So I'll be curious to see how much, BYU utilizes going back to Bear Bachmeier in the ground game too. Last week I thought Bear did a solid job there. Obviously he had that 16-yard touchdown run, which was really impressive. There was that, scare in the first half where he goes a little bit airborne, and initially it was a roll to fumble, but he clearly was down. So I'll be curious to see if they utilize him more on the ground attack. But this BYU rushing attack has been good this year. One of the best in the country. They've been the best in the Big 12. And now they're gearing up for a Colorado rush defense that is one of the worst in the Big 12, allowing 214 yards per game on the ground. I think it'd be huge for BYU if they could have, some success early, establish that ground attack, and, try to build up a big lead to maybe where you could afford the luxury of maybe letting L.J. Martin rest in the second half. You don't go into a game assuming that, because any game in the Big 12 is going to be tough, and Colorado's capable to make this interesting, but I also think BYU's capable of pulling away from the Buffs, and I think that would be the maybe ideal scenario with a shorthanded running back unit going into this game.
How about, Mitch, this is Harvey. I wanted to ask about your thoughts of, can Bear Bachmeier and the BYU offense finish drives? They rely on their defense. Their defense is tied for first right now for 5.3 points against, and they're doing great. And you would rely on a defense when they're stacked like that. But, last week against ECU, the offense didn't get into the end zone until almost the end of the third quarter. Finishing drives and Bear Bachmeier, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's got to be an area of focus, Harvey. BYU's had 17 appearances in the red zone. They've converted on 16, but they've had to settle 6 times for field goals too. So that's, to me, going to be an area where BYU has to get better in this game. And I think that's the next kind of maybe piece to the evolution of Bear Bachmeier. Alex and I were talking earlier in the week on 1st and 12 about how this schedule really has set up well for Bear, where it's been, first career start, first game against a Power 4 team, first road start. Now it's the first Big 12 game against a Big 12 team that's probably near the bottom of the league. It's really set up nicely for Bear to continue to just level up and meet the challenge in front of him. And I do think that finishing drives is going to be important. I'm curious to see, what type of play calling we see from Aaron Roderick in those spots. I thought last week he was pretty balanced. in the second half when they started to really attacking East Carolina. I thought in the first half BYU was moving the ball, but as you noted, just couldn't finish drives. So curious to see the play calling from Aaron Roderick this week, what that's going to look like in the red zone if they do turn to the air or go to the ground with LJ in those spots. So, but that is an area where they've got to get better moving forward as they get into the guts of Big 12 play now.
There are a couple of weak spots for this Colorado team. One is, you don't really have a solid thought on who your quarterback is necessarily. I think Caden Salter obviously is the guy this week. It was almost like they kind of put him in timeout while they had Ryan Staub start for a minute, and they go, okay, now he figured it out. Had a 300-plus yard passing day against Wyoming in that win at home last week. But I think one of the big areas, too, is, and you tell me, the things that jump out to you with this Colorado team where BYU can attack, but that run defense is one of the worst in the country, too.
They are one of the worst run defense. I will say, though, Colorado's defensive line and offensive line, they're much bigger than they were last season in the Alamo Bowl. And you look at their offensive line, they got Jordan Seaton, who Coach Prime calls the franchise, and then they got Illinois transfer Zyde Chrysler. Both of those guys were a little bit questionable at the beginning of the week, but they're expected to play according to Coach Prime. But there's a lot of size on the offensive and defensive lines. I'll be curious to see how Colorado performs without one of their top defensive tackles in the first half with Anquin Barnes. He had a targeting penalty against Wyoming in the third quarter last week, so he's going to miss the first half. That's a pretty big loss. They'll have Jaheim Otis, Alabama defensive tackle, who hasn't played much this season. We'll be curious to see if he's full go against BYU coming up tomorrow. But I think that's going to be a bigger test this year than what it was 9 months ago in the Alamo Bowl. And, that's why I think BYU kind of jumping on these guys early could really take the sails out of this Colorado team, because I think they lack any sort of identity right now. They haven't been good in games where they're asked to be the physical football team. They got the size to maybe do it this year, unlike last season. But, Coach Prime has lost 7 consecutive games against top 25 opponents since he took over the job. This is game number 30 for Coach Prime as the head coach. Last time they beat a top 25 team was that game 1 against TCU back in 2023. So physicality, they always tend to come up short, because when you're facing teams in the top 25, they're going to be physical football teams, and that's totally BYU. That will show up, and I think that's one of the nice things about BYU going into these spots where maybe you would have been a little bit more nervous a few years ago as a Cougar fan going into these spots, but BYU's physicality will show up and travel wherever it goes. It's just maybe, the finer details of finishing drives inside the red zone, getting those touchdowns. But, BYU's playing a sound brand of football right now, and it's one that I think can consistently show up each week. And then you pair that up potentially with growth week after week from Bear Bachmeier. It's a good recipe for BYU, and I think it's a matchup where BYU is the better team. I just think you got to make sure to continue to really kind of overwhelm Colorado early, because then doubt could start creeping in for the Buffs, and this thing could get in BYU's favor quite early.
Evan Johnson is a great story, and BYU needed a playmaker to emerge in the secondary, and he has done that so far. When you were talking to coaches before the season, because there was so much attention put on Bear Bachmeier, but there are a lot of other storylines, I'm sure. Did they talk to you about Evan Johnson, or did anybody see this coming, that he was going to be able to emerge and be this type of playmaker on that defense?
The buzz started to build on Evan Johnson. I remember last year at Big 12 Media Day, I had a conversation with Kalani Sitake, and, we kind of got deep in the weeds with the personnel breakdown and kind of going line item by line item. And, he brought up Evan Johnson at that time. And I bring that up because when Evan Johnson signed with BYU, he was just basically a developmental player. When, Kalani's staff in the previous regime with Ed Lamb and Elisa Tuiaki, they tended to go with, 2-star, under-the-radar, track and field specialist guys that maybe didn't know as much about football, but they could develop into something special because they got the measurables and the speed. Evan Johnson was a 10-4, 100-meter guy, grew up near Pebble Beach golf course. I mean, he's always had speed, and that's always been his calling card, but what could he be as a quarterback? But the buzz started to kind of build on Evan last year. It just kind of got overshadowed because BYU had Jacob Robinson and Mark Collins, and and there wasn't much of a need for Evan to step in. But he had a whole year where he was trending up in the eyes of the coaches while still learning from guys that were professional players in Robinson and Collins. And then he kind of had his breakthrough moment in the Alamo Bowl last year, getting a big interception. And then, of course, it carried over into last week where East Carolina, he flipped the game in BYU's favor, and East Carolina never recovered. But, Evan Johnson's been someone that this staff has really liked, and they feel pretty good about their cornerbacks. I think Trey Alexander has done a nice job as well, the sophomore out of Georgia. So it's looking good for BYU so far, but I do think this is going to be the toughest test today. East Carolina had some good wide receivers, but I feel like with Sincere Brown, who's the deep threat for Colorado, and Omarion Miller, they're planning on trimming down their wide receiver unit a little bit. The Buffs are. They've kind of played a lot of receivers to this point of the season. They're going to kind of tighten that thing up. But Sincere Brown's kind of that deep threat guy, and if BYU can avoid the chunk yardage plays to their big play receivers, BYU's DBs with Schmev, Johnson, and Trey Alexander should be in a pretty good spot.
Mitch, as you see this team prepare for this game and you see them go on the road, this is a place that I don't even know if – playing at Colorado, I think it's the first time in 40-something years since they've done it in 1981. It's a new environment for them, but at the same – and this is a place that has a lot more energy around it than they previously had seen before. Obviously, Folsom Field gets packed. But you can also send the students home pretty early, I feel like, or people in that stadium will start to file out early if they get up by quite a bit. What are the chances that BYU can get after these guys enough to really take the crowd out of it?
I think it's a really good chance, and I think looking at the tickets available, there's still a good amount of tickets available, which is a little bit surprising because they've only had Colorado since Coach Prime took over one non-sellout game, and that was the Delaware game earlier this year. Maybe this will be the second, and that's always for BYU fans, when they see a last-minute ticket and an option to maybe get in there late, they'll gobble those tickets up and try to make it a pro BYU crowd. We know that with BYU. Last week they had about 7,000 fans in Greenville, North Carolina. But definitely, I think BYU is more than enough capable to really blow out Colorado. I know Colorado, kind of the talking points from their media have been, well, who's BYU played? Well, I look at it and say, BYU has just hammered these teams. They haven't been breaking a sweat, honestly. When Kalani Sitake's talking about that Stanford game a few weeks back, how they were up 14-0, and he's like, we didn't even bat an eye. We were not stressed at all. Like, they knew they were in cruise control. Kalani doesn't say those things unless it's real. Like, listening to that man over the years, he doesn't say that sort of stuff. So BYU hasn't felt really stressed much. East Carolina game in the first half a little bit, but still, like, you could tell BYU defensively overwhelmed East Carolina early. I mean, they had that possession on BYU side of the field, an instant turnover on downs, missed opportunity, and BYU started to settle in. So I think BYU could definitely, have a repeat maybe of that Alamo Bowl game. I still think there's going to be the opportunity of Caden Salter to, maybe extend drives for the Buffs. I think he's the best running quarterback that BYU's defense will have faced to date this season. Last week he popped off a 35-yarder against Wyoming. He had 300 through the air and 85 on the ground. So he can do it a lot of different ways, and I think he's definitely the best quarterback for the Buffs right now. But, yeah, I think BYU's got overall the more complete football team, whereas Colorado's got talent. There's no shortage of that. They've got 3 5-stars atop their roster, but I still think they're kind of lacking a little bit of an identity right now, and they've lost both of their games against power conference teams. If you can jump on them early, I'm sure those Colorado faithful will start to maybe head for the exits with it being such a late-night game.
Mitch Harper, BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Mitch, have fun out there in Boulder. Let us know what the scene's like when you get back, and we're looking forward to the breakdown next week of how this one breaks out. Thanks, man, for hanging out with us on a Football Friday.
Hey, you bet, guys. Take care.
There you go, Mitch Harper. Like, there's not a soul out there that feels like Colorado's going to win this game. I don't know.
Coach Prime doesn't even think Colorado's going to win this game.
I don't know why it's so, like, it makes me nervous, honestly.
It should.
It's just that it feels a little bit weird. Like everybody's going, oh, yeah, they'll win by a couple touchdowns. It's like, whoa.
If BYU is loose with the ball and they turn over the ball, I feel like that's the only chance.
Right.
And
you've got to give them extra possessions.
Yeah. And that's the only way that I think Colorado can really just upset the masses is if BYU just lacks a daisical at the ball.
What's good news for BYU is when Colorado's on television, Coach Prime draws, man. They don't even need to have Travis Hunter or Shedeur Sanders to draw a lot of people watching these games. And I think it was how many people watched that bowl game last year, by the way, JJ?
It was like almost 8. There's 8 million people.
8 million people watching that bowl game.
8 million watch BYU do that to Colorado.
So BYU is going to have
Colorado still has the most viewers this year.
Yeah, it's an 8:15 kickoff.
Isn't that crazy?
It's on the big ESPN, which means this could be another stage for BYU to get on there and go, hey, show our stuff off a little bit, because then I think they're on ESPN again on Friday, right? Taking on that West Virginia team on next Friday. So opportunities for you to be seen and beating some of the teams that people recognize, and Colorado's certainly one of those that are licking their wounds trying to figure out their quarterback situation. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Stay right here with us on a Football Friday. Let's break down some NFL games coming up this weekend and how who's the worst 0-3 team, who's the best 0-3 team. I always love those conversations.
Right.
Like, such a good 0-3 team. We'll come back. We have more to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 along the Wasatch Front has a couple of long, slow stretches right now. The usual one from Murray to Bluffdale in Salt Lake County, of course. Heading out of Ogden is delayed on the freeway from Far West all the way down to Riverdale. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, and plumbing and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
At West Virginia?
West Virginia stinks. They just lost to Kansas by 40 points. Utah's going to beat them by 18 points.
Can Utah score 18 points?
Yes. They scored 35, and they were like the top 15 offense in college football through the first 3 weeks. And they're not playing anyone, but yeah, the Big 12's not good.
Well, listen, I was shocked by a stat over the weekend. I didn't realize this. Do you know how many times Utah scored 30 points in the Big 12?
Not a lot.
None?
Yeah. I mean, they couldn't score last year at all. So
okay, but they've never scored 30 points in a Big 12 game. They've never won a home game in the Big 12.
Yeah, and they were atrocious last year.
I know, but a little shocking. I'm making a joke about them getting to 18 points, but why would we be sure they'd get to 18 points against anybody at this point?
Well, this year's team doesn't reflect anything like last year. I mean, I'm flushing
It did
everything.
on Saturday.
I think Utah's going to be fine. Again, I think Utah is absolutely going to be in the running for the Big 12 at the end of the year.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
Hansen and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
Team in Training will change your life with a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients. Join TNT, fundraise for blood cancer patients, train with world-class trainers, and be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it.
But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick talks about mixing in some designed runs for freshman quarterback Bear Bachmeier in Boulder.
Bear's a physical player, and he likes contact, so we have to be smart about managing that. And I think so far we're finding the right balance. We're mixing in a little bit of QB run when we feel like it can help us expose the defense, but we're not going to be reckless about it either. Those hits add up over the course of the year, so we have to be wise about when we use those.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. The NFL Blitz is next on a Football Friday. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Football Friday. Okay, so let me get this straight. We got the Hawaiian Poke Bowl setting up over here. You have Hawaiian Ice over here. Is that the one they put the beans on?
Wait, what?
You know when you go to the islands and they put the sweet beans on top of the old Hawaiian Ice with the ice cream and stuff?
I'll try it.
Negative.
I'm
thinking more like, the lihi moi and the condensed milk on top type,
I'll do it.
I definitely do that.
You're not going to eat the beans?
Well, whatever. I mean, if it tastes good, I'll eat it.
I think when I went out there a couple of times when I was in college to BYU Hawaii, we did a couple performances out there, and it was like just people took us around and they're like, "You got to have this shave ice. You can't miss on this." And they put these sweet beans on it, and I was like, "All right." I mean, I wasn't looking for beans on some ice cream, but sure.
Did it hit?
It was good. It was freaking good. So, but yeah, what I'm saying is we're surrounded by all this good food, and we're over here doing a radio show. It's hot. I mean, it's not really hot, but man, I'm hot, Hawaiian Ice guy. Like, what's going on here?
Really use some setup here.
Give me some poke bowl action over here.
Yeah.
I'll get an NIL deal going on here with these guys.
I wonder if they have some type of Hawaiian Polynesian connection here in the Golden Bears or the Tigers.
Yeah, no, the Bruins are across town. We were just talking about when's Mountain View going to show up and start being a football power?
They're coming.
I don't ever remember them being a football power.
No, they haven't. They used to be the basketball power.
Yeah.
Boys and girls.
They had the whole Henry family.
Waniunga's over there right now. He's building something.
Yep.
Shout
out to Coach Unga.
So we were just talking with Mitch Harper about BYU versus Colorado. This is one of those games I think that a lot of people you got to look at and go, this is an opportunity for you. Everyone's going to watch you, okay? Much like Utah had last week against Texas Tech, and you take the good with the bad. You're on TV with a bunch of people watching you, all eyes on you. and you lose like that, people will – it's not even that they go, oh, man, they don't judge you. They forget you. Like, they'll just go, oh, dismissed. You know what I mean? Like, on the national level, people just dismiss teams like that. So BYU's got an opportunity to be on TV next couple weeks on the big ESPN, kind of in some isolated time frames, like late on a Saturday tomorrow, and then next week on a Friday night. And you can make some people kind of look at you. That's when the voters start to look at you when it's on a Friday night, because then they can go, oh, I saw that they won that game on Friday night. It's the only game in town. Let's go. So they have an opportunity against Colorado tomorrow, and then another one against West Virginia next week, who's going to come into Provo. I'm assuming even more banged up than they were this week.
I would assume so. I can't. Utah's got some frustration that they need to get out, and
you don't want to be West Virginia tomorrow, right?
No, you do not. No, you do not. It's going to be a rough afternoon for the Mountaineers. If it's not, then it's going to be a rough year for the Utes.
Quick thought, real quick is Utah State. We talked about the culture that Bronco Mendenhall brings, and then prime time. Okay, we know what he brings: money, the cameras, the clicks, the everything, the views.
Yep.
But is he building a culture, or is he just buying a culture? Is he just buying the guys that he thinks, hey, I'm going to just buy the right guys here. Maybe it's going to be like the NFL where they're going to come in and just do their job. Or, like Bronco, they have a very – I don't know what their NIL compared to Colorado, but I assume it's very, very low. But he's building a culture out there where hopefully he can – Colorado did go 9-4 last year, which is a big, big – upside to what they're doing over there, but is it just due to the money that he's bringing in, the guys that he's bringing in, compared to like a Bronco Mendenhall who has no money and is just developing a culture?
Well,
it's a great question.
It's a really good question, and I think you can kind of answer a little bit of it by when we're all looking at Prime and going, he's not going to stay there very long, right? He probably doesn't want to be there that much longer, and you keep having to ask, like, do you really want to stay here after Shiloh and Shador and Travis leave? And he's like, oh, I'm signed up for long term, and we're all kind of going, are you, though? Like, we still question it, right? Because you just feel like Colorado doesn't – imagine, okay, try to talk with 10 years ago me. Hey, Coach Prime is going to take that job at Colorado because he just – and I'm like, Boulder, Colorado, and Coach Prime, like the Lone Star State's finest, right? I mean, he's a Texas guy. He's a conservative, religious dude. And I'll tell you what is not a conservative, religious place. Boulder, Colorado.
Right.
Like, this is the place where we found out this week they had to put pine chips into the turf because they can't. Boulder law prohibits the use of a certain amount of reusable materials have to be used in making stuff, and they had to put pine chips instead of those black rubber pellets on the. If you watch the games, I was like, that's kind of cool. They got the light. They got those light. They got the light rubber.
Yeah,
that's cool. And then there was like, no, those are pine chips that are like, or cedar that's like chopped up. And you're like, I couldn't imagine a more weird place.
It's wood,
and yet he's made it kind of work. And I know they're kind of down right now, but like you have a 5-star quarterback at Juju Lewis, like the most sought after quarterback in the country, came to your place. Now, whether or not they have the people in place to develop that kid, I don't know, but you're able to get those types of names there and big recruits to come to you, that's a big deal. But I wonder how long and how sustainable it is.
There's clearly the offseason was tough for them because he wasn't even there. And I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's fighting cancer, and he went through that.
Yeah.
And
it was a weird offseason, and he didn't tell us.
I want to be very fair to him that maybe
that's fair.
Maybe he couldn't be invested this offseason because of what he was fighting. But there's also part of me that wonders if Shador and Travis being gone and the whole thing that drove him to go there is gone, does he want to continue to sustain something there and build something there, or does he see it as an opportunity after the season to just go somewhere else? There's an Oklahoma State job that's not far up the freeway from where he lives, right? Is that something he wants to go chase?
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now.
Somebody down there is going to be writing a big fat check for a new head coach.
You don't want to go cross the Red River and coach up in Oklahoma.
He would.
I know he would.
He would leave Boulder in a
I know.
heartbeat.
That's a sleeping giant.
Yeah, and you have facilities already. You already have, like, public support. You don't have to convince. They had to convince people in Boulder that, like, Colorado could be good again. It's weird.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if you guys saw this last night. I'm riding high.
Oh, no. Seattle sports fan shows up.
I'm riding high with my Mariners, division champs, and the Seahawks tied for the lead out in the West.
I think I read that it's the first time a team, a city, has combined for 20 wins in 20 days.
Oh, that's actually pretty bonkers. That's wild to think. Well, I mean,
Seahawks have 3, and the Mariners, I think, have won 17.
They've won 17 of 18
days.
They've won 17.
Isn't
of
that
18.
crazy?
Yes,
it is bonkers. And I was watching this whole thing go down last night, and I'm like, Sam Darnold led the Vikings to a 14-3 season last year, and then in the playoffs, he pooped the bed so badly that everyone's like, "Get out of town!" Right?
He was a bum again.
Right?
Right?
Like, get JJ McCarthy in here, and now he's in Seattle, and they're embracing the heck out of the guy. And guess what he's doing? He's doing the same thing
they were rebuilding
last year. And by the way, Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, like that's a pretty darn good.
That's a one-two punch, man.
And guess what?
They let DK walk, but Jackson Smith and Jigba's a star.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and poor freaking Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
May he rest, because he got killed last night on freaking social media.
Oh.
Like, I can't believe how badly they were going after this kid. He's the 4th overall pick 2 years ago, right? Was it 2 years ago?
Yeah.
We watched him in the Rose Bowl show up as, like, the 3rd wide receiver that year. Remember when he was a sophomore or a freshman at Ohio State in that 2021 Rose Bowl?
Yeah.
And he blows it up.
It was Jackson Smith and Jigba killed him.
Him and Jigba and were in that. I mean, they by themselves – like they took it over, and that was a game that Utah, was scoring in the 40s or whatever it was to get there, and they were ahead by 2 touchdowns, a good chunk of the game. It was just wild to me to watch last night the Seattle team, who, by the way, the defense looks freaking legit. Now the Cardinals have a good defense. I don't know when last time the Cardinals had a decent defense, but their offense didn't do them any favors. Kyler Murray he ain't it right now.
I love what Kyler Murray has done with his time in the NFL. You got to give him his flowers. But, golly, I've never really been a true fan of him, only to the fact that he does all that cool stuff but then can't get wins. And why can't you do that? It's because I'm running all over the place. I'm throwing these deep balls and all this stuff, but can you win the game, though? So you want all these stats, but can we get the Arizona Cardinal and the NFC West like up in the – where San Fran is right now or Seattle is right now. And, they've done it here and there, but then they always just they always just trickle just back down to where, 3rd or 4th in those standings.
Mike McDonald, I'm telling you, like, that's a guy who gets overlooked. You think about all the young coaches in the league right now, JJ, like so many of these young faces that are making an impact. Nobody thinks about Mike McDonald that much. But that guy is doing something there in Seattle. I mean, to take over from Pete Carroll, a legend there in town, everybody goes, yeah, I don't know, man. And then he's just slowly kind of just keep building that culture, keep it going. Now, it's early, but Seattle's the kind of place where Sam Darnold could stay for a long, long, long time.
Sure.
Like, they'll keep him there for a long time. They won't do this whole, like, hey, he's our placeholder, which is, I think, the role that he's played his whole freaking career, just being the placeholder. You're a placeholder and you win 14 games at the Vikings last year. And by the way, they lose to the Rams, who were the hottest that they had ever been all season long. And they almost went to the NFC Championship game themselves. So, it's just interesting to see that whole thing play out. CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Booker both going on the IR next week. I don't know. Tell me what the IR rules are in the NFL again. Like, what ends up happening with that? If you're on IR, how long are you out? Is there a certain amount of time you have to be out? I guess it's 6 weeks.
Yeah, you're out for I believe it's 6. It's 6 or 9, one or the other. But I believe if it is 6, then you are down. You have 6 weeks to say that you're ready to go, and if you're not ready to go, then you have to stay on IR for the rest of the year.
Oh,
yeah.
So that's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Obviously, they want that guy playing as much as possible.
Minimum of 4 regular season games must be sat out.
Okay.
Dang.
And IR stinks because if you do go on IR, that means it's either surgery or some type of strain where it could take surgery, but maybe it can heal by itself, like an MCL or something. So
you have this matchup between the Cowboys and the Packers. Is that the NBC game this week, by the way? Is that the Sunday Night Football game?
Yes, it is. We've talked about that when the trade went down. You look at the schedule, like, oh my gosh.
I love
the Packers and Cowboys play on Week 4 on Sunday Night Football on NBC and KSL.
I love how Jerry Jones is trying to pretend like, isn't that fun? You got the little wrinkle in there with Michael Parson going up to the Packers. Isn't that kind of fun? That's how the NFL is. Sometimes players get traded. And you're like,
feel like we got better.
Stop trying to act
that
like
deal.
Stop trying to
feel
act like
we won that trade.
Stop trying to act like, hey, isn't the NFL kind of cool? Like how this random stuff works, how I trade our best player on defense, and whoops, we're playing them in the regular season. They're not going to have CD. They're not going to have Tyler Booker. And guess what you're going to have? A Packers team who are going to come into that game with just laughing their butts off, and Micah Parsons' middle finger to the other side of the sideline. And
Jordan Love's catching his groove, too.
I know. You know what? Put Micah Parsons down.
And that's an angry Packers team, too. That was an
embarrassing
loss last week.
I'm going to say 1.5 sacks for Micah Parsons. You taking the over or the under?
I'm taking over.
You're going to go
He's
2?
pissed off.
2,
over.
3? You're taking the over?
At least 2, yep.
That guy is mad. He'll probably get 2 in the first drive.
Maybe.
And he's been playing out of his mind, like in his effort and just chasing down quarterbacks and all. He's trying to prove a point this year.
And he was already that insane motor guy.
Yeah.
And now take it up to another level of you don't have to invent the disrespect too. It's there. And so when you don't have to invent it, you don't have to convince yourself. It's just there, and you're a competitor already, and you have this chip on your shoulder. It's bonkers. Let me see here. Aaron Rodgers already sandbagging on how they're going to perform in Ireland, saying they should have traveled to Ireland sooner. How soon do you want to go out there? I mean, what are we talking about? Did you have to make one of those international games at all?
I went to London.
And
it was great.
Was it weird, like the whole travel thing, where they're like, "Oh, how are we going to get over there on time?" And was it such a big deal when they make that? I mean,
the acclimation that hard?
There's an adjustment you have to make, but it can't be that bad.
No, it wasn't. And when you're in sports, and if you've been in sports, which I assume A-Rod's been in sports his whole life, guess what? You've traveled, and you know how to just adapt. And if you don't adapt, you die. And throwing that before the game just pretty much tells the whole team, like, gosh, is that just another excuse if we lose? Or so? It's like, gosh, man, you got to come in here confident. Hey, we got here. Start talking about how beautiful it is or something. You don't got to just come in. First thing you say is, gosh, we should have got here earlier. I don't know about it anymore.
Yeah.
God, the
such
times
an
are
old
running
man
already.
thing to say. They're not in the afternoons anymore.
I just love it. We were saying this, too, about the travel thing. This is the new traveling to England or to Ireland for a football game is the NFL's version of we have to go to East Carolina next week. I don't know how we're going to be able to put our pants on over there in that different time zone.
Yeah, it's humid there.
I know. And the NFL guys are looking around and they're going, we travel 3 time zones every freaking week. You know what I mean? Like those New York teams and the LA teams, they're going across. They don't care.
Imagine baseball and NBA.
You go where the paycheck takes you.
Yeah.
And that's the end of it. And Aaron Rodgers, by the way, stop it. Don't make excuses already. Don't start making excuses. Who are they playing, by the way, in Ireland?
They have
Napoles. Who are they playing? Who are they playing over there across the pond? Nobody knows. Yeah, who cares?
Nobody knows.
Oh no, they have. Oh gosh. The Vikings. The Vikings.
Oh,
the Vikings. It's going to be a good game because Wentz is playing out of his mind. Well, not out of his mind, but he played very well.
He had a good week last week. That was an impressive win.
Yeah.
They absolutely wrecked the Bengals. So the Vikings got right with a backup quarterback. Yeah, I would pick the Vikings to win that game, to be honest.
I'm rolling with the Chargers this year, gentlemen.
Oh,
not a bad time to do it since they're 4-0 right now.
I'll stay out of the conversation
right
because I'm a Broncos fan and I'm biased. But
I'm a big Miami Dolphins fan, but I don't know the last time I cheered for them or watched the full game. So
they're just awful. Dude, who wins? We have to go to break, but who wins the 0-3 bowl on Monday Night Football? Jets or Dolphins?
Oh, I wish there was a way they could just both go with a one tie at the end of it too.
Do we have to watch that game?
I'm taking the Dolphins, baby.
All right,
fins up.
You played for the Jets.
I was a big Dolphins fan, so when I got to the Patriots, before I even got there and met Tom Brady, I did not like him because he took my Dolphins home every year. Hey, you guys go home. We're going to go play. You guys go home.
You played for other teams in the AFC East, and you still like the fourth team in the AFC.
Ricky Williams, man, Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas. I go all the way down. I'm a big time Dolphins fan.
What's the guy's name from Pet Detective? Ray Finkel. What's his name?
Ray Finkel.
Laces out, man.
Yep. Laces out, Dan.
All right, we'll take a break. We've got more to go around the corner. I've got a little Football Friday top 10 for you, so stay right here with us. By the way, this hour, as always, brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Go check it out for yourself. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Right now, it's crawling along from 53rd South in Murray to 123rd South in Draper. Northbound I-15 also moving slowly in Utah County from University Parkway to 8th North in Orem, where an earlier crash blocked multiple left lanes. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are back in SEC country as they battle Vanderbilt in Nashville. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday morning at 9:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Summer's wrapping up and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC branded pain relievers. Aleve helps keep you moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose, so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whittingham talks about his defense being sloppy in the tackling department against Texas Tech.
We had our worst tackling day, 23 missed tackles, which for us is way too many, more than double what we should have. The backs that did play were good and created some of those missed tackles. Tackling is something that we pride ourselves on. We work on it every week. This week will be no different. We were very sloppy in that regard last week, very sloppy.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event you are hosting. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Football Friday continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen, Harvey Longy, bringing you all of our thoughts on a Football Friday. Our producer, Alex, just yelled something in our ear. I'm supposed to do something right here. You said something to me, and I didn't hear it. Oh, you know what? It's that time of the week for me to remind you. You got to hit up the Hercules Hero of the Week program. Nominate a Hercules Hero of the Week by going in and honoring the people who are the awesome volunteers in your neck of the woods. All you have to do is go to kslsports.com/contest. That's kslsports.com/contest. And you can find yourself an easy way to nominate that person who does an awesome job in your neighborhood as a youth sports volunteer. And then we give them a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Those are the people who bring you the program. Just go to kslsports.com/contest. We don't have time for our top 10 right now, okay, because it's too long. But I've got it. We're going to do it. I'm going to sneak it in next hour. Maybe I'll make Sly be a part of it too. Stevenson Sylvester is going to join us all the way 2 time zones away in the humidity.
Is his phone going to work?
Of West Virginia. I don't know. With the humidity, you know how it is. The phone could have gotten wet just walking around. You know
is he ready for it, though? He's 2 time zones away?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know if he'll be able to handle it.
Is he in bed already?
You know what? He has kind of turned old man Sly with the baby and everything. Like he's totally turned into us. He's turned into the
He's
dad
unked
gang.
now.
I love it. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back, and we will keep you going here on a Football Friday. Stay dialed in. We've got a full hour here ahead of you. We're going to get Utah and West Virginia taken care of for you. Also, we're going to get our predictions on how these games are going to play out the rest of the weekend as well. Plus, the national slate of college games is looking pretty nice this weekend. And there's some guys out there having to attend a fall wedding with their girlfriends, and they're missing all the good games this weekend. We'll tell you which ones they're going to be watching on their phones at the dinners at somebody else's wedding. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hansen, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's Football Friday. You know what that means? We are here on location. This week, we're at Orem High School. Orem versus Tentview.
Rivalry.
You got. We've already been heckled by a couple of groups of students going by. Inappropriate. Yeah. All right. This is when we know we're in the dad group now. We're like, excuse you.
Yeah. No, I don't think.
Clean it up, kid.
That's not good sportsmanship.
Clean it up, but have fun tonight. All right.
I'm going to call the police.
Excuse you. Clean it up. Like I turn into my dad on that stuff. It's like, hey, knock it off. Like, I could hear my dad's voice like, hey.
What's your name, son? Get over here. And your two buddies over there, don't run.
No,
get over here.
Don't act like I don't see you behind those bushes. Get over here.
Your parents know you're acting like this?
Now, I don't want to go too hard on you, but, okay, settle down. All right? We all want to have fun tonight, don't we?
Back in my day.
Yeah, I never did anything wrong. The stuff we could have gotten in trouble with in 2024, in 2025 if we were doing those things in high school that we did. All right. We are at Orem High School. Orem Timpview. Hey, Harvey and I are going to be on the call tonight on Game Night Live, man.
Here we go.
This is going to be fun. I'm just going to straight up lean on you. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to get most of the names wrong, and then I'm going to look at you and go ahead.
I'm going to say, that's my cousin. My cousin number 44 just scored a touchdown.
I was going to say, if they score, then you go. And then if a guy gets picked off, you go, I don't know him.
Yeah.
Never heard of him. Oh, you'll see. Yeah, Alex Napoles calls enough games. Our producer,
Napoles knows.
He knows. You're gonna get a couple emails from parents about how to pronounce their kids'
It's worth it for you guys to go down on the sidelines and do your best to try to get those names.
It's fine.
Right,
I'm feeling good about it.
You will get an earful from.
I like the advice. I'll do that.
We've been harassed before up in the booth, and I'm okay with it. Look, we're doing our best up there. Home of the Golden Tigers, by the way, Orem High School. This stadium looks a lot nicer. Is this the one that got burned during the summer? Somebody burned like a giant patch in the middle of it.
Don't think so.
Some vandalizing going. Some vandalizing going on.
I sort of like that, bringing back that rivalry where you go back and forth. And, we used to plant trees in Riverton's
in their field?
Yeah, before everyone had turf. But we planted, I think, a couple trees from every 10 yards. And then we had to go back out and undig it out before the game even started.
That's a lot of labor for a practical joke.
It was a practical joke, and it wasn't worth it.
I love the idea of some kids, and they get help from their friends, and they're literally just doing a bunch of work that they would never do on a normal weekend.
Yeah.
You can't wake them up to do this work. But if it's a prank, that's what I'm going to tell my kids. Hey, we're going to go prank this old lady and pull her weeds.
Yeah. She's going to wake up and her lawn's going to look flawless.
And then she's going to be like, how dare you anyway. We're going at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Those are all prank things that you could do, but you can't do those things now. Joining us right now on the program. By the way, we got to kick off the show right. We got to kick off the program with the cut. We'll jump in here. Steven Sylvester is out east. We'll see if we can get him dialed up on the interwebs, and we'll get him going on here. Let's get jumped in right here with the cut, top of the hour.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. TrajanWealth.com. Steven Sylvester, former Utah linebacker, former NFL linebacker. Did you ever get to go across seas and play a game, Sly? Because your guys are out in Ireland this weekend.
Yeah, they are. No, I missed that time when they went to London to play the Vikings, like they're playing this weekend. I had a high ankle sprain, so I missed that first 4 games of the year when they went. And then, I missed that one game. But believe me, when everybody came back, they told me all the stories. It was pretty bad.
Pretty bad. Well, Harvey did the trip over to did you guys play at Wembley Stadium? Is that where you guys played too?
We did.
So it's a cool thing. But Aaron Rodgers says that they should have gone out earlier. This trip is too much. It's a lot for these guys to take in. Is that just a guy making up excuses for your Steelers already?
Nope. That's exactly what everybody said when we went out. Was it 2014? We played the Vikings. The same exact phrases, words. I don't know when they went out because when we went out, it was Friday. It was almost like a normal game. We went out one day before as if we went to the West Coast or something. And so the jet lag, everybody's sleeping in meetings. He is not lying. That trip is brutal.
Well, speaking of trips, Texas Tech came in here last week and got the best of the Utes.
Ew.
Before we look ahead to West Virginia, just want to get your thoughts on how that all went down. What are your takeaways from that game and what went wrong for Utah in that game? Was it really that big of a beatdown, or is it just a little thing here and there that Utah needs to fix and clean up moving forward?
Well, here's the thing is you look at the final score, it's not going to tell a story, right? But here's the thing, as fans, as people, we can't get mad at good football, right? just because our team didn't come out with the W, we can't get mad at good football. That was a good football game. And you know, me and JJ, we talk about it all the time. It's just like, I love defensive matchups. I love them, but when it's not my team. I want my team to blow everybody out, right?
Yep.
But that game was epic. I don't know. I was on the sidelines just like, oh, this is awesome. This is Mike Tyson, Lennox Lewis just throwing blows and hitting each other back and forth. And it was awesome. I'm telling you, if we don't make the first mistake and let them get up 7-0, and that was us. It was nothing that they were doing that was killing us on defense. We killed ourselves. And they get up 7-0, or we don't create that penalty by Spencer Fano, illegal man downfield, tie ball game. It's a different story, right? Maybe our defense isn't on the field as long. Maybe, it's all about storytelling, and I just don't think that we were ever able to control the narrative in this football game by getting control back. And that's why, JJ, we talk on Sunday nights about those 3 to 4 statistics that showcase success in football games. That's third down conversions. That's, of course, controlling the turnover battle. That's rushing yards per carry, and that's time of possession, right? That means you're controlling the game and you're able to do those things. And we lost in all of those categories, and that's just something we haven't been doing this whole year, so it was very different for us. But what I say to fans and people that are looking at that football game is, you can't get mad at good football. We didn't finish, right? Football isn't 50 minutes of football. Football is 60 minutes all the way through, and Texas Tech made sure that we believed that. So here's one thing. I hope we get another shot at Texas Tech, and hopefully it's in the Big 12 championship, because they're going to get 60 minutes of us. Please believe that.
Sly, how about ball security for the Utes? 4 turnovers, like you said. You can't turn over the ball. Ball security is job security, and it clearly can indicate who's going to win the game if you win that battle. And with the Utes losing 4 of them, and they did get 2 takeaways, but losing 4, what are they going to do to move forward and try to protect the ball better?
Yeah, man. Look at that, right? Like, 2 of those turnovers were interceptions. Those are dumb interceptions by Devin Dampier. There's no excuse you can do. Honestly, the fumbles, Harvey, are the defense being opportunistic. It wasn't like the ball was hanging out, like being loose, like terrible technique. It was the defense just doing an amazing job of perfect timing of punching that ball out. They were purposeful. I keep saying JJ, because we talk about this all the time during football. Yep. You're being purposeful with making sure you're going after causing a turnover. They were being they knew, like, if I get around the ball carrier, I am throwing my hand out and I am punching the ball out, right? When you come off the edge and you're going for a sack, and this is what I learned from James Harrison and Lamar Woodley, be purposeful about getting the ball out. You get 3 stats right there. You get a tackle for loss, you get a sack, and a forced fumble by doing one action, right? Yep. And so being purposeful around the football is what Texas Tech was. I can't say that we had terrible ball security. Of course, they fumbled it, so it is our fault, But I just think that they were being opportunistic with the turnovers. It was a great football game. We just weren't on the other coin. We weren't sharp. We couldn't handle the moment. We could say all of those things, but to say Texas Tech is so much greater than Utah, I can't say that. And that's what football's all about. Bump all of the media narratives of this guy is better than the other guy. Football is all about, you got to show up on Sunday. The movie Any Given Sunday. Yeah. You got to show up on Sunday, and if you don't show up, that's your butt.
I agree. It was a very defensive game. By the fourth quarter, it was 10 to 13, or what was that?
Yeah,
10 to 13 in the fourth quarter, and Hammond gets in, right? And when Hammond gets in, I wanted to see a lot more pressures and blitzes and get this dude shaken up in the pocket.
That's why Harvey showed up to the broadcast today saying, you gotta run after
Bring
that backup
the house. And he was just back there chilling, just getting comfortable and throwing dimes. And then 24-point swing in the fourth quarter. You know, the Utes scored their first touchdown in the fourth quarter, but then Texas Tech comes back and scores 24 points in the fourth quarter with that Hammond kid. Unbelievable game for him.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, if there's anybody on that roster that needs to be paid, it's the backup quarterback, right? That's showing that every job is valuable. You have no idea when it's going to be your opportunity, right? Again, I'm going to tell a story from the league, is James Harrison, right? He took over. He tells me his story all the time of how he took over for Joey Porter. Joey Porter was acting like a butthead in pregame against Cleveland and gets kicked out and misses the game, and James Harrison comes in, balls out, 2 sacks, and never let his job go. So
after he's been cut, though, he's already been cut before that, right?
Exactly,
yeah,
right? Exactly. Yeah. You never know when it's going to be your job. And so, like, I just knew it. I'm just like, man, we up like 30, 40 points. Why you ain't going to come out? Let me go in. And that's why. He don't ever want me to come in and take his spot, because you never know when your job's up. You never know when it's going to be your time. Yeah, it's the Stars this time. So always be ready is honestly any sports analogy that you could put to any sport. You always be ready. You never know when your moment is going to be your moment. Will Hammond had his moment, and I'm telling you, this is what like LeBron used to say about Dante DiVincenzo when he was going through March Madness and he was just killing everybody. He said, like, that kid made some money today, right? That kid just increased his draft stock with amazing performance. Will Hammond increased his transfer portal stock with the performance against Utah.
Sheesh.
Right? Yeah. Right? I mean, Will Hammond's performance, the way he threw the ball, the way he ran the ball, the way he commanded the offense, he came in as if he was the starter. He was ready to go, right? So if he transfers somewhere, people are going to look at his film from that game and how he handled that in just one half of football. He scored 24 points in one quarter and completely brutalized a top-tier Utah defense.
That's why Joey McGuire made sure to mention in his press conference this week that Hammond has a 2-year NIL contract with Texas Tech.
That don't mean nothing.
Just saying.
I was going to say.
He made it a point to make it very clear. He wanted everybody to know that.
He's on a 2-year contract. And you're like, as a backup, we want to start him. We're going to give him a 2-year contract as a starter.
And we'll double it.
Yeah. Then he'll walk away
Baron
from that
Morton,
deal.
You're injured this week.
What's your buyout, kid? Yeah. What's the buyout?
What's your buyout?
Yeah. And you know what's funny is in the future, maybe that's a deal that gets made with teams, right? Where you go, hey, we want your backup quarterback. Here's the price for him.
Okay. That's business, though. I like that. I like that. Let that be known instead of screwing the team. That university who loses that player can actually get some benefit from losing that player. Right? There's reasons to having over talent on your team. Let's benefit from it.
Well, we spent enough time lamenting what happened last week with Utah and Texas Tech.
You're right.
How about this game against West Virginia? This is a team. We were talking with one of their beat writers yesterday. Was it yesterday, JJ? We were talking about how insane and insanely long the injury report is for this West Virginia team. Utah in 2023 was looking at that injury report from the West Virginia Mountaineers this week and going, ooh, I'd hate to be them. It's a long list, including their quarterback, 3 running backs, 2 wide receivers, all guys who are going to be contributors that are going to be either questionable or out in this game. And then the beat writer we were talking to goes, yeah, the ones that are listed as questionable, they're actually probably not going to play either. So this is a team that's banged up and a Utah team that is absolutely foaming at the mouth, ready to beat a team up. How does this one turn out for the Utes?
I mean, here's the thing. I learned last year not to just throw things out there. And this is, I'm going to preface everything with, this is what I believe we should do. I believe we should dominate, right? You know, interviewing all of those guys after the game on Saturday, they knew they messed up. They knew they didn't put their best foot forward. And a new focus was going to be a priority this week. You know, taking the long trip out east, staying at this crappy hotel here in West Virginia. I know they're feeling that. They want to let out a lot of rage. But, you know, I think that this needs to be a technical clinic put on tomorrow by Utah. It's going to be a crappy day of weather, and, you should be able to run the football extremely effectively. Ball security, efficiency, great defense, opportunistic defense. All of those things are going to be paramount tomorrow, and it should be a typical Utah football type game. Rich Rodriguez is a very talented coach and very creative on his side, and so excited to see what game plan he puts together with all of these injuries. But I think a lot of people are taking that note out of people's book of putting everybody on the injury report, but they're still going to play type thing. So we'll see. But I think that this is going to be a game where Utah gets back on the momentum train, and you're heading into the bye week where you get on this momentum train, you get some rest, you get some people some value time to recover and take charge of this very tight middle of the season run that they're about to go on.
I know every season takes on a life of its own, and nobody wants to look backward. But here's the harsh reality, Sly, and this is the record, and you can't hide from it. Utah's 2-8 now in Big 12 play since joining the conference. They're 4-11 in their last 15 conference games. I was looking at this and I was like, oh my gosh, are they feeling the weight of that? You're around Kyle Whittingham, you're around the program, you're a Utah man. Are people up there feeling the weight of that? Or is there still an optimism moving forward? How are they handling and dealing with that harsh reality?
Not at all. No, not at all. That's not a thought in anybody's mind. With football, you take it one game at a time. You don't look at everything in the totality until the end of the season. We know last year was an anomaly with terrible offensive play. So you did everything that you needed to do to forget last season, right? Last season almost didn't happen if you're on this football team. You're only paying attention to last season if you're not on this football team. If you're on this football team, you're paying attention to right now. As we said, last week was a darn good football game, right? That was a good football team that came in here, and you can't be mad at good football. And so that's what it is. But this is a new week, and you get to change that tide, right? Big 12 football is good football. That's why you want to change conferences. That's why you want to. This is what we signed up for, and we know we can compete. It's not that we can't compete. As we said, we put 8 more points on the board last year. How many games did we win, right? And so I don't think that it's a question of whether we can not keep up or not do it. It's just a question of can we take it week to week and just own our square space. What is it, 24 square feet, whatever it is? You own your space and you go on week to week. And so I haven't seen that. I've talked to these players. I've talked to the coaches. Nobody's looking at that as a thing, and anybody within the organization shouldn't.
Stevenson Sylvester, he's going to be on the sidelines covering this Utah team against West Virginia tomorrow, and then he'll be back again next week with us here on a Football Friday. So we're looking forward to it. Sly, safe travels out there. Have fun at the game the next couple of days. Thanks for hanging out, man.
You got it, man. Appreciate you guys. Don't have too much fun now.
Hey, change those drawers after this interview.
Miss you, Sly. Hey, by the way, you don't have snacks next time because
I blew it. I was late. I have snacks again next week. So
Alex messed up.
Yeah.
He
I barely made it. I pulled a Sly where I walk up and it's 2:59 and I'm all, give me my seat. And then, but
you weren't as comfortable as I am when I do it.
No. You always look good walking up. You know exactly when you're showing up. I was stressed out. Of my mind. All right, Sly, have fun, man. Thanks for hanging out, dude.
All right, guys. See you.
There you go. Stevenson Sylvester.
He's enjoying the country roads of West Virginia.
I was listening to. Yeah, he loves it out there. What did he say? He's like, in this garbage hotel out here in Morgantown.
Oh, man.
Come on, Utah. You got to put up better than just a Motel 6 out there.
The leaves are turning out there. It's got to be beautiful this time of year.
Yeah, take your golf clubs out there and go hit the range or something.
They got golf courses out there?
I would assume.
They got some links out there.
They got a putt-putt at a trailer park.
Yeah, Sly, come on down. We got room for you. You're like, the hills have eyes. You're like, no,
I'm good.
We have 75 acres of all mountain. You could just hit it out there.
In fact, we got one of our caddies that can follow you around. And you're like, no, I'm good. I'm good.
A little
I don't need
deliverance
it.
going on there. Yeah, I'm staying at home tonight.
I'm sure West Virginia fans are big on the Hills Have Eyes jokes that we have all the time.
They love the deliverance jokes in West Virginia.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Was Billy Bob Thornton, was he was that his – is that where he was at out there when he was Sling Blade?
Maybe.
Is that a bad assumption to make too? Just assume. Sorry.
Everything weird and strange happens in West Virginia.
French fried potatoes. Mm.
Hey, the Patriots, my second year, we did our joint practice and preseason out in West Virginia at this private golf course resort type deal. And I forget what it's called on the top of my head, but the basement was a huge bunker for all the top government people, the president, and all that. And now it's not that anymore, but we got to go down there and check it out. And I'm like, gosh, man, if we ever do get in a nuclear war or whatever, you guys are going to be dang safe down here. You guys have everything you guys want, eat, and have. It was just miles and miles of just I say miles and miles because there's probably more than what they showed us, but it was just super cool to go out there. I didn't like it because I felt like I was in the Hills Have Eyes type of deal. But it was very green and beautiful, and I wanted to go golf over there. But if I did that, Belichick would have sent me home on the next plane ride.
One of my work colleagues.
We're moving on from Harvey Long. We're moving on from Harvey.
KSL Radio's
you got
program.
A triple bogey too.
KSL Radio's program director is a West Virginia grad.
That's right.
He's got his teeth are straight.
Kevin.
All right.
He didn't get him fixed until he came to Utah.
I don't know. I think he grew up out there. He's also one of the most smartest dudes you've ever met. He has zero Southern accents. Zero Southern accents.
We're joking.
All right. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. We've got our predictions from this week. We're going to get you hooked up, of course, and ready for the games for this weekend. We'll kind of go through how we did last week and what our predictions looked like, and we'll have to answer for some of our misgivings. So stay right here with us. More to go around the corner. It's a Football Friday right here live at Orem High School. Ooh, they got the Tiger Club gear out. You're going to get one of them hoodies? Come on, Harvey. Get over there and get one of those powder blue Golden Tiger shirts. Can't wear it during the game when we're calling the game.
I can hit my 7-iron into the field of Timp View. So if I wore that back in my side of the streets,
it probably wouldn't go well.
I was going to wear my Timp View hat tonight, but I didn't want people to start chucking stuff at our tent.
No, we're going to be and on top of that, we're going to be up in the booth up there next to all that blue and gold.
That could be awkward.
It could be very weird. All right, we'll come back. We got more to go. Stay with us on a Football Friday, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 continues to move slowly from the south interchange almost all the way to the point of the mountain, and I-15 southbound is also slow to clear of delays going from 12th Street in Ogden down to the Riverdale Roy area. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers, don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow services with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's, quality, and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hansen and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the Big 12 opener for BYU as they hit the road for a rematch with Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your defensive coordinator Jay Hill talks about making sure his defense keeps improving week by week.
There's definitely some stuff to clean up. We're one of the leaders in the nation in rushing yards. We lead the nation in points given up. So there's so many good things we're doing, but we got a lot of room to improve. And that's going to be the key is, can we improve this week? Can we improve the next week? If we can, this team has a real chance. This defense has a real chance, but we got to keep improving.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event you are hosting. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Football Friday rolls on right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen, Harvey Longy here with us. Sly, we're going to give him a little bit of a pass, although he already joined us a few minutes ago. We're going to give him a pass on making some of the predictions this week. Across college football, the non-state of Utah games that are going on in college football. By the way, Florida State already underway against the University of Virginia. And UVA, the Cavs, currently up 7-0 in the first quarter on the Seminoles, my guy. So
Ooh,
that's an early
interesting.
one. By the way,
Virginia's interesting,
and also a sneaky good game tonight. This is a giant Big 12 game tonight. TCU goes to Arizona State. Like, that's a big game. That's a huge game.
Yep.
I mean, Arizona State last week. Mitch Harper and I were talking about it in our 1st and 12 show, and it was like I was certain that Baylor was going to get the win. It was down in Waco. And Arizona State, I don't know what version of them we're getting this year, but Kenny Dillingham has Arizona State to 3-1. That loss against Mississippi State looks a little bit more like, okay, they could still run the table in the Big 12. I'm sure they're probably hoping and thinking that same thing. And then I never thought in a million years on another Friday night game, you have undefeated Houston versus winless Oregon State. Like, what year are we in right now with Oregon State 0-4? Talk about how the mighty have fallen. It makes me angry because
it's not their fault.
It's sad because I always loved, growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I loved watching Oregon State because it was like they had no business being as good as they were sometimes. And you're like, dude, they out in Corvallis, they know how to ball, man. And it stinks to watch good programs go to they're going to lose that game by 3 touchdowns tonight, at least. And they're going to be at home. They're in Corvallis. They're going to lose to Houston, the Houston Cougars, which that's good for the Big 12. I think they're going to be a 4-0 Houston team going into next week. But, man, it's kind of wild to watch this thing go down the way that it is. So I'm bummed about those. Those are your slates for tonight. But across college football, the rest of the weekend, here's what you're looking at. These are the best games across college football. You've got LSU and Ole Miss. That's a battle of two teams right now that I'm not exactly sure who they are.
Right.
That's your big game on ABC tomorrow. Who do you have in LSU and Mississippi? Because I just don't trust Brian Kelly at all. LSU being ranked 4th in the country feels very weird. Ole Miss shouldn't be ranked 13th either, I don't think. I just don't think they're there yet talent-wise. This, to me, feels like an opportunity for either one of these teams to maybe show up a little bit, but even after the result of this game, I'm not sure where we're going to stand with those two teams.
Yeah, this is almost a pick 'em. Ole Miss is at home. LSU offense not good. Those two factors, I'm taking Ole Miss, and it's a 1.5 point spread.
Right
for Ole Miss.
The other game, the other big one that's going to be on ABC tomorrow, is 17th ranked Alabama going to Georgia. That's going to be a big test for Kalen DeBoer. By the way, if you want to get run out of town, lose that game by a lot if you're Kalen DeBoer. Talk about like another nail in the coffin of a guy who barely has had any time there.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but Alabama requires people to do insane things. Alabama and Georgia, who do you have in this one, Harvey?
I'm going to go with Georgia, but before this one, I think I'm going to take LSU.
Okay.
Take the Tigers?
Yeah, I'm liking what the Tigers are, especially how they started off against Clemson. Everyone was all over, Clemson, and these guys came in and get that W. I'm with the Tigers, and I'm rolling with the Bulldogs. So I'm going with Georgia to take over the Roll Tide.
Look, I feel like Gunnar Stockton's one of those guys that we have to apologize to a little bit still.
He's getting it done.
He's been playing well. We've had to apologize all year long to Carson Beck and the Miami Hurricanes, but
are we going to have to apologize to Ty Simpson?
No.
You don't think so?
Not yet.
We'll find out on Saturday.
We'll
I don't
see.
think we're going to either because I think Georgia rolls. I don't think Saturday is going to be a good day for the Alabama program. So
they're ruining our football program.
I'm all Georgia on Saturday.
Now the big one, Big Ten matchup. Sounds so weird saying that. Oregon travels to Happy Valley. Oregon, Penn State, number 6 Oregon, number 3 Penn State. I really think that the rankings in my head are actually flipped on these. I think Oregon's a better team, but I think going to Happy Valley is just an absolute disaster of a place to play. This is a perfect time, by the way. They're going to kick off 7 p.m. or 7:30 Eastern. It's going to be kind of light out, but it's going to be a dark night game at Beaver Stadium, and they do these whiteouts. One of my favorite moments, somebody posted online, they're like, let me just remind you, Penn State's not an easy place to play. It's one of the stadiums in the Big Ten that has 100,000+ people in the stadium that actually feels rocking. It might be the number one craziest atmosphere in all of college football. One of my favorite moments is when I think Michigan 2 years ago went in, same type of time frame. They go into that game, they go out on the field, they have to call a timeout on the very first play of the very first series because they can't hear.
Yep.
On the very first play of the very first series. It's the number one thing you worked on all week. Talk about getting into the head of your opponent. I'm going to take Penn State, but I think Oregon's going to be a really, really tough out on this game. I think they're still going to show that they're a really, really good team. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I think Penn State wins at home.
Oh, this could be the game of the week, honestly.
It really
I
is.
think it's going to be a battle.
6-3, come on.
The spread is 3.5 for Penn State. I do think Penn State wins this game. I feel like Penn State's better in the trenches, and that's where it's going to be decided. So I'm going to go Penn State. But this is going to be one of those games where you're glued to your seat. Late fourth quarter, somebody's got to make a play. Who's going to make it? I think that's going to be that kind of game.
And Moore's thrown for 11 tutties today.
Yeah.
So they're clearly they can get the ball downfield and he can score by passing the ball and running it. But
they haven't seen anything like
this.
Penn
Penn State just wins the line.
This Penn State defense is so good.
And they're very physical from the trench side of things, and I agree with you, JJ. It's going to be tough to out-bully Penn State.
How often does Oregon play in a game where the total over-under is 53.5? That's pretty low.
They're used to scoring the 53.5.
Right.
And in fact, I think they might be at 49 points a game or 52 points a game, something right now. All right, let's get to the locals here. Utah State goes to Vanderbilt. They are 23.5-point dogs. I'm gonna say that this game ends up similar to the one at Texas Tech, except for Texas A&M. Excuse me. I don't think it's going to be a 3-touchdown game, but I do think they're going to show up and kind of surprise this team. But I don't think they're going to do it in the second half. I think they're going to show up in the first half and be surprising. And I think you're going to see. I'm going to go Utah State falls to Vanderbilt, but it's going to be a 34-24 game. It's going to be a 10-point game.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's what I see. 24 points by the Aggies against the Commodores.
I'm going to go with a little bit lower of a score, but a closer game, 28-20. The Aggies get within a touchdown.
Oh, JJ, we think alike. I wanted to say
Sorry, I took your score.
I wanted to say 28-17. You said 20. I think Aggies can at least get 2 on the board and then a field goal. And 28 is a little bit low for Vanderbilt for me. I almost wanted to give them over 30, maybe a 31 or something. They get a little field goal right there. But I'm going to stick with that 28-17. I'm with you. I think it's going to be a little bit low scoring.
All right, let's go to Utah going to West Virginia, taking on the Mountaineers. I don't know what the spread is in this game. Don't care. I think Utah's going to run away with this thing. I think they're going to get right on the backs of a really bad West Virginia team. I say really bad because they're so hurt. And I'm going to go, it's going to be a 34-13 win for the Utes out there at Morgantown.
Well, to tell you how rough it is for West Virginia, Utah just lost at home to Texas Tech 34-10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Utah is a 12.5-point favorite in Morgantown.
Yep.
With a 47.5 total. I would take Utah big in this game. I think Utah's an angry team. I think Utah's an embarrassed team. I think Utah's a locked-in team. They're going out there with the purpose, with something to prove, and they're going to take it out on West Virginia. I feel bad for West Virginia. They don't have the personnel to compete in this game. They just don't. I don't care where it's played. Utah's going to roll in this game.
All right, let's go. Oh, what do you say, Harvey?
I want to counter it. I think that, West Virginia, their starters, they are hurt, but they have always been known to have fast guys, athletic guys. And if those athletic guys can get the concepts of defense and the passing and make Dampier beat you by throwing down the field, hey, we just got to stop the Russian. I think that's also Utah will come up on top, but I think it's not going to be more than 2 touchdowns.
I think it's going to be like a 35-38-10 game.
I'm more pushing like 20. I'm at the 28 mark again. I think 28 Utah, and I think for West Virginia, 24.
Okay,
Ooh,
close game.
Yeah.
All right, and then finally the BYU Cougs going to Colorado. They are, I think, 7.5-point favorites in that game. I don't even know if it's going to be. I think I'm going to go with the double-digit situation that everybody else seems to be feeling right now. Colorado, I think, just has too many question marks, and BYU has too many answers on defense, and an offense that is going to absolutely gash them, I think, on the ground. I think it's going to be I'm going to go 31-17 Cougs roll in Boulder.
Okay, it is in Boulder, so I'm going to give Colorado a touchdown for that.
Okay.
But Houston beat Colorado 36-20.
Mm-hmm.
Houston. Now, I know Houston's undefeated, but come on now.
It was down in Houston, though. They got a tough student section
Colorado's not good.
Mm-hmm.
That BYU defense is going to be their worst nightmare. Caden Salter's going to have a rough night. I think BYU wins this one 31-10 on the road.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to get over 31 points, BYU, due to the fact of not starting fast from last week against ECU. They are going to rely heavily on the defense because the defense right now is the rock of that organization, that team right now. But how long can the defense hold? How long? And you never want injury to come upon anybody. But lo and behold, if one of those star defensive players go into that tent, that could be a huge change to the BYU football team. So until I see Bear and I have all the faith in the Cougars getting the offense rolling because they can rely a lot on the vets like LJ Martin. But now you're losing Moa, who blocked his butt off for LJ. He blocked his tail off for LJ and did all the right things, and now he's gone. I think it's going to be tough for Bear to get his groove, and maybe this is the game for him to prove that to me. I think BYU will still come up on top, and I'm going to keep them in the 20s, though. I think they're going to win 24-17. to 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
10-point win on the road.
There are our picks. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up here this hour, and we'll get you ready for the next hour. So stay right here with us. More to go on a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes head back east for their first Big 12 road game of the season as they get set for a showdown with West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
At Salt Lake Behavioral Health, we understand that seeing a psychiatrist in Utah may take up to a year for an appointment. Attending our full or half-day trauma, mental health, or addiction group treatment ensures seeing a psychiatrist within days. If you or a loved one need mental health treatment right now, please don't wait. Call today, 801-264-6000, to begin your journey towards healing and wellness. Let us help you find the path to a healthier life at Salt Lake Behavioral Health, 801-264-6000.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know. You hear that? That's Mike, sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Dan Pierre talks about what he and the offense can improve upon this weekend at West Virginia.
Yeah, always just being more efficient, throwing the ball, and just the decisions I make on the field. Being efficient is what makes our offense so good. So just me handling, touching the ball every play and doing what's best for our team. That's something I can always get better at.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Best and worst next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us on the program. You're all right over there, JJ?
Oh, I couldn't be better.
I was going to say, I don't think. Listen, we're trying to do a radio show here, guys. That's when you got.
That was elite.
That was. You know what that was right there? That was who was the best at that? It was like, we're about to go on the air. Okay, hold on. Oh, Sly pulls that sometimes. That was an elite pull. I think that's a great way to put it. Harvey Longy, Jeremiah Jensen.
At least I wasn't pouring a cup of scotch and throwing it down my.
Yeah,
that's happened in this industry before.
Yeah, it has.
Not for this group, but
just a little barbecue. That's all. I gotta hit the road.
I know you do. Who's Riverton playing tonight? Mountain Ridge.
Mountain Ridge.
They're one of the new Harriman high schools, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
How many freaking high schools in Harriman are there now? 2 6A schools?
There are 2 6A schools in Harriman, and they need to build another one.
They're like the Pioneers were like, when they were all, this is the place, they were like, actually right there. A little further up that way.
More south of Salt Lake City.
I think there's some copper in them there hills and also some places where we need. I see a Costco in the future.
The population explosion in South Salt Lake County and northern Utah County is insane.
Crazy, yeah.
A lot of kids.
All right, we've got tons going on. We're going to keep you informed all weekend here. In the last couple of minutes for this hour, we were talking about give me a little bit more idea, Harvey, about this. You brought up the BYU thing, and you're like, I just don't know how you suddenly start blowing up on offense and scoring a bunch of more points than maybe. Well, I mean, last week they scored 34 against a pretty decent ECU team. That was a scrappy team.
Yeah.
By the way, scrappy's the new offensive way to. You guys were scrappy. It's like, thanks, patting you on the head.
That's not a compliment.
Yeah, that's like 3 attaboys and 4 pats on the back. Hey, Scrappy. All right, thanks, man.
No, he was a tough kid. I mean, he wasn't very good, but he was tough.
I know A-Rod and the coaching staff are going to play the players like a Cody Hagan, like a Parker Kingston, like a LJ Martin, of course, for Bear Bachmeier to lean on. Maybe some trickeries, maybe some, reverses, some fly sweeps just to get them going. But I want to see A-Rod dial up the confidence of stretching the field down. Use Cody's speed. Use your veteran, Chase. And I want to see them to, get down the field quick and start fast and get some points on the board and finish the drives, which I know that's what every offense, their desires to do right when they get into a game. These first 3 games and the ability of them playing against those first 2 and then against ECU, yes, they scored 34 points, but when did those points come in, Alex? And if someone's scoring a touchdown every quarter and then all of a sudden you're scoring at the fourth quarter, now it's just everyone is on eggshells. Every play matters, which, every play should matter. But now it's make or break because, we didn't show up until the fourth quarter. And I don't think that's going to be the case. But when am I going to think that? I don't know.
Yeah, at some point that offense they just have to let it go. But so who cares what age this kid is? This is game number 4.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, just start doing whatever you want to do.
Jake Retzlaff, first 4 starts, 8 turnovers, like 8 to 10 turnovers, almost double digits. But guess what he was doing? He was running, he was hucking, he was playing on house money.
He was also 0-4, though, too.
He was 0-4. But then now look what that developed him into.
Yeah.
And I felt like there was a couple of deep balls that I saw from Bear that were a little bit off here and there, but it's because maybe he hasn't fully gained that confidence to let it go. And I know once he does, that's going to be a very dangerous team.
Yeah.
With all the other phases playing the way they are.
Okay, let's take another break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegant